Lavender and Lace. Written by Tara Grace Ericson. Copyright 2020. Narrated by Lorena Hoops. Audio copyright 2021. Prologue. Laura Bloom hung her head in her hands and fought down the tears. Here in her office, she was out of sight and safe from the concerned glances from her children. Worse were the apologetic looks from her husband. He had expressed his guilty feelings more than once, but he'd had a stroke. It wasn't something he needed to apologize for. It happened on Thanksgiving Day, 7 months ago now. She flipped through the tidy pages of her planner, eyes falling on the countless appointments that dominated the smooth paper. Her life revolved around them, though family meetings, proposals, and secret marriages had added some excitement. With 7 adult children, there was never a dull moment. Add in the responsibility of trying to keep the farm organized, and her husband Keith from overdoing it and causing further issues. She was tired. Bone tired. It felt like she could sleep for days and still not be rested. Still, when she did fall into bed next to her husband and his gentle wheezing snore, sleep eluded her. Taking a deep breath, Laura pressed her fingers into her eyes. There was too much to do to spend time wishing it were different. God had blessed her in many seasons, and in this one, He would give her the strength she needed each day. There was good, too. Her children were finding love. Harrison and Poppy were already married, and Lance had brought a level of stability to her free-spirited daughter Daisy. Avery, who had always been like a daughter to her, would officially become her daughter-in-law in just 2 months. She traced the heart that marked the wedding date on the calendar. Through the wall, she heard Lavender, affectionately referred to as Lovey, chatting away, probably recording another video. She spent more time on the computer than could possibly be healthy, but Lovey seemed happy. She'd certainly made a huge difference when she started handling marketing for the farm. Still, the cheerful, confident words she could hear next door were rarely heard when Lavender was around friends, or even family. Was it normal to have most of your friends through a chat window? Was it safe? Laura didn't know, but she would continue to pray for her next-to-youngest daughter. Sometimes, even though Lavender was the closest in proximity, working only a door away every day, she felt the farthest away. Chapter 1. Lavender's bedroom at Bloom's farm tripled as an office, film and photography studio, and occasionally a place to actually sleep. Skillfully applied makeup managed to hide the evidence of her late nights when she recorded videos like this one. Don't forget to leave a comment and tell me what you thought. I'll be choosing a winner to send this fabulous swag box courtesy of Entwine Cosmetics and yours truly, Lavender and Lace. Looking straight into the camera, Lavender smiled warmly before reaching down to hit the stop button. Finally, after 6 takes, she had something to work with. She turned off the bright camera lights, wincing at the heat they radiated. Lavender carefully repacked the contents of the box of cosmetics she'd revealed on the video and set it aside, with a quick jot on a Post-it note reminding her to pick a winner in 2 days. Lavender would edit the video today and post it tonight. In 2 days, it would have hundreds, maybe thousands, of comments. Most were positive and encouraging, but the others almost made her skip the comment section entirely. It was hard enough to send something you created out into the world without the harsh criticism that came back. She launched the Lavender and Lace blog and video channel 5 years ago. What started as a project during her online marketing class at Indiana University turned into something she actually enjoyed and made her a surprising amount of money. Between the blog and her one-woman social marketing business, Lavender was proud of her success. From the outside looking in, she still seemed like any other college graduate, unwilling to move out of her parents' house. Bloom's farm was different, though. If she lived somewhere else, she would be at the farm constantly. For one, they were her first and biggest client. Lavender knew she could move out, but living with her parents was almost like living alone. She'd considered it, but when her dad had his stroke last year, it was an easy decision to stay around for a while longer. Family came first. She laughed to herself. Family did come first, but most of her family had no idea what she did beyond the marketing and website she ran for the farm. Lavender chose not to talk about it. Honestly, she rarely talked about much with her family. She loved them more than she could express, but it was easier to let everyone else fight over a spot in the conversation. 5 sisters and a brother, plus a brother-in-law and a soon-to-be sister-in-law, it was a bit much. Lavender had always found her outlet through written words anyway, journaling and creating stories since she was little. The blog had turned into a place for her to share her passion for clothes and makeup with her audience. Most of them, she knew, were young women in their teens and 20s. She clicked into the secret file on her desktop. Would today be the day she finally shared one of the other posts she wrote? Her computer was full of writing, far deeper than her fashion blog ever was, and those were just the ones she'd copied from the handwritten journals. Lavender had created a massive collection of thoughts she felt led to share with young women, but never had the courage to hit publish. The encouraging, scripture-filled ramblings never seemed good enough to send to her followers. They came for fashion advice, not her faith. With a sigh, Lavender closed the folder without opening anything. She needed to get back to the work that paid the bills. Between the blog, social marketing clients, and her marketing for Bloom's farm, she stayed plenty busy. But most of her clients were handled through email, and sometimes it was easy to feel isolated when you talked to a camera all day. It couldn't talk back. A chime rang from her computer speakers, and Lavender felt the slight uptick in her breathing. Would it be him? Shouldn't he be working right now? Eagerly, she minimized the video editing software and opened her instant messaging app. His screen name brought a smile to her face, like it did every time she saw it. Will write for tacos. Anything exciting today? Words in Bloom. Just working. Shouldn't you be doing the same? Will write for tacos. I should, but I stayed up way late writing last night. I finally figured out how the explosion will work. Now my underling just has to do what he is told. Words in Bloom. Well, good. That message shouldn't raise any FBI surveillance alerts or anything. Lavender knew he was an author from near Chicago. Apparently, he was published, if you believed everything a stranger said on the internet. They'd met 6 months earlier in an Indiana Writers Guild chatroom. Since then, they'd messaged almost every day, but they had agreed to keep it anonymous. But she liked knowing that he had a victory. A few moments later, a video of a guinea pig laughing showed up in the chat box, and Lavender smiled. Will write for tacos. How's your dad? I haven't heard anything in a while. Her heart fluttered at the thoughtful inquiry. Lavender gave him a brief update on her dad's recovery. Her dad's stroke had happened last Thanksgiving, and her online friend had been someone she could talk to openly about it. Will write for tacos. That's awesome. I'll keep praying for him. Lavender heard her mom close the door to the office, and she glanced at the clock. Almost 5? She really needed to get this video done. Words in Bloom. I really got to get this project wrapped up. Talk tomorrow? We'll write for tacos. Parting is such sweet sorrow. I shall say good night till it be morrow. Words in bloom. Very nice, but everyone knows that one. Lavender shook her head at the Shakespeare reference, as though she wouldn't know one of his most famous lines. She'd have to get another Jane Austen quote for later. He never got those correct in their little guessing game. She hated to end the chat, since talking to Will Write for Tacos was likely to be the highlight of her day. Tomorrow, maybe, they could talk longer, but she had a video to post. Emmett exited out of the chat window, laughing at her comment. Words in Bloom was right. He needed to up his game if he was going to stump her. She was incredibly well read. Could there be a more attractive quality in a woman? Probably not to an author. He rolled his lightweight black office chair back from the desk and leaned it back, covering his face with his hands. Suddenly, the chair tipped back too far. Emmett's feet kicked forward and he opened his eyes as the chair swung back up. His roommate Josh let out a laugh. You should have seen your face. Josh gave a wide-eyed imitation of someone teetering on the edge. Emmett grabbed a pen from the desk and threw it at his giant, tattooed roommate. He met Josh Elliott 10 years ago at church, surprised to see someone even more against the grain than he was. But Josh's tough guy exterior was balanced by the artist inside. His professional photography business was going gangbusters, and more often than not, Josh had to ditch the leather and put on a collared shirt to photograph a wedding. The big lug had needled his way into a friendship with Emmett, which few people bothered to do. They'd been roommates for 5 years now, before Emmett had gotten his first publishing contract and his books had hit the bestseller lists. The gregarious photographer and the antisocial author. It was an odd pairing, but it worked for them. Josh swatted the pen away and opened the fridge. He pulled out a carton of orange juice and shook it, before apparently deciding a cup was no longer necessary. You were up late last night, Josh said, after draining the carton. Oh man, I was on a roll. Got the whole thing figured out now. Valak thinks Porter set him up, but actually the Colgare leader has been plotting to kill him and send the Loikins into exile. Josh gave him a blank stare. Great? Emmett gave a sheepish smile. It all makes sense in my head. I'm going to come home someday and you'll have hundreds of pieces of paper on bulletin boards, connected with ominous red yarn like some down-and-out murder detective solving a cold case. Emmett gave a thoughtful look and glanced around the space as though considering. You know, that's not a bad idea. I could turn the walls in the living room into giant storyboards, really help me see the plot, and maybe a giant map of the Empire on this wall. He gestured above the small dining table. Josh's eyes went wide, and Emmett cracked up before continuing. Nah, man, I'll leave the conspiracy theory maniac board for later, when I've officially gone off my rocker. I hear eccentric authors sell more books, Josh quipped. Emmett shot an exaggerated scowl towards his roommate and grabbed a Mountain Dew from the fridge. His books sold plenty of copies. He leaned against the counter. What do you have going on tonight? Josh glanced up from his phone. I've got a family portrait session in about 30 minutes. The light should be perfect at the lake. Actually, I probably better head out and start scouting spots before they get there. Have fun, Emmett said. Always do. Emmett knew that was true. Josh was perpetually light-hearted and positive, full of energy and a quick joke. Usually, people expected him to be grumpy or intimidating with his muscular frame and tattoos. But Emmett had quickly realized that Josh was one of those fullness of joy believers. No matter how hard Emmett tried, he never seemed to be able to get there. Part of him thought it was because Josh had grown up with everything Emmett had only dreamed of. 2 parents who loved him, 2 kids in the nice house, church every Sunday. Emmett, on the other hand, had aged out of the foster system, glad to be done being passed from house to house. There had been good ones who fed him and even mostly included him in the family. The others, too often they were the inspiration for the villains in his novels. Usually, he didn't do them justice. The truth was often darker than fiction. Josh ducked out of the garage of the small 3-bedroom house they shared, leaving Emmett alone to another evening of writing. Maybe Words and Bloom would get back on later tonight. He'd leave his chat open, just in case. He skimmed his emails, ignoring one from his agent and another from the social media intern at his publisher. The poor kid had been trying to get him on the phone for weeks. Whoever he was wasting his energy. Emmett wanted nothing to do with social media. It had caused enough problems for him in high school, and there was no way he would waste his time on it now. Chapter 2. When had their church gotten so large? Lavender walked into the imposing building next to her younger sister Rose, among a steady stream of people. Their oldest sister, Lily, would already be waiting, reserving their spots with her purse and extra programs picked up just for the purpose. While her parents still went to a small community church in Minden, Lavender and her sisters had started going to the larger contemporary church with friends during high school. Hawthorne and Avery sat next to Lily, and Lavender grabbed a seat next to her, waving to her brother and his fiancé. "Will Poppy and Harrison be here this morning?" She whispered the question to Lily, who shrugged. Poppy and her husband spent a lot of time in Indianapolis, managing his campaign for governor. The entire row shifted to make room for Lance, arriving before their sister Daisy, which surprised no one. Even when Daisy didn't have to manage mornings at Bloom's farm bed and breakfast, she was unlikely to show up on time. Her boyfriend Lance, on the other hand, had never been late in his life. Lavender felt a sense of relief as the lights dimmed and the music started. She could ignore the crowd of people in the dark, and the threat of conversation from a stranger disappeared. Whispers and giggles from behind her had her glancing back to see a row of young girls staring at her. She turned back quickly, trying to focus on the words flashing on the screen. "Lavender!" A stage whisper caught her attention, once again pulling her attention from the worship service. She turned, wondering who it was. Those girls again? Their eyes widened when she turned at her name, and one turned to her friend. "I told you it was her." Lavender wrinkled her brow and tilted her head. Did she know them? She pointed at the screen and turned back to the front. Rose gave her a questioning glance, and Lavender shook her head with a shrug. During the second song, Daisy snuck in and grabbed a seat next to Lance and Rose. Rose's sweet voice harmonized with the melody in Lavender's ear, and she lost herself in the music, finally able to block out the crowd. After the sermon, Lavender stood and asked Lily how the wedding yesterday at the event barn went. Lavender had planned to take some pictures, but her camera lens was cracked. "Did Josh photograph yesterday?" Lily nodded and said shortly, "Yep, he seems to be doing a lot of weddings." "Do you have his number? I need a new lens, and I'm wondering where he gets his equipment." Lily pulled out her phone and sent Lavender the contact. "Thanks." "You guys want to grab lunch someplace?" Hawthorne asked from the end of the row. While the debate ensued about where to eat, A quick tap on her shoulder had Lavender spinning toward the back of the sanctuary. Lavender? Yes? I can't believe it is really you. The young woman's volume rose, and Lavender winced, aware of the attention of her family. Jennifer said she thought it was, but I didn't believe her. It really is you. Lavender felt the heat rising in her cheeks. Hi? We watch your videos all the time. The one you posted last week was so good. She emphasized every word, and Lavender couldn't help but smile at her enthusiasm. Wow, I'm so glad you like them. We do, Jennifer chimed in. And oh my goodness, you look adorable. I mean, of course you do. You are Lavender and Lace after all. Lavender's neck burned where she felt the eyes of her family. Her hands were getting clammy around the handle of her crossbody leather bag. She glanced down at her jeans and tunic top. Thank you. It was really nice to meet you both. Lavender wanted to bolt, hating every minute of this awkward conversation. Sorry, but I have to run. Have a great day. Jennifer and her friend seemed disappointed, but Lavender quickly squeezed past Rose and Daisy. Lance politely stepped aside and let her pass. Lavender ducked her head and walked quickly toward the exit. Those girls had seen her blog and recognized her in real life, something she never thought would happen. The internet always felt like this sort of safe place where she could be herself, but not really herself, a better version of herself. Her family knew about her blog and videos, but as far as she knew, none of them had ever read a post or watched a video. Lavender, wait up! Rose's voice called across the parking lot, her cowboy boots clicking steadily toward Lavender as she made a beeline for the safety of the car. A gust of wind blew her blonde hair into her face, and she pulled it back, slowing enough for Rose to catch up. What was that? It was nothing, just someone who knew me. Her heart was still racing, face still hot with embarrassment. From your website? Rose clarified. Lavender nodded. She still couldn't believe someone had recognized her. Lavender and Lace had fans, but it didn't feel the same to think she had fans. Rose unlocked the car, and they both climbed in. Rose waited, graciously giving time for the silence to seep into Lavender's racing thoughts and settle her. That's never happened before, she whispered to her lap. Rose appeared in Lavender's periphery, leaning forward to peer around the curtain of Lavender's hair. That's a good thing, right? That means people are watching your stuff? Lavender shrugged. I guess. I mean, I knew people were reading. I knew I had followers. But it seems strange to have someone recognize me in real life. Rose nodded and sat back. You're like a celebrity. The laugh she'd been holding back escaped, and she shook her head. No, I'm really not. Exactly how many followers do you have? Lavender jerked a shoulder. I don't know, 100,000? Rose's eyes grew wide. Seriously? That's amazing, Lav. It's no big deal, it's just a blog. It doesn't sound like just a blog. I'm so proud of you. Despite the anxiety of being recognized, Lavender couldn't help but smile and lean over for a hug from Rose. Most of the time, her family only focused on the work she did for Bloom's farm. Despite the hours she spent on the blog and helping her other clients succeed, nobody saw the rest. She liked contributing to the farm, but she loved writing and helping people feel good about themselves. And she really did enjoy teaching companies to use social media. It was such a powerful tool that so many left untapped. Until Rose affirmed it, she didn't even realize she was missing the approval from her family. She pulled back. "Thanks, Rose. Did anyone decide on lunch? I'm starving." A text from Daisy let them know they would meet at El Rodeo, a family favorite Mexican restaurant with bottomless chips and salsa. The brightly colored walls and mosaic tables always made Lavender a little dizzy at first, but the food was excellent. Hawthorne and Avery pulled into the parking lot ahead of Lavender and Rose, and they all walked into the restaurant together. Hoping to move past the incident at church, Lavender asked Avery, "Did you pick out the bridesmaids' dresses yet?" Avery shook her head. "No, I'm tempted to let everyone choose their own dress." Avery glanced at Hawthorne and then back to Lavender and Rose. 7 bridesmaids is a lot to coordinate, she admitted. Avery had a sister of her own who lived in Colorado, and she had asked all of Hawthorne's sisters to be in the wedding as well. Rose spoke up. "You really don't have to have us all in the wedding party if it is too much." Lavender nodded her agreement. Maybe Poppy had the right idea with the whole secret wedding thing. Avery's eyes widened. "Oh no, I didn't mean that. I just meant it's hard to find a dress that flatters everyone. I definitely want all of my new sisters to be up there with me. You have all always been like a second family to me. Now it's official." Daisy and Lance stepped inside to join them in the waiting area. "Lily is on her way. Someone cornered her about reserving Storybook Barn when we were walking out," Daisy explained. The hostess pulled a few tables together in the center of the room, and the 6 of them sat down, reaching for chips when the waiter brought over several baskets. "So, Lavender, are you going to tell us about those girls at church?" Daisy was an expert interrogator, her conversational questions almost impossible to deflect. "It was nothing," Lavender said quietly. Rose chimed in. "Did you all know Lavender has 100,000 people following her videos?" Daisy's mouth fell open. "Are you serious?" Lavender felt heat rising up her neck. "It's no big deal, guys. Anybody want to split an order of fajitas?" Rose frowned. "It is a big deal, sis." "Yeah, I had no idea. I guess I thought you just made those videos for fun," Daisy agreed. Hawthorne looked around the table in confusion. "What videos?" Typical Hawthorne to be clueless. Avery gave him a disappointed glance. "Seriously?" He offered an apologetic shrug. "Did I miss something?" "Always," Rose quipped. "Lavender has a blog and video channel about fashion." "Cool." Hawthorne was apparently unimpressed. "Avery, how about platter number 6? Daisy rolled her eyes at their brother and turned back to Lavender. "That's really awesome, Lav. I'm sorry I underestimated you. No wonder you are so good at managing the stuff for the farm. It's small potatoes for an expert like you." Did her family even realize she ran a business beyond the farm and the blog? She managed social media for a handful of businesses in town and sold online courses. "Thanks, guys. It started as a hobby, but I really like it. I get to write about whatever I want and people actually read it." Well, maybe not whatever she wanted. She hadn't been brave enough to publish any of her more faith-centered writing. People didn't come to Lavender and Lace to read about Jesus. They came for the fashion tips. "What do you write about?" Lance asked. "Mostly fashion and makeup, but I also write about self-esteem and confidence. To her, fashion went hand in hand with confidence. Not that self-esteem should be tied up in your appearance, but feeling good about herself made her enjoy spending time on her appearance. You write about confidence? Hawthorne's disbelief stung, and she felt her cheeks burn. How did she respond to that? Lavender knew she was quiet, but it wasn't because she was insecure about herself. Luckily, Daisy came to her defense. Lavender is confident. Just because she doesn't strut around or throw it in your face doesn't mean she isn't. Someone can be quiet and still be confident. Lavender appreciated her sister's comments, though they made her feel a little worse. She was confident in her looks and her thoughts, but she still had never been confident enough to risk sharing about her faith. Hawthorne held up his hands in surrender. Sorry, I didn't mean it like that. Lavender, I think it's awesome that you have so many followers and that you use it to encourage people like that. Thanks, she said quietly. Now, can we find something else to talk about? What did you guys think of the sermon? Chapter 3. Libraries were the greatest invention in the history of man. Emmett looked around in appreciation as he walked into the local library. Maybe the greatest after electricity. Emmett was a pretty big fan of air conditioning and refrigerated foods. But libraries? A building full of books free to borrow? That was the dream for a kid who grew up poor. He perused the shelves in the writing reference section. Maybe he needed to do a little more work on his character development. Valek was strong and likable, but did he grow enough through the book? Whatever was wrong with the newest Chronicles of Arkindia book, maybe this would help him figure it out. You'd think by book 4 he would know what he was doing, but this manuscript had him totally lost. Emmett pulled down a book and skimmed the back cover before tucking it under his arm. He continued reading the spines, vaguely aware of the person studying the shelves and coming towards the place he stood. He glanced up and saw perhaps the most beautiful woman he'd ever seen outside the pages of a magazine. Her blonde hair was long and hung in waves over her shoulders as she studied the spines. What would she be looking for? He cleared his throat, and she looked up. Can I help you find something? Great. Now he sounded like he worked there. Emmett had worked in a bookstore years ago, but he'd never used that as a pickup line. Why was he trying to talk with this beautiful stranger anyway? She wouldn't be interested, and he had words in bloom to think about. Her pale cheeks filled with color, and she shook her head, then lowered her gaze to step around him. The unexpected shyness made him wonder if he had done something wrong. She certainly didn't look like she would be self-conscious. Emmett glanced down at his khaki cargo shorts and black t-shirt. Maybe he made her nervous. Was it possible to look intimidating with writing books under your arm? He turned, expecting to see her halfway down the aisle. Instead, she was right next to him, her finger tracing the spines of the writing books. His pulse jumped. Are you a writer? I've read most of these if you need any recommendations. If she was a writer, perhaps she was more than just a pretty face. If he was going to make additions to his short list of friends, it would be for another writer. The woman looked up at him with wide green eyes, and he saw the dusting of freckles on her nose. He rubbed the back of his neck nervously. Thank you. I'm just looking. Her voice was small and sweet, but left no room for further conversation. Well, that was that. As much as he wanted to unpackage the mystery of the writer who looked like a model, she clearly wasn't interested. If he was done embarrassing himself, he might as well be done looking for books. "Okay, good luck with your writing," he said before turning away. "You too." The words came quietly from behind him, and he almost thought he imagined them. When he turned back for one last glance, though, she was watching him with a perfectly motionless stance. He held up a hand in farewell, then walked to the end of the aisle and toward the circulation desk. Emmett had never seen her before. Was she new to the area? New to writing? Or had they really never crossed paths? Mrs. Rucker, the librarian, greeted him with a friendly smile when he set his books on the desk. "Well, hello, Emmett." "Hi, Gladys. I think I've got a book on hold, too." She turned to retrieve the newly released book in his favorite science fiction series. "Here you are. I made sure you were the first one to get this one." He smiled. "I'm glad my frequent flyer status comes with privileges," he joked. She finished scanning his books and tucked the receipt inside the cover before sliding them back across the desk to him. "Have a great day, Emmett." "Thanks. You too." The words had him thinking about the mystery girl. "Hey, Gladys, do you know the blonde with the purple shirt over in nonfiction?" Gladys's smile broadened, and he saw the excitement in her eyes. "Oh, yes, I do. But I'm afraid I can't give out another patron's information, Emmett." She leaned over and whispered, "But I do know she comes in every Tuesday morning around this time." Interesting. So they'd simply missed each other. Usually he came in the afternoons, but he had needed to get out of the house. Emmett nodded and rapped a knuckle on the counter. He winked at Gladys. "Thanks, Mrs. Rucker." "See you next week, Emmett." Lavender tried to ignore the fluttery feeling in her stomach after the man with the piercing golden brown eyes left. It wasn't that she didn't want to talk to him, but she hated talking with strangers. It was so much easier to talk to nameless, faceless viewers on her videos, or chat with Will Write for Tacos. She's never met him in person, or even seen a picture, but he was probably her closest friend, other than her sisters. With 5 sisters, did a person really need friends? Daisy would say yes, but she was outgoing and didn't have a shy bone in her body. Lavender was more than content with her family and her online friends. Will Write for Tacos sometimes gave her the same fluttery feeling as the good-looking guy at the library, but he managed to do it with words alone. She should focus on finding someone who connected with her on an intellectual level, not just physically. Mystery Guy had said he was a writer, so he probably wasn't adult. It didn't matter anyway, because she had completely brushed him off, even if that hadn't been her intention. Lavender sighed and turned back to the books. She found the one she was looking for, a guide for writing advertising copy. She was always looking to improve her skills, and writing ad copy was similar to writing for social media and email campaigns. The Christian fiction section pulled her in, and she grabbed a few intriguing titles before checking out. Next stop was the camera store. Josh had given her the name of a friend who worked there and helped him get all his equipment. Josh didn't come around the farm much anymore, which was a shame because he was always so much fun. He even danced with Lavender at his sister Mandy's wedding. Josh was single and handsome, but he didn't make her palms sweat and her heart race like the handsome stranger who offered to help her pick out writing books. Like Will Write for Tacos made her feel when she chatted with him. She shook her head, trying to clear the thoughts of the handsome stranger. If he had her pulse elevated, it was just because she disliked talking to new people. Definitely a different reaction than the way Will Write for Tacos made her smile and rush to her computer every night. Chapter 4. Emmett wouldn't say he deliberately went to the library again on the following Tuesday morning. It was just convenient. He had to admit the prospect of seeing the soft-spoken stranger from last week was enticing. Half-heartedly, he browsed the geography section, which conveniently gave him an unobstructed view of the writing reference shelves. Emmett's heart ticked up at the sight of familiar golden tresses as she peered around the corner of the aisle. Her back was to him, and he watched with undisguised interest. Who was this woman, and why couldn't he stop thinking about her? "Looking for someone?" She gasped in surprise before straightening and turning to face him. Her vivid green eyes met his, and he couldn't help but smile. His repetitive thoughts over the last week hadn't exaggerated her beauty. Was there more to her than the surface? She stepped back and held a hand to her heart. No, I was just..." Emmett grinned as the woman across from him blushed and stammered. "I was hoping I would see you again," he said. She glanced up sharply. "You were?" He smiled. "Yes, I was. It's not every day I meet a beautiful woman at the library who also happens to be a writer." "Oh, well, here I am," she finished with a shrug. "I'm Lavender," she offered. "Emmett." He held out his hand and she shook it. "Shall we?" He gestured to the aisle of books. They stepped into the aisle together, and Emmett tried to think of how to fill the silence. Thankfully, she spoke first. "So, you mentioned you were a writer?" Emmett nodded. "Yeah, I write epic fantasy novels." "Wow, anything I've heard of?" "Maybe. Know what a loiken is?" The race of small troll-like creatures were fan favorites due to the mischief they caused. "Can't say I have." He wasn't really surprised. She didn't exactly seem like his target audience. "That's all right. What about you? What do you write?" Something about Lavender pulled at him. She had an artsy vibe, and she was quiet, careful to speak as though considering each word, like an author might. She took a moment to answer. "Mostly copywriting, actually. I work in marketing." He frowned. "Oh, no creative writing then?" That was disappointing. All this build-up and a week of daydreams about her, just to find out she was a corporate stiff? "Well, I also blog about fashion and stuff, so I write those, plus whatever thoughts need to be scribbled out on paper." This kept getting worse and worse. Emmett's eyebrows rose. "Oh, don't you think there are more important things in the world to write about?" She frowned at him, and his conscience twinged. Maybe he should weigh his words a bit more carefully. But she was a fashion blogger, for crying out loud. She should hardly call herself a writer. "It might not be writing about world peace or anything, but I make a difference." "Oh, please. A difference in what? Someone's outfit decision? I guess when I saw you here last time, you were getting writing books so you can write about next year's colors and how to match your purse to your mood." Emmett knew he was being a bit rough, but it seemed like every time he was interested in someone, they turned out to be just another follow-the-crowd robot. Served him right for getting hung up on someone without knowing so much as her name. Lavender's jaw tightened, and she lifted onto her toes toward him. "You know what, Emmett? You don't know me, and you don't know anything about my business." Emmett backed away with his hands raised.
No problem. Good luck with your little fashionista thing.
She was right. He didn't know her or her business, and he definitely didn't want to. Emmett was frustrated when he got home, even after he spent the afternoon reading at the park to try to unwind. He'd actually felt a connection to someone. Then, not only had the girl at the library turned out to be another shallow diva, chasing mediocrity and conformity, but he'd come home to find his computer dead. The outlet by his desk was always tripping, and he'd lost 2 chapters of his book. After 30 minutes of panicked searching and trying to recover files that apparently didn't exist, he gave up and went to the kitchen for a drink. Sitting back down, he popped the top on his Mountain Dew and saw the flashing notification from his instant messaging app. If anything could make this night better, it would be Words in Bloom. He clicked on the notification and saw her avatar pop up above a message. Words in Bloom. Are you there? Will write for tacos.
Yeah, good to hear from you. It's been a rough day.
Words in Bloom. Same here. People suck. Will write for tacos.
Yep, that pretty well sums it up. Well, people and computers.
Words in Bloom. What happened? Will write for tacos.
I lost 2 chapters. Brilliant chapters, I'm telling you.
Words in Bloom. I'm sorry. Will write for tacos.
Me too. Oh well. I backed up all my files again, and I'll rewrite it.
A short video of a cat typing frantically at a keyboard appeared in his chat window, and he smiled. Whoever she was, Words in Bloom was way cooler than the prickly Barbie doll he'd met at the store earlier. She called her little blog writing? What a joke. Words in Bloom, though, he knew she wrote about stuff that mattered. She'd sent him bits and pieces of her work before. Deep stuff about God and purpose and confidence. Blogger girl couldn't hold a candle to Bloom. Emmett added a laughing emoji in response. For a few minutes, Words in Bloom didn't respond. He scrolled up and reread their conversation. She'd had a bad day, and he hadn't even asked why. So much for being a great friend. Will write for tacos.
Why do people suck in your world?
Words in Bloom. Tired of judgmental people who think they are better than everyone else, you know?
Oh boy, did he ever.
Will write for tacos.
Story of my life.
Words in Bloom. It's like people think they know you based on 2 seconds. Will write for tacos.
Why do people get so caught up in the exterior? People think because I wear black, I must be into heavy metal music?
He preferred mellower indie rock with thoughtful lyrics, but somehow people always assumed. Words in Bloom. Or how I must want to be famous because I want to be a writer. Will write for tacos.
I get it. It's not why I write books either. I have a story to tell, and I want people to read it.
Words in Bloom. Exactly. I have a message on my heart I want to share. It was no wonder he thought he could fall in love with Words in Bloom. Unlike so many of the girls he met, she had substance. The words he'd read from her were from an artist's soul, like his. Her writing should be in a motivational book, or even a devotional. He needed to forget about the beautiful girl from the library and focus on his writing. He needed to finish this book and send Villec's story out into the world. Then his publisher would get off his back. Lavender ended up leaving the library without checking out any books, another side effect of her run-in with Emmett. She knew she should shake it off and move on. Whatever had happened was far more his problem than her own. Maybe it was a sign, though. She'd resisted telling Will Write for Tacos about her blog for months, not really sure why. But now she knew. She was terribly afraid he would react the same way. Oh, he probably wouldn't be as blatantly rude as the man at the library. Will Write for Tacos would probably give her the same confused looks as her family, with barely concealed laughter. She knew they thought it was a waste of time. At least they had until they found out how many people followed her. But for Lavender, it wasn't about the number of people. It was about one person, finding the tools they needed to handle fashion on a budget, or find a moment of happiness looking at pretty things. Emmett had seemed perfect, handsome, intelligent, funny. It had taken everything Lavender had to form sentences and carry on a conversation. She'd even pretended she was recording a video, because that helped the stammering. But with the flip of a switch, he'd become condescending and judgmental. The sneer he gave was so different from the smile she'd received before. The sudden change had made her flinch. The temptation to defend herself was strong. Why should she care what he thought, though? His snarky remarks about her blog had struck a chord. She had never found the courage to post something deeper on the site. Maybe deep down she agreed with him. After the library, she'd gone to a local restaurant that was looking for tips on their social media accounts. The 2-hour consultation had dragged on. Lavender was off her game and slipping back into the shy, self-conscious woman she was when her professional façade slipped. Chatting with Will Write for Tacos made her feel so much better. But the fear niggled at the back of her mind as she talked about her writing with him. To him, she was a non-fiction devotional writer, which she was, even if it wasn't the whole story. If he knew she was a fashion blogger first and foremost, would his opinion change? She smirked, remembering Emmett's assumptions about her articles. Matching your purse to your mood? The idea was ridiculous enough to actually work, and different enough to get some traction. Ideas started spinning as she chatted more with Will Write for Tacos. She enjoyed her little fashionista thing, as Emmett had referred to it, too much to let it go. Eventually, she would have to be honest with her online friend. Maybe when they met in person. Although they'd been talking for months, she'd been putting off meeting. Online, she could carefully choose and wordsmith her thoughts. In some ways, she could control the perception, just like with her carefully edited videos. But she was tired of an online relationship, especially as she watched Daisy and Lance banter over brunch, or saw the way Harrison looked at Poppy as though she were the only woman in the room. She wanted that. And everything inside her told her Will Write for Tacos was the one. The idea of transitioning from online to in-person was terrifying, though, and a bit complicated. She'd been careful to not give away too many personal details. You could never be too safe as a woman on the internet. And Will Write for Tacos was the same. He lived south of Chicago, apparently. It was only a few hours away, and she'd been tempted more than once to offer an in-person meeting. She'd told him that she lived in rural Indiana on a farm with her family. When the time came to meet, they'd have a lot of ground to cover, not just her day job. Words in bloom. I'm exhausted. Will Write for Tacos. Yeah, but I don't want to quit talking. I've got a meeting tomorrow, though, so I should probably go to bed. Words in bloom. Sad face. Will Write for Tacos. I'll stay up all night if you want me to. Words in bloom. That's sweet, but we both should sleep. Sweet dreams.
We'll write for tacos. Only if they are of you.
Lavender felt the blush across her smiling cheeks as she logged off. This man would be her undoing. She said a quick prayer about when to meet him in person. She was tired of waiting. Chapter 5. Emmett stared at the pen in his hands, resisting the urge to fiddle with it as he half listened to his publishing agent, Trisha Parks. She was giving him one last mini lecture about this meeting with his publisher, Silver Fountain Press. They sat alone in a well-appointed conference room, with miniature bottles of water already resting on coasters emblazoned with the firm's logo. Silver Fountain needs you to bring in more revenue. That means merchandise, fan club memberships, and exclusive content for supporters.
Wait, what was this meeting about? It had to be because he was behind schedule, right? Why are we here, Trish? Shouldn't I be at home writing?
This isn't about the writing, Emmett. Didn't you read a single email I sent you about this meeting? He tried to look ashamed, but Trisha didn't look convinced. He gave up the act and waved a hand.
Give me the high points.
Trisha shook her head at him. It's social media, Emmett. It's always social media. Your books are fantastic. Everybody knows that. But in today's world, you need to be more than a talented writer. Your fans want to feel connected to you. If it were up to him, Emmett would simply write the books. It was nice to see his name on the front, but it was really more of a perk than a necessity. He was 4 books into a planned 7-book series. Would Silver Fountain really drop him now? Before he could ask Trish that very question, the door to the conference room opened, and Emmett glanced up to the familiar face of James Lincoln, his editor, and Timothy Caldwell, the managing editor. Emmett fidgeted in his seat, uncomfortable. Why couldn't they have done a video call? Instead, this trip to Chicago had rudely interrupted his marathon writing week. Not that the words were coming easily anyway. Something about Valek's journey wasn't working yet, and he couldn't put his finger on it. Still, Emmett would rather pull his hair and eke out half a chapter than spend the day in Chicago having a not-so-friendly meeting with his publisher. Standard morning greetings were exchanged before Timothy got right to the point.
We need to talk about your social media platform, Emmett, or lack thereof.
Now, Tim, his agent interjected, you know Emmett is very busy making sure he writes the very best books he can.
The books are not the problem, Mr. Caldwell responded. Authors who can write are a dime a dozen, and we are paying you an awful lot of dimes. We've got merchandise deals and online communities itching for more of E.M. Drake. We need you to embrace your role as a spokesperson for the Arkindian world. Without you, the whole Christian message gets lost, and that was one reason we took a risk on your books.
Emmett shook his head.
You don't want me to be that person. I don't even know what that looks like. For starters, it means occasionally posting on your social media page instead of forcing us to use interns who have never read your books.
Emmett tried to bite back a smile. Trish had told him about the small controversy that had erupted when someone mixed Lord of the Rings and Narnia references in a post on his page. He didn't see the point of social media. It was a waste of time and full of opinionated people with the freedom to spout their opinions without recourse. After painful experiences in high school, Emmett had shut it down and stayed offline, except for the chat rooms where he talked with other writers. With no family to stay in contact with, it wasn't hard to avoid social media altogether. Technically, he'd agreed to maintain an author presence on the 3 major sites. Maintain was such a vague word, though. Silver Fountain Press should have been more specific in their contract.
I have no interest in connecting with fans, online or in person. I'm never going to be the person who enjoys posting about my personal life for the world to see.
He leaned back and crossed his arms.
So tell me, what happens if I refuse?
Mr. Caldwell raised his eyebrows and pressed his lips together.
Mr. Drake, despite your relatively successful book sales, Silver Fountain Press is prepared to terminate our relationship unless you can show a measurable improvement in engagement with fans.
Emmett knew that was the point of this meeting, but it still sounded crazy when he heard it out loud. How on earth had the peaceful career he'd envisioned as an author turned into needing to manage social media, email newsletters, and attending comic book conventions? He let Mr. Caldwell's words soak in and glanced at Tricia. She had taken a chance on him as a young, naive college student, submitting his first partial manuscript. Over the last 10 years, she'd never steered him wrong. She looked at him, waiting for a decision. Emmett did not want to agree, but he also didn't want to start over with a new publisher. He nodded at his agent with a sigh, knowing she would take it from there. Tricia didn't disappoint and quickly shifted into the take-charge persona he'd always admired. Tim, here is our proposal. Emmett will hire someone to help him establish a strong presence online, fix his website, and improve his newsletter. She glanced at her notes and then back at Tim. Would you like to approve the consultant, or can I go ahead and hire someone? Tricia wouldn't steer him wrong, but what was this about hiring someone? He hadn't expected that. He'd been hoping for a promise to do better, something with no real teeth. Emmett clicked the pen and counted the seconds until the meeting was over. Tim nodded.
Find someone. We'll pay for it. Probably someone local so he can't ignore them.
The managing editor gave him a pointed look, despite talking about Emmett as though he weren't in the room.
Just be sure they know what they are getting into.
He resisted the urge to roll his eyes. Could someone just do it for him? What kind of person even did that for a living? Someone who devoted their life's work to social media must be incredibly shallow. It would be torture to spend hours on this, and he had far better things to do. Still, the tone of this entire meeting was clear. E.M. Drake had no choice, and Emmett was going to have to suck it up. As long as this consultant person could get Caldwell off his back and leave him to writing, this book could be the best one yet, if he could figure out what was missing. Lavender rolled the tension from her shoulders and stretched her arms up toward the ceiling. She'd been a little glum for a few days since her run-in with the jerk at the library. Kind of to spite him, and partially because she thought the concept was fun, she'd hit publish on a parody article this morning about matching your handbag to your mood. As much as she was tempted to sit and analyze the clicks and views, she needed to get up and leave the house. Fresh air shouldn't be hard to come by when you lived on a farm, but Lavender found it too easy to stay at her computer all day. She might not be as outdoorsy as her siblings, but Lavender loved the peaceful quiet of the farm, the gently rolling green pastures and hard-packed gravel roads. She walked the 15 minutes to Poppy's barn, where her sister managed the agriculture operation with help from Tate, their newly hired assistant manager. Poppy stayed busy helping her husband Harrison. He announced his run for governor this spring, and the election was just over a year away. But the way Poppy spoke, this was the hardest part of the campaign. If Lavender remembered the conversation from Saturday's brunch correctly, Poppy should be here until the weekend. She stepped inside the barn and wrinkled her nose at the tickle from the dust. When she got to Poppy's office, her sister was there with Tate, showing him something on the computer screen. Lavender knocked on the doorframe. "Hey, sorry, I can come back later," Lavender offered. No, it's fine. We were about done anyway. Tate is about to head over with Lewis to pick the veggies for the CSA baskets. Tate tipped his baseball hat as he shuffled past, and Lavender stepped out of his way. "Hey, Lovey." Poppy greeted her with the familiar nickname. When Rose had been a baby, she couldn't say Lavender, and Lovey had become everyone's favorite name for Lavender. "Hey, how's it going?" Poppy leaned back in her office chair and covered her eyes with her hands. "Oh, I don't know. Good, I guess. I'm so tired, Lav. We had fundraising dinners and banquets every night this weekend. Harrison can't decline an invitation without receiving an earful from Neil. It seems like I've barely seen him. Plus, I'm trying to stay at least sort of on top of things here." She shook her head. "I'm tapped out." "Yikes, what do you think you need?" "I don't know, a vacation?" "Maybe you guys should take a honeymoon," Lavender offered. Poppy tipped her head with a quirk of her eyebrow. "A honeymoon? I guess we never took one. You guys need to go somewhere on a beach and take a break." Poppy twisted her wedding ring around her finger. "Maybe," she said hesitantly. "Harrison's brother lives in the Bahamas, and Harrison has mentioned wanting to go see him." Her sister brightened. "We are going to take a honeymoon. Lavender, you are a genius." "I know," she replied flippantly. "Send me a postcard." Poppy smiled. "What brought you out here anyway?" "I'm working on the website and wanted to make sure everything is good to go for Apple Days." Poppy nodded, shifting easily into business mode. "Yep, the dates are still good. Lily has most of the details, but it should be similar to last year with the craft booths." "Cool. I'll use the pictures I took last fall then." "Oh, that reminds me. Would you be interested in taking on some of the social media stuff for Harrison's campaign? Neil keeps pestering us, and Harrison and I know less than nothing about it." Lavender tried to keep a straight face. That would be a big feather in the cap of her little marketing firm. She managed social media for a few companies and had trained countless others. But social media in the political world was a whole new ballgame. The hermit author she'd been hired to help starting next week would be a piece of cake compared to a political campaign. "Neil's the campaign manager, right?" Poppy nodded. "Send me his information and I'll chat with him about what he needs." Poppy sighed in relief. "Thanks, sis. I didn't know how badly I needed to see you today." She stood up and came around to give Lavender a hug. "Thanks for everything." Lavender hugged her sister tightly. Since Poppy moved out of the house last spring, after secretly getting married to Harrison, it had been hard to find time together. "Girls' night next week?" Poppy looked to the ceiling, then closed her eyes. "I think I can. Tuesday? Or maybe Monday? I'm not sure. I'll let you know." "Yeah, sounds good." If girls' night happened, it would be the first time in ages. She could hope, though. She needed to get back and start prepping for her meeting with Emmett Drake. From what his agent said, he had 0 social media experience. Lavender wasn't worried. She had taught a lot of clueless senior citizens how to maximize their platform. Surely she could do the same for Mr. Drake. The only downside was that Trisha had insisted the coaching had to be done in person, which Lavender didn't usually offer. It was local, though. How hard could it be? Chapter 6. The knock at Emmett's door made him grimace and roll over to bury his head in the blessed softness of his pillow. A moment later, the thudding repeated, louder this time. Probably a delivery. They would go away in a second and leave him to his much-needed sleep. After a late night of writing and hoping Words in Bloom would jump online, he was exhausted. Another bang on the door, and he groaned. He was going to complain to the delivery service for this. He crossed the living room and kitchen to open the door, expecting the familiar driver who delivered his groceries and online bookstore orders. Emmett froze at the sight of the woman from the library. What was her name? Some sort of flower? "You?" she said. "E.M. Drake. Emmett Drake," she whispered, pressing a hand to her forehead.
"Are you some kind of crazy fan? How much did you pay Gladys to reveal my address?"
He should have used a fake address. Surely the library would have understood. She lowered her hand and straightened. "I assure you, Mr. Drake, I am no fan of yours. I have, however, been hired by Trisha Parks on your behalf. She assured me you knew I was coming and had agreed to this time. I'm Lavender from Bloom Social Marketing." Emmett shook his head to clear the mental fog. Vague recollections of emails with Trisha earlier in the week came back to him. Bloom Social. That was clever, since her name was Lavender. He'd been right about the flower thing. He left the door open and turned away to walk toward the kitchen. Her voice rang out behind him, muffled from the other side of the wall. Should I call Trisha or—"
"You shouldn't end a sentence with a conjunction. It confuses the reader."
He tapped the power button of the coffee maker and started scooping grounds into the basket. "You're the listener, not the reader." He felt his muscles tense at the closeness of her voice, and he turned his head to confirm she was now in the kitchen with him.
"Same thing."
"Yes, well, you are the author. I'm just the
fashion blogger,"
he deadpanned, glancing at her colorful blouse and white pants that for some reason didn't reach her ankles. The shade of red rising on her cheeks was quite becoming. "Among other things," she cleared her throat, "including the social media and image consultant hired to bring your online author presence into this century." Emmett felt a headache coming on.
"Can't you just do that for me?"
The woman shook her head. "It doesn't work like that, Mr. Drake."
"Why not? Surely people don't care or know that it isn't actually me posting nonsense on a Snapbook page or whatever."
It wasn't like they could see the man behind the curtain. "With all due respect, I think I know a little more about this than you, so give me a little time to show you."
"I'll give you 1 month.
1 full month of this would be agony. Surely that was more than enough. How hard could it be to manage a page about himself? Her mouth fell open, and he turned back to watch the coffee impatiently. Oh man, he needed coffee. Lavender was far too close and far too pretty to handle without coffee. She was the picture of professional fashion. He was still in sweats and a white t-shirt. Not that it was too different from his normal attire, but he would have at least brushed his teeth if he'd remembered a meeting. Living in foster care hadn't exactly lent itself to affording the name-brand clothes and shoes that had been so critical to acceptance in school. Not to mention his good grades and lack of interest in sports. Emmett had never fit in with the mainstream popular kids, and they made sure he knew it. The bullying at school was no reprieve from the frequent bullying at the homes he lived in, either from other kids or the parents themselves. People who cared about labels and fashion, they always judged him by his worn-out sneakers and hand-me-down charity shirts, never taking the time to see below the surface. Now, Emmett always wore what he could pick up at the thrift shop in good condition, no matter how rich or successful he became as an author. He would never become someone who spent $50 on a shirt, or be friends with anyone who cared. Lavender obviously cared far too much about her image. A social media expert figured. Much to his relief, they didn't do much today, except set a schedule for their next several meetings. He could have gone without the digs from Lavender about his lack of preparedness. Despite his looming book deadline, he had to meet with Bloom's social marketing twice a week for the next month. She left less than 30 minutes later as he finished his second cup of coffee. Hoping to find a bright spot in the day, he jumped online after lunch and sent a message to Words in Bloom. "Will write for tacos."
Well, I had a very bad, no good morning. How about you?
Words in Bloom. It was okay. A bit of an unexpected plot twist, but nothing I can't handle. How's the book?
Will write for tacos. Ugh, it's not good. I'm really struggling. Can I just skip this one and write a different one?
Words in Bloom. Ha ha, it can't be that bad.
It really was that bad, but he wouldn't tell her. He really needed to give himself some sort of incentive to dig in and finish the draft, even if it was terrible.
Will write for tacos.
What would you say to a wager?
Words in Bloom. Skeptical. What kind of wager? Will write for tacos.
I think it's time we met in person. Would you agree?
Words in Bloom. Words in Bloom. Yes, I agree. Emmett felt a wave of relief at her response. At least she hadn't shut him down. Will write for tacos.
Okay, if I finish my manuscript before Labor Day, we meet.
Words in Bloom. No deal. I'll bet you dinner that you can finish your manuscript in 3 weeks. Will write for tacos.
Are you crazy? There's no way, especially now that I've got this other dumb thing I agreed to do.
Words in Bloom. I'll buy tacos. Will write for tacos.
I'll buy the Mountain Dew. Gotta go. Need to write.
Will write for tacos' enthusiasm brought a smile to her face, but she was sad to see his status switch to offline. There was a knock behind her, and Lavender turned to see Rose standing in her doorway. With a few practiced strokes, she minimized the windows containing her chat with Will write for tacos. "You're up late," she said by way of greeting. Her youngest sister was always up early to take care of the animals, especially after their father had a stroke last fall. Rose had taken on nearly all the responsibility on the livestock operation. Even Lavender had needed to help with the farm tasks she usually avoided, like gathering eggs and mucking stalls. She'd take her computer or the farmer's market stand any day. "Yeah, I had a call with Sarah Beasley from church." Lavender tried to place the name, but couldn't. "Who?" "Sarah is the director of student ministry, remember?" Lavender nodded, the memory of the athletic brunette woman becoming clearer. "What were you talking with her about?" They are really short on leaders for the high school girls' groups. You know, I've been one for a couple of years, but she wanted me to pray about anyone I thought would be a good fit." Lavender raised her eyebrows. "And naturally, you want me to pray about others too?" Rose laughed. "Well, yes, that would be great, but I'd like you to consider volunteering yourself." Lavender shook her head, and her sister came in to sit on the corner of the bed. "Come on, Lavender, I know you. You have words these young women need to hear." "I can't seem to say them though, Rose. You know that." Rose looked at her with kind eyes. "I know you think that's true, but the whole time Sarah was talking, yours was the only name God put on my heart." Rose stood and continued. "Just pray about it, okay? You could make a huge difference. You remember high school. Those girls need more than a cute purse. They need Jesus." Lavender sighed. I know you do, but maybe it's time for you to step out from behind the computer and say it louder." Lavender pulled a foot onto the office chair and hugged her knee. "I'll think about it." At Rose's wide smile, she added, "No promises." "Thanks, sis. They start meeting tomorrow since summer vacation is almost over." "Seriously? Tomorrow? Way to give me plenty of time." The following night, Lavender looked around at the group of high school students gathered in informal clusters. The social hierarchy was evident, even within the church youth. How was she going to do this? Yells and cheers erupted from a group of high school boys, and Lavender looked toward the commotion to see Josh's exuberant smile as he handed out high fives. Musicians stood on the small stage, preparing to start the worship session, and Rose chatted with a small group of girls next to her as Lavender tried to appear interested. What was God trying to do with her here? She was supposed to form relationships with girls half her age? She couldn't even make friends with women her own age. A heavy arm landed on her shoulder.
"Lavender Bloom, I never thought I'd see you here."
Josh's friendly tone brought a smile to her face. "Blame Rose. It was her idea."
"Well, I think it's great. The girls will love you."
Lavender held back the scoff. "We'll see."
"Have you ever met my roommate? Emmett is around here somewhere. I can introduce you."
Lavender's eyes went wide, and she watched in horror as Josh used his towering height to locate Emmett in the crowd and yelled, "Yo, Emmett!" Lavender's mouth fell open, and she tried to protest. "No, wait!" He waved his friend over. She was tempted to yank his arm out of the sky, but in an instant, Josh looked back at Lavender.
"You're going to love him."
Emmett appeared at Josh's side.
"What's up? Hey, Rose."
His eyes shifted to Lavender, and she wanted to sink into the polished concrete floor and disappear forever. She looked around the room for an escape. When she couldn't find one, she squared her shoulders and prepared to face the man who made her feel as big as Thumbelina. Josh pulled her close.
"Emmett, this is Lavender."
"We've met," Lavender said coolly, not removing her gaze from Emmett's.
"Oh?"
The confusion in Josh's voice was obvious. Emmett's guilty expression gave him away.
"Lavender was hired by my publisher."
"I'll be helping Emmett use social media more effectively." Lavender's tone was anything but kind, and Josh looked down with a puzzled expression, glancing between the two of them. She wasn't about to back down. Emmett might not respect her business or blog, but she wasn't ashamed.
"Okay, somebody better tell me what's going on here."
Emmett opened his mouth to reply, but the lights dimmed and the music started, cutting off the conversation. Lavender almost wondered what he would say. How would he defend himself? Josh leaned down to speak in her ear.
I'm sorry if Emmett was rude or something. He's a good guy.
Lavender shook her head. It's fine. She pointed to Rose, who now stood with a group of high school girls near the front of the stage. Wordlessly, she let Josh know she was going to join her sister, then walked away. Anything to be away from Emmett and his golden brown eyes and inexplicable attitude. What kind of role model was he for these high school boys anyway? She tried to focus on the music and the meeting. God had put her here for a reason. She was going to do her best to be a good leader and to ignore Emmett while she was at it. Chapter 7. Emmett watched Lavender from across the room. Josh seemed awfully comfortable around her. Maybe Josh was into Lavender, and Emmett had messed it up. But Josh had never said anything or acted like he was interested. No, Josh had the same comfortable relationship with Lavender that he had with most people, completely comfortable in his skin and impossible not to like. A girl who spent her time blogging about fashion would hardly fall for a guy who wore the same leather jacket 5 days a week and rotated the same 10 t-shirts. Josh was passionate about a lot of things, but clothes were not one of them. Emmett's gaze kept wandering across the dimly lit room to where Lavender stood near the front of the stage. Her arms were raised slightly from her sides, as though she wanted to extend them up to heaven, but only so no one could see, which for an attention-seeking influencer wannabe seemed incongruous. Her blonde hair cascaded over her shoulders as her head tipped upward. Emmett's fingers twitched with a desire to run through it. Focus on the song. He was here to teach these boys how to be honorable men of God. How was he supposed to do that when he couldn't stop staring at Lavender? He'd been a youth group leader for 4 years, almost since he started living with Josh. He knew Rose, but she was almost 10 years younger. Lavender seemed closer to his 32 years, but maybe it had been wishful thinking. Maybe Josh would know. Of course, asking Josh anything about Lavender would give away his interest in her. Either way, he knew Josh would have questions about why Lavender would respond like that to his presence. Lavender was probably a perfectly nice woman. If it hadn't been for his own high hopes after their first meeting, they might have gotten along. Those hopes had been dashed when he found out she was a fashion blogger. Now Emmett would be working with her for a month. Most likely, any way he tried to spin it, Josh would see straight through his excuses and remind him that everyone deserves respect, created in God's image. Emmett stood and let his thoughts wander as the worship music, played by talented high school musicians, washed over him. The words sank deeper into his soul, and he finally closed his eyes and let the distractions fade away. Whatever Josh had to say, and however the conviction was starting to twinge, Emmett wasn't ready to befriend a woman like Lavender. It would ruin things for him and Words in Bloom anyway. After the youth pastor spoke, they broke into small groups, and Emmett sat in the circle with the young men he'd been leading for 2 years. They would graduate in another 2. They were good kids, but how many of them would have a faith that lasted through college? That was one thing Emmett always knew. His faith was his own, not his parents'. That was what he wanted for his group of students. God had given him this time with them, but it still seemed like so little. Emmett knew he'd spent less time in places that had more of an impact on him than others. He tried his best to stay present and not let his thoughts wander back to the woman he couldn't seem to stop thinking about.
Okay, who wants to start? Tell us about your week.
Lavender sat in the circle of girls, staring back at her with a mixture of amused boredom, interest, and downright hostility. Well, this could be interesting. Thankfully, Rose sat next to her and started the conversation. I want you all to meet my sister Lavender. She gave an awkward half wave, and some of the girls smiled. I thought we could all introduce ourselves. Lavender is going to be your new group leader. What about you, Rose? A petite girl with short blonde hair asked. I'll be around, but there is a group of 8th graders who will need a leader after Amy has the baby. Aw, we like having you. This was a bad idea. Maybe she should leave. Rose smiled. Trust me, you guys are going to love Lavender. Carly, would you start? Let's go with your name, your school, and your favorite dessert. Lavender watched as the girls obediently introduced themselves. Rose was quick to comment on their introductions, building connections in shared experiences. Meanwhile, Lavender sat silently, unsure of what to say. Finally, it was her turn. Hi, I'm Lavender. I'm 28 years old, and I run a marketing firm where I teach companies how to use social media. The girls stared at her with blank faces. I also have a blog called Lavender and Lace where I talk about fashion and makeup. I've seen your stuff, an athletic brunette chimed in excitedly. Oh yeah, me too. You did that video about how to turn a t-shirt into a scarf. Lavender nodded. The scarf video had been the closest thing she'd ever had to something going viral. It had over 1 million views since she posted it last year. That's you? Another girl questioned. Whoa. It's no big deal. She glanced at Rose and saw her sister beaming with satisfaction. Okay, maybe Rose did know what she was talking about. With the ice broken, the conversation shifted, and the girls easily filled the time. Lavender laughed as they shared the experiences from their week at school and tried not to feel left out when inside jokes and memories came up. Rose asked the next question from the discussion guide. Did you think more about yourself or others this week? Hesitantly, the girls started answering. I think I thought more about others this week. I helped a girl with her math homework, one girl offered. Rose prodded further. That's great, Sydney. What would be some other ways it is good to think about others? The discussion circled through helping and serving others until Rose challenged them further. What would be some ways it's not good to focus on others? Worrying too much about what people think about you, Carly said. The other girls nodded in agreement. Lavender tried to remember how she'd been at 16. That was the year Dandelion went off to the military and Daisy had gone to New York. Lily had moved out, desperate to find her own space, and Poppy had left for college. For once, the house at Bloom's farm was quiet in the evenings. Rose spent most of her nights at the barn, even doing her homework from a small table in the stable where she could be close to the horses. Lavender, on the other hand, stayed at the house or at the small county library in Minden. Mostly, she was too quiet to have very many friends at school. Not athletic, not especially musical or theatrical. She was studious and reserved, and spent too much time bemoaning her lack of designer clothes and her perpetual station just outside the in crowd. What would she tell her 16-year-old self? Lavender swallowed heavily. That's so true, Carly. It's really easy to care too much about what people think about you. It's more important to make sure you are thinking about yourself in a healthy way. And the best way to do that is to fill your thoughts with the things God says are true about you. What does God say about you? We are loved, Sydney offered. Lavender nodded. Go ahead and own it for yourself. I am loved. The girls repeated it, and the grin spread across her face. What else? I am forgiven. Yes, what else? I am beautiful. God made you, and God doesn't make mistakes. I am strong. The girls were smiling now, and Lavender sat back as the affirmations continued. Those are the things she needed to hear at 16. Honestly, they were probably the same things she needed to hear at 28. Rose glanced at her across the circle with wide, encouraging eyes and a thumbs up. Chapter 8. Lavender squared her shoulders and adjusted the strap on her bag one last time. Deep breath. He was just another client, and this was just another meeting. She rapped on the door sharply, hoping to seem assertive instead of her actual terrified state. The door swung open, and she saw the retreating form of Emmett Drake as he walked away, leaving the door open behind him, presumably in invitation. She shut the door behind her and stepped into the house he shared with Josh Elliott. Why did he live with Josh anyway? Lavender had done her research. Emmett's first 3 books had hit big, topping the bestseller charts for several months, and gained a huge following. She didn't know a lot about book royalties, but seemingly he was doing okay. Of course, Lavender had also done a deep dive on his existing online presence, which had taken all of about 5 minutes. The man was nowhere. The website was basically a landing page with buy links. His Facebook page had 1 post a month. Each platform had amassed thousands of followers, eager to hear from Emmett, and he'd yet to say anything to them. Lavender was about to change that. She found him in the kitchen, messing with the coffee maker again. Resisting the urge to tap her foot impatiently, she cleared her throat instead. Where would you like to work today, Mr. Drake? I have a laptop, or we can use your computer.
Don't touch my computer, he growled.
Her eyebrows shot skyward. Territorial, then. Okay, I'll set up at the table then. The dining room table was haphazardly stacked with books, papers, and assorted photography equipment. Carefully, she edged the clutter aside to make a space for them to sit in one corner. There was a heavy thud on the table next to her, and Lavender glanced over, surprised to see a mug sitting next to her. A look up showed Emmett holding his own mug, which must mean,
I don't have any cream, but there is sugar and milk if you want it.
Thank you, she replied lamely. She scooted her chair over to make room for him, catty-corner to her, and opened her laptop. Are you ready?
Let's get this over with.
Not a great attitude to start with, but Lavender would bring him around. Okay, Mr. Drake.
Call me Emmett.
She met his gaze and nodded once. Okay, Emmett, I'd like to start with a short discussion about why you are so resistant to embracing social media as an author. Lavender was really curious. To her, it seemed a natural fit. On social media, someone could mostly communicate with words. Wouldn't an author enjoy that?
I don't use it personally. Why would I use it professionally? My books do all right. I don't understand why Silver Fountain thinks it is such a big deal.
Lavender tried to understand. Okay, I definitely understand people who choose not to use it for their personal life. There are a lot of privacy concerns.
Exactly. I don't need some over-enthusiastic fan showing up on my doorstep.
He gave her a baleful glance, and she chuckled. Yes, well, from the business side of social media, there is little risk of that happening. Let me walk you through the upsides. Over the next 20 minutes, Lavender walked through the statistics and trends for the 3 largest social media platforms. After she'd walked through the same spiel she'd given a dozen times to other companies, she showed him the other authors who used it, and they walked through what he liked and didn't like. Do you have any questions? He took a drink of coffee and lowered his mug.
Just one. How much of my time is this going to take?
Lavender flinched and glanced at her watch. We have about another hour, Mr. Drake, but if you would rather not, I'll tell Trisha to void our contract. Emmett shook his head.
No, I'm sorry, that's not what I meant. This is fine. I meant on a day-to-day long-term basis. How much time do I have to sacrifice to make Silver Fountain Press happy? I am behind schedule as it is. This seems like one more distraction.
Lavender relaxed. Oh, well, I'll do my very best to create a plan for you that limits the amount of time you have to spend. You can execute a well-developed plan in less than 15 minutes a day, but obviously more time will generally yield better results. What do you think you could afford?
If you can make it 10 minutes a day, I'll sing your praises to the Silver Fountain execs.
That was enticing. Working with big-name authors would be another huge feather in her cap and grow her reputation. Deal. Now she had to figure out how to make it work. Let's talk about your goals for social media.
You mean besides avoiding it at all costs?
Lavender glared at him, and Emmett sighed.
Fine, I don't know. I guess they want me to sell merchandise and connect with fans.
Okay, but what would you like to get out of it?
Honestly, I just want my publisher off my back.
You have no interest in connecting with readers, hearing what they think of your book, sharing something about the process with them?
I don't know. Maybe. What would I even share?
We'll get to that later. I'm trying to understand a little more about you so I can develop a plan. Can you tell me why you started writing? Lavender watched as Emmett stared blankly at his coffee cup, avoiding eye contact.
Let's just say my childhood was less than picture perfect. Reading, and eventually writing, became a way for me to escape into another world. That's why I do it today.
Lavender's heart broke at the thought of a young Emmett Drake hiding from his circumstances in the pages of a book. Do you think your readers might relate?
Emmett jerked a shoulder. I don't know. Maybe.
He seemed closer to an adolescent teen right now than a successful author. I think you might find you have more in common with your readers than you think. Lavender grabbed her notebook and began a list of the goals she thought made sense for Emmett. Number 1, limited time commitment. Lavender tapped her pen on the mostly blank paper. How do you feel about being on camera? Emmett's eyes widened.
What?
You know, on camera, recording a video. With limited time to spend, video is probably one of the best ways you can spend it.
Yeah, no, that's not me.
Why not? You're a good-looking guy, well-spoken, confident. Why wouldn't you feel comfortable on camera?
I don't know. Don't you feel self-conscious talking to no one?
How about this? We will do 2 videos during our 1 month of coaching. If you hate it, you don't have to do another one. Emmett sighed.
fine. Has anyone ever told you that you are annoying?
Lavender laughed. My brother Hawthorne nearly every day of my life. Does that help?
A little, so long as you're aware,
he said, with a crooked smile that had her stomach fluttering. She took a sip of coffee to distract herself. Okay, let's get started. We'll start with one platform first and then add the others. For the next hour, Lavender sketched out a posting plan for Emmett, chatting with him about how to share enough with the readers that they would feel like a part of the process without giving too much away. We will keep this simple. Teaser Tuesdays, you post snippets or behind-the-scenes things from your upcoming book. Fun Fact Friday, you post something interesting about yourself or a character and ask your readers a related question about themselves. And every so often, we will aim to throw in a Sunday Night Live video. Emmett nodded along, but Lavender could see the hints of overwhelm in his eyes. Today is Tuesday, so let's post something. What are you working on right now?
Book 4, Valek is about to blow up the Loican stronghold with a firecaster jewel and the help of a Mercasian magician.
Lavender looked at him blankly, unsure if there were real words hidden in there. Uh-huh. She cleared her throat. Anything interesting you can share with readers that would have them excited? His perplexed look was not promising. Okay, can I see the manuscript? He frowned at her and she rolled her eyes. Come on, it's not like I'm going to steal it. I just want to show you. Emmett walked to his computer and opened a document. Lavender read over his shoulder and pointed to a passage. Here, what about this? I have no idea what is happening, but it makes me want to know more.
But you don't even know why he's fighting the Grimful.
Doesn't matter. It's a teaser. Let's talk about what sort of things you can post on these days. They etched out a list of things he could post on teaser days. Lucky for Emmett, he didn't even have to create his own graphics or anything. He could actually get the social media intern from Silver Fountain Press to do a lot of the work.
I type it here?
He pointed to the screen. Nope, that one is to send a message. You want to go over here and create post. Lavender leaned over his shoulder to point, and her arm brushed his shoulder. She hadn't realized how close they had gotten, huddled around his desktop computer in the cramped corner of the living room. Stepping back from the desk, she created space between them. See if you can figure out how to schedule the post for 5 o'clock tonight.
Why can't I post it now?
You could, but I want you to know how to schedule things ahead of time. And posting between 4 and 9 in the evening will be your best times for engagement. She wandered around the room, trying her best to appear disinterested as she studied the books, photos, and knickknacks around the masculine space. He and Josh weren't exactly messy, but the house had the distinct feel of 2 bachelors living there. A TV too large for the space, gaming controllers resting on the coffee table, a couple of empty soda cans on the end table, and no extra pillows on the couch. There were pictures on the wall, too, not surprising, considering Josh's occupation. Lavender saw a stunning picture of a blonde woman looking across a landscape as storm clouds rolled closer in the sky. She stepped closer. It looked an awful lot like the view from the crest of the pasture, looking over the valley and the creek. Josh had spent a lot of time at Bloom's farm, but who was the girl? Maybe a senior portrait he'd done? The picture was breathtaking, the light hinting at the storm to come, and full of emotion.
Any idea who she is?
Emmett's voice surprised her with its proximity. He had a bad habit of sneaking up on her. Lavender shook her head. You?
Nope. When I asked, Josh just said the picture was a reminder.
Lavender touched the canvas print. A reminder of what?
I have no idea.
Emmett met her gaze, and a few beats passed.
Josh has his secrets. I figure maybe she is one of them.
Lavender turned back at the woman. She was too far away, and her back was to the camera. She could be anyone. When she looked at Emmett, he was still watching her, and he was still too close. Hints of his soap tickled her nose, and there was a slight charge of electricity in the air, as though the lightning storm building in Josh's picture had somehow jumped off the canvas and between them. Her breath caught in her throat, and she stepped back. "Good work today," she said, skirting the coffee table as she made a beeline for her things at the dining room table. "We'll meet again on Friday to post and set up the next platform." She slammed her laptop closed and jammed her notebooks and pens into her bag.
"So, I guess I'll see you tomorrow night then?"
She froze and glanced up sharply. What? The ego on this man must be astronomical if he thought he could assume a date like that.
"For youth group? Will you be there again?"
Heat filled her cheeks as Lavender realized his question hadn't been a come-on. "Yeah, I'll be there. Bye, Emmett."
"Goodbye, Lavender."
She shut the door on his words before hurrying down the front steps. The way he said her name was a little too inviting. Chapter 9. Lavender felt like she hadn't talked to Will Write for Tacos in ages. From the sporadic messages he sent, he was working every spare moment to finish his manuscript so they could finally meet in person. Her computer chimed, and Lavender eagerly opened up the chat icon. Will Write for Tacos.
"Guess what?"
Words in bloom. What? Will Write for Tacos.
"It's the best time of the year."
Lavender narrowed her eyes. Words in bloom. It's not Christmas yet. Will Write for Tacos.
"It might as well be. It's August. School supplies are on sale."
Words in bloom. Why do you love school supplies so much? Will Write for Tacos.
"There is just something about new notebooks waiting to be filled with ideas. Pencils with a sharp point carry so much promise. They signify a school year full of potential. And don't get me started on new pens that still have the little ball of wax on the end." He was talking poetically about school supplies, and her heart did a funny dip. Words in bloom. Whoa, pen snob. What an odd thing to get excited about. She included a smiley face at the end, so he knew she was joking. Will Write for Tacos had never hidden his quirks from her, and she admired him all the more for it. Will Write for Tacos. "Probably, but growing up, I was the kid in the class who had to choose from the donated supplies. I never got the cool superhero-themed folder or the mechanical pencils. I got plain colors and cheap number 2 pencils. Now that I'm an adult, it is liberating to walk down the aisle and buy whatever I want." Words in bloom. That's a great point. I never thought about that with the donated supplies. Why don't people donate superhero folders? Will Write for Tacos. "I make a point to do that when my church has the school supply drive." Words in bloom. My church does that too. I'll make sure I don't skimp for the bargain supplies. Will Write for Tacos. "Folders were the big one. Always wanted the folders. My kids will have whichever ones they want." Lavender remembered her own battles for name brand supplies and clothes. When your family has 6 kids, school supplies were a bulk purchase, and you didn't get to be picky. And when you were the 5th of 6 girls, at least one sister had already worn everything in your closet. Words in bloom. So you want kids? She knew this was broaching serious topics, but they'd done it before. Nothing seemed off limits,
and it was easy to be honest when you couldn't see their face, and you had plenty of time to craft your response. "We'll write for tacos."
I've tried to think about that a lot over the years. Will I be a terrible parent like my own were? Or could I give a kid a better life than I had? It probably depends on if I find the right person to spend the rest of my life with.
Lavender inhaled sharply when she read his words. Too many men her age weren't looking for something serious. Words in bloom. Definitely a decision to make together, but it's good to be somewhat on the same page. "We'll write for tacos."
Agreed. What about you? Kids?
Words in bloom. Someday, I hope, with the right guy. Emmett stared at the words on the screen, hoping he wasn't reading more into them than Words in Bloom intended. He wanted to be the guy. Words in Bloom was perfect for him. She loved Jesus and writing. She shared his love of books. They both especially loved the classics. "We'll write for tacos."
Do you even know what you do to me?
Words in bloom. Flirting is a woman's trade. One must keep in practice. His smile broadened at her quote, and he supplied the source. At least he was pretty sure he was correct. He preferred the less romantic classics. "We'll write for tacos."
Jane Eyre.
"We'll write for tacos."
I've never been much good at flirting.
Words in bloom. "Oh, I don't know. I bet you do better than you think. I certainly enjoy our chats." "We'll write for tacos."
Honestly, sometimes our conversations are the brightest spot in my entire day. I'm so grateful we met last year, and when I think about meeting you in person...
Emmett wiped his palms on his khaki shorts and finished typing. "We'll write for tacos."
It's the most exciting and terrifying prospect.
Words in bloom. Terrifying? The idea of meeting me is terrifying? He laughed and explained. "We'll write for tacos."
A little. What if you take one look at me and run the other way?
Words in bloom. What if you think my voice is annoying or my ears are too big? "We'll write for tacos."
Bloom, you could be Dumbo at this point and I wouldn't care.
Words in bloom. Well, that's reassuring, because here is a recent photo of me. Emmett's eyes widened in surprise, and he waited for the photo to load. When the image of Dumbo the elephant finally appeared, he burst into laughter. "We'll write for tacos."
Stunning. Have you considered modeling?
Words in bloom. Too many offers. I couldn't decide. She was perfect. Emmett needed to forget about Lavender and focus on Words in Bloom. Whoever she was, whatever she looked like, Words in Bloom knew him better than perhaps anyone in the world, except maybe Josh. But Josh had worked for years to gain that trust. As much as Emmett kept pushing him away, Josh persisted. It had changed Emmett's life because Josh had led him to Christ. Even though Emmett had let Josh in, he mostly kept to himself. It was easier not to get too attached. Even as an adult, Emmett couldn't shake the feeling that he might have to leave suddenly, that Josh might kick him out. Josh would kill him if he knew, but Emmett kept a duffel bag packed, just in case. Too many placements ended with an unannounced visit from his caseworker and a 5-minute window to grab his meager possessions before climbing in the back of the car again. Would that feeling ever go away? Emmett prayed about it. He knew that wasn't his life anymore. He could afford his own house. But for some reason, the thought made him anxious. He'd been in Terre Haute for 10 years now, but home wasn't a word he'd ever been able to use. Chapter 10. Emmett wished it would be easier to avoid Lavender Bloom. After all, the church might be large, but youth group leaders weren't exactly a huge number. Last night, he'd stayed up late, chatting with Words in Bloom. Tonight, as he tried to put his energy into connecting with the high schoolers, he was beat. As a leader, he couldn't sit in the back of the room and fade into the woodwork. Instead, he reached into the cooler by the snack table and pulled out a Mountain Dew. Maybe that would give him the kick he needed. He felt someone behind him and turned his head partway to ask,
"What can I get you?"
"Mountain Dew is fine." He could barely hear them over the music, but he handed them his and dug through the ice to get another soda before standing up and turning around.
"Good choice."
The words died on his lips as he saw who he'd helped. Lavender. She popped the top on her soda. "My best friend loves the stuff. I'm so tired, I'll try anything tonight." She took a drink, and Emmett tried not to watch the slender line of her neck. Lavender winced. "Oh, that's sweet."
He laughed. "Don't drink much soda?"
"Not usually."
"Late night, I take it?"
She smiled, and he saw the heat rise in her cheeks. He raised an eyebrow.
"Boyfriend?"
Lavender shook her head. "No, not a boyfriend. Just a late night hanging with a friend."
Hence the sudden craving for sugar and caffeine.
He raised his soda can, and she tapped it with her own. Exactly. Loud intro music pulsed in the room. It sometimes felt a bit more like a nightclub than a church service, despite the Christian hip-hop being played. Emmett watched the students greet each other as though it had been weeks instead of hours since they'd seen each other at school. Lavender yelled over the music, "How long have you been a youth group leader?" His eyes found Josh, a head taller than most of the students.
"Josh roped me in about 4 years ago when we became roommates. I've been coming ever since."
"He seems to think highly of you," Lavender commented. His eyes met hers, expecting derision, but finding the twinkle of laughter in them.
"And you can't imagine why, I'd wager."
It was no wonder she didn't like him. "Well, we didn't exactly hit it off." Emmett turned toward her.
"Look, I'm sorry about that. It's nothing against you personally.
How could he even explain?
It's complicated, but I never should have been so rude."
"It's okay. I wasn't exactly at my best either."
"Do you like being a leader so far?"
There, that was a safe topic. After a sip of soda, Lavender answered, "I really do. I wasn't sure I would be any good at it. I'm still not really sure, but I think God is really doing something here. It's pretty cool to be a part of it." That was exactly how he felt about it most of the time, ill-equipped and honored. "Oh, there's one of my girls. I'm going to go say hi." She turned back and lifted her soda can. "Thanks again."
"See you around."
He watched her walk across the room and be welcomed to a group of girls with wide smiles and too much energy. She certainly seemed to fit right in. And why wouldn't she? She was beautiful and confident, well-dressed and likable. Her type would never have given him the time of day during high school. Before Emmett could analyze it too much, Liam, from his small group, came up with a plate piled high with the snacks. Emmett raised his eyebrows. "Hungry?" Between bites, his mouth still full of food, Liam responded, "Two-a-day football practice started this week." Ah, the life of an athlete. "Water?" Emmett gestured to the coolers behind him. A grateful nod from Liam, and Emmett reached back to grab him a bottle. "You excited for the season to start?" With that, the young man was off and chatting about his coach and his position. Emmett couldn't really connect with the athletics, but he understood working hard to achieve something. Writing a book was a marathon process, hours and hours that, in all likelihood, would never see a printing press. His first 2 books were that way, tucked in a drawer and better left alone. He had learned more writing those books than he would sitting in any class, even if they were terrible. Is that something Lavender would understand with her work? He took a drink from his Mountain Dew, pulling his gaze away from Lavender Bloom, and turned his focus to Liam. He wasn't in high school anymore, and he had a perfectly normal conversation with Lavender. Why did he feel like he was betraying his former self? Chapter 11. The music ended and Stephen stood up.
Let's play a game, all right? Guys versus girls. Winner gets pizza next week.
The students sat up straighter.
Alter ego of Superman?
A boy from the back row yelled, "Clark Kent!" and the boys cheered.
Okay, that one was easy. Real name of John Legend.
This one took longer, and a girl from the 3rd row called out, "John Stevens!"
That's right. Okay, last question. Secret identity of Samuel Clemens?
Lavender smiled at the question, the answer almost escaping, but held back to see who would win. There were whispers as the students tried to come up with the answer. Then a brunette in the front row hesitantly raised her hand. "Mark Twain?" As the cheers from the winning team died down, the speaker continued.
We might not have a superhero name, or a stage name, or a pen name, but we have a username. A screen name is easy to hide behind. Are you the same person online as you are in person? Are you confident in your identity in Christ, whether online or sitting at a restaurant, at school and at church?
Lavender listened carefully, struck by the questions. They were similar to what she'd been asking herself for months. Was Lavender the same person online and in person? She tried hard to be. Was she the same person with Will Write for Tacos as she was with her family or her blog? Maybe not. She let her online friend read the things she wrote that were deeper, more artistic, but she never showed him her posts about engagement ring trends or the best lip gloss for under $5. Even though she loved sharing that information with her readers, she didn't want to share it with him, afraid it would be too shallow. When Will Write for Tacos met her, would he be disappointed? It was a scary thing to care so much about what someone thought, especially someone who she'd never met. That night, Lavender and Rose drove down the dark gravel roads leading to Bloom's farm. Rose broke the comfortable silence by asking, "What did you think of Stephen's talk?" Lavender weighed her response. "I know it was for the students, but I think it was exactly what I needed to hear. So much of my life happens online, you know? Sometimes it's easy to hide behind the screen. From what I can see, you are doing a good job, but only you can say whether you are being authentic." Lavender could only offer a thoughtful hum in response. Rose was right. If she was feeling convicted, it was a good sign she needed to think about some things. She said goodnight to her sister once they got inside and took her seat at her computer desk. Words had been stirring around in her mind since the speaker finished. She had something important to tell her followers. So many of them messaged her or commented on her posts. Too often, they only wanted to ask questions about the clothes or the products. Sometimes they asked about her. When she posted about confidence, she got lots of comments from people who struggled with it. And it wasn't that Lavender had been trying to be less than real with her followers. Something about social media made it so easy to come across like she didn't struggle with anything. Lavender had accepted Jesus as a young teenager. It was a summer camp experience for a girl who had always grown up in a family of Christians. She'd gone to college and had to choose her faith for herself. Struggling with identity when you were always just one of the Bloom's sisters seemed inevitable to her. Tonight had been a great reminder that she was a daughter of the king, which had nothing to do with how special she was and everything to do with how glorious the king is. Too often, she let her blog focus on herself, which allowed her readers to make it about them. Tonight, she was going to change that. A chat window flashed, and she saw the message from Will Write for Tacos, asking if she was around. She didn't answer, instead opening her Bible app to the passage they'd talked about tonight. 3 hours and 3,000 words later, Lavender pressed save. She shut down the computer with bleary eyes, feeling tired and wrung out from the emotion she'd poured into the words. Of anything she'd written in the past 5 years, this was perhaps the hardest and the most authentic. And the video? That was a whole other story. The video would definitely be a risk, but maybe it would help someone see beyond the surface. If she published it at all. She still didn't know if she could. It was so different than her normal content. That was kind of the point, though. Her audience would probably give it a thumbs up and then wait for her next post about braids versus messy buns. But maybe it would touch someone who needed the message. That was what it was all about, right? She needed to pray about it more. If this was just some sort of emotional glitch, she didn't want to ruin her business over it. The next morning, Lavender grabbed a bowl of cereal and sat down at her desk, diving into her newest farm project. The Event Barn website needed a major overhaul. They had hosted so many events, the pictures could be improved and the copywriting needed work as well. She turned on a playlist of country music while she worked, clicking through hundreds of photos she had taken at weddings last fall and spring. Then she started adjusting the website, updating the list of pricing and packages based on what Lily had given her. Lavender frowned at the screen and pulled out her phone. "Morning?" The groggy voice of her sister greeted her. She glanced at the clock. Still early. "Ooh, sorry, sis. I just have a quick question." Most of the wedding venues I see have special arrangements with photographers or caterers. Do we want to set something like that up? Special rates for people we refer or something? Maybe Josh would want to... "Josh is busy," Lily said sharply, and Lavender's eyebrows shot up. What was that about? Her sister continued, more alert now. "It's not a bad idea, though. I'll think about some potential partners and feel them out." "Sounds good. I'll leave it off the website for now, but I think it would be good. Plus, we need to start pushing for caterers to use the kitchen Daisy put in the bed and breakfast." They disconnected, and Lavender turned back to the website. What was missing? A honeymoon package. She wiggled with excitement. Yes, the bed and breakfast could offer a special wedding night package for the bride and groom along with their event. Quickly, she typed up the details and sent them to Daisy for approval. Nearly 4 hours had passed, and she stood up to stretch. She opened the draft of the post she'd created last night, skimming the words and remembering why she'd written them. There was a knock on her door, and Lavender turned to see Poppy walking through, her sunglasses perched on her head. "Hey, I didn't realize you were here today." Lavender stood to give her sister a hug. "I needed a break from the city. Plus, you know how crazy the summers are. I just came in to grab a bite from the kitchen so I wouldn't hover around the barn. I'm trying to let Tate do his thing, but you can't bear to let someone pack your precious CSA baskets unsupervised." Lavender teased her sister about the community-supported agriculture baskets, but Lavender knew just how successful they had been. After all, the orders came through the website she managed. Poppy gave her a guilty smile. Maybe. How's Harrison? I've got the basics for his social media pages set up. It's not doing much right now, though. I need to schedule a call with Neil. Poppy smiled at the mention of her husband. He's good. Really busy, though. So much for that honeymoon. He's got a big event scheduled after Hawthorne's wedding. You should come and take pictures. Lavender got the date and marked it on her calendar. When she closed the calendar on her computer, the draft of the writing from last night popped up again. Can I ask you a question, Poppy? Of course. What do you do if what people expect you to do isn't what you feel like you should do? Poppy frowned. I think I'm going to need more context, Lav. It's my blog. I write about fashion and makeup and occasionally things like confidence, but I never post about my faith or how it defines my life. And I'm wondering if I should. What if my readers leave? Poppy sat on the bed, tucking one leg under the opposite knee. I'm going to give you some advice I got from someone very wise earlier this year. When I thought I needed Harrison to make a difference, you told me I should do everything I could to make the world a better place and show the people around me who Jesus is, whether that was 2 people or 2 million people. Lavender, it sounds to me like you have the opportunity to show a lot more than 2 people who Jesus is. Was there anything more convicting than having someone give your own advice back to you? Poppy was right. She had an opportunity that few people would ever have. After Poppy left, Lavender turned back to her computer, took a deep breath, and pressed publish. The next morning, before her meeting with Emmett, Lavender pulled out her cell phone and opened her Instagram account. Her eyes widened at the number of notifications. She was used to having some whenever she posted, but thousands? After only one night? She sat back down and pulled up her website manager. The number of comments on her article was way more than normal, even for her most popular posts. Afraid of what she might find, Lavender pulled up the page and skimmed the comments. A handful of comments in, and she grabbed a tissue from the box on her nightstand. The ramble of thoughts she'd unleashed the night after youth group had resonated with people. A lot, apparently. The comments made her smile and laugh. Some were grateful for her honesty. Some were brutally honest about their own struggles. To Lavender, each comment represented a person who had read her words and cared enough to respond. As she scrolled through the comments, she felt tears sting behind her eyes. For so many years, she had struggled to show the world who she was and what she believed. Her latest post had been the biggest leap of faith she'd ever taken, and the fear of lashback had still weighed heavily. Her entire body was flooded with relief that the response was positive. Perhaps that meant she still cared too much about what others thought, but she was being honest. And sometimes the most difficult person to be honest with was herself. Chapter 12. On Friday, Emmett was awake and ready for Lavender. In fact, he'd been thinking about her nonstop since youth group on Wednesday. As hard as he tried to keep from looking toward her and the circle of young girls listening enraptured, he couldn't. This morning, he couldn't let himself be caught off guard. Lavender would undoubtedly show up in some stylish outfit and perfectly curled hair. He ran another hand over his short buzz cut. No fuss. That's what he needed to look for in a woman. The knock on the door, not a minute early or late, didn't surprise him. The tempo of his heart kicked up a notch as he walked to open the door. He swung it open to reveal Lavender on the other side. Her appearance wasn't the professional, stylish look he expected. Her hair was pulled back in a simple ponytail. Jeans and a plaid top finished the girl next door look. She looked even more beautiful than she had all put together. Emmett felt a crack in the defenses he'd been working on. She wasn't supposed to feel knowable. Lavender Bloom needed to stay unobtainable. Even though she wore jeans, she was still the shallow fashion icon and social media addict. Lavender raised her eyebrows. "Are you going to let me in, or are we going to do this in the doorway today?" Shaking off the surprise, Emmett stepped aside wordlessly and shut the door behind her. Lavender walked in and set up her things in the same corner of the kitchen table. Emmett had gotten Josh's help to clear the table this time, so she wouldn't have to shove things aside. He realized he was staring and forced himself to move. "Coffee?" he asked, heading to the kitchen. "That'd be great." "Did you enjoy youth group?" Lavender joined him in the kitchen, leaning against his counter as he pulled down coffee cups. "You know, I really did. I get so nervous, but it has been a blessing." Emmett glanced back. "Why were you nervous?" Lavender shrugged. "Honestly, I was nervous the girls wouldn't respond to me." He scoffed. "Why on earth would you think that? You're everything they want to be in 10 years. Lavender stared into the coffee cup he handed her. "Maybe, but in high school I was just awkward, shy Lavender Bloom, overshadowed by her older sisters." Emmett felt another crack in the defenses he'd built. Lavender? Awkward? He noticed she was relatively soft-spoken, especially in groups. But awkward? No, he wouldn't call her that. "If that is the case, you've apparently grown out of it. If you are real with them, those girls can't help but love you." Lavender smiled at him. "Thanks." She looked like she wanted to say more, but she closed her mouth and lifted her coffee to her lips. When his coffee finished brewing, she started walking to the table. "Now that we are all set, should we get to work?" Emmett stifled the urge to groan a complaint. Since he posted with her on Tuesday, Emmett hadn't even opened the social media app. His job was to think about books. That was why he was doing this whole thing to begin with. He squared his shoulders and joined her at the table. He could do this. Lavender opened the social media app and logged into his profile. "Let's see how our post from Tuesday went, okay?" He grunted his assent and took a large drink, the scalding coffee making him wince. "Wow, Emmett, look at this. You have hundreds of reactions and almost 100 comments. That's fantastic for a post on an inactive page." She flashed a smile at him, and her hand came to rest on his shoulder. Emmett froze at the contact, and his eyes landed on her purple-painted fingernails. Lavender pulled her hand away as though it was on fire. His skin burned from the brief touch, and his thoughts were scattered. He looked up to her face. Her cheeks, without a trace of makeup, were rapidly turning pink with warmth as she stammered an apology. "It's fine," he replied, his voice gravelly. She cleared her throat. He held his breath as he waited, his eyes locked on hers. Lavender shifted her weight and grabbed her upper arm with her hand. She glanced back to the screen, breaking the momentary connection. "It is a really good sign that you have so much engagement. The more you post, the better it will be. Let's schedule your post for later today. I need a fun fact about you or your characters or story." Emmett furrowed his brow and frowned.
I don't know.
Come on. There has to be something only you know about your world or characters, something that never made it into a book. Emmett tried to think about his first book.
I might have something.
He walked to his bookshelf and pulled out a binder labeled Arkindia Book 1. He flipped through it as he walked back, finding the pages he was looking for. He'd created a detailed character profile for each of the main characters. The form asked ridiculous questions like favorite color and food, but also about family and trauma.
Here, anything in here you can use?
He shoved the binder at her. She skimmed the page, and her finger landed on a square in his character interview form. Perfect. Favorites are easy. You share the favorite food for this character and ask the readers to share their own. She typed it up and showed him. It was friendly and fun, but there was something missing.
Would you want to share that real bread is a sweet cinnamon bread? Some people probably don't remember that. It's pretty minor.
See, you're a natural. Lavender typed it and showed him. It looked good, but why would people share their favorite foods with him just because he asked?
Why would people answer this question?
Lavender laughed. Because people like to talk about themselves, and when their favorite author asks them a question, they want to answer. He frowned.
It still seems odd.
That's okay. You can think it is odd, as long as you play along.
They don't call me Mr. Playful for nothing, he deadpanned.
There was a moment of silence before Lavender's laughter rang through the small room. His smile broke through, and soon they were both laughing.
What's so funny?
Josh's groggy voice interrupted, and Emmett jolted. Suddenly he realized how close he was sitting to Lavender. Good morning, Josh, Lavender said cheerily. It was just something Emmett said. Discreetly, Emmett tried to shift his chair to create space. He had to quit forgetting he and Lavender weren't friends.
I never thought he was that funny, but all right.
Josh winked at Lavender and gave Emmett a pointed glance before disappearing into the kitchen. The interruption pulled them back on track, and Lavender spent the next hour walking him through her plan for posting on another platform. He only had to post on one each day, but it rotated. I promised you 10 minutes, so that's what you get.
That's more than enough, I promise, he replied.
He ushered her out of the house when they finished and leaned back against the door with a heavy sigh once it was closed.
Everything all right?
Emmett looked up sharply at Josh's voice. He was leaning against the table holding a bowl, a spoonful of cereal halfway to his mouth.
Yep, just tired of social media.
He stood up.
And the people who think it matters,
he added firmly. He just needed to keep reminding himself of that. Chapter 13. Josh must have been asleep. The house was silent except for the hum of appliances and the muffled barking from the dog next door. He flipped through the mail on the table, and the ding of a message on his computer made him glance up. Words and Bloom? He hadn't talked with her in days. Trying to make progress, he'd started disconnecting the router when he was trying to write. He always seemed to be offline when she could talk, and when he was online, she was logged off. Emmett slid into the office chair and clicked on the flashing window. Words and Bloom. You still awake? We'll write for tacos.
Wrapping up a writing session. What keeps you up so late?
Words and Bloom. I'm tired, but feel like Friday nights should be for more than watching a movie by myself and going to bed early. He could see that. In a perfect world, he would spend Friday nights with Words and Bloom in person, but they'd agreed to wait. We'll write for tacos.
Don't you have 10 people living at your house?
She'd mentioned she had a big family. Why wasn't she spending the night with them? Words in bloom. My parents and 4 of us, but my brother is spending late nights with his fiancée, and everybody kind of has their own thing.
We'll write for tacos. Living with so many people sounds exhausting. I'm glad it is just me and my roommate.
Words in bloom. It can be a bit overwhelming. Usually I just want to be alone, but sometimes when I am, I feel like I should be with people.
Did she want to be with him as much as he wanted to be with her?
We'll write for tacos.
Makes perfect sense.
Emmett added a confused emoji and saw the laughing image pop up. Words in bloom. Clear as mud, as they say. His fingers hesitated over the keys as he considered his response. Words in bloom was the perfect girl for him, and all this time with Lavender was just messing with his head. He typed words he'd been thinking since Words in Bloom mentioned she was lonely on Friday night.
We'll write for tacos. We could meet, you know.
Emmett held his breath and waited for the response. They had agreed to wait until he finished the book. He should say he was joking. He should reach into the computer and pull back the message. But he didn't want to. He wished Friday nights could be for more than a late-night chat session, too. Words in Bloom's response seemed to take ages, and Emmett blew out the breath when he saw it come through. Words in Bloom. Not yet. Disappointment flared, and he tried not to read into her response. Was he setting himself up for a broken heart, hanging his hopes on a woman he'd never met?
We'll write for tacos. Okay, but next Friday night, let's have a movie night. Virtually, of course.
He couldn't fight the grin that broke out when she agreed, and went to bed with a smile on his face. Now he just had to hit his goals for the next week. He had a date. On Tuesday, Emmett found himself at the library again. His writing schedule had shifted to accommodate the meetings with Lavender, and this was the most convenient time. Plus, the books he'd checked out were due. Maybe Lavender wouldn't be here today. He dropped his books off with a wave to Mrs. Rucker, who gave him an excited smile and pointed quietly toward the fiction section. What in the world? Instead of heading directly toward the writing books like he usually did, Emmett strolled down the main aisle, glancing down the rows of fiction until he spotted a familiar head of long blonde hair. Lavender pulled a book from the shelf and skimmed the inside flap. Then he watched in horror as she opened to the last page of the book and started reading. Unable to resist, he walked quietly down the aisle.
You know, it's an insult to the author to read the ending without earning it.
Her lively green eyes met his, and she scoffed. They'll never know.
But now I know.
Her eyes widened. Oh, well, I hope you write a better ending than this. Look at this. It's terrible. She held the book out to him, and he mocked horror, covering his eyes before lowering his hand with a laugh.
You can't read the last page before reading the book.
Oh, come on. You can't tell me you are ever going to read. She turned the book over to check the title. The Cowboy's Reluctant Mail-Order Spinster.
Emmett winced. Are you? He asked incredulously.
Apparently not. Look at this. Again, she offered him the book. Emmett read aloud from the final paragraph, adding a theatrical flair to his words.
Together they would conquer anything. Darcy knew the ranch would survive, and it would be her home forever, until White goes out of style and the cows come home.
He held the book further away, looked up at Lavender's amused face, and back down at the page.
What did I just read?
Told you.
That's atrocious.
No argument here. Emmett flipped the book over and studied the cover.
It could be because it's cheesy romance.
You say that like they are all that bad. I promise they aren't.
I'll have to trust you on that.
Emmett kicked his toe on the dark blue carpet. Shouldn't you be over in the non-fiction section or the literary fiction table?
He shrugged. Mostly I read sci-fi or fantasy books, like the ones I write.
She raised her eyebrows. That's right. You give me a hard time about romance and my fashion blog when you read about magic and aliens.
He straightened. What's wrong with magic and aliens?
He couldn't help the defensive tone in his voice. I just expected something else with your attitude about my writing when we first met.
I would hardly call some little fashion blog and 100 Twitter posts a week writing.
He used finger quotes around the final word and saw her irises darken. You know what, Emmett? You think you are so much better than me, that your writing somehow has more worth than mine. Well, I know for a fact that my words change lives. People tell me every single day. What about yours? What good do they do? Emmett stepped back from the verbal assault. Lavender was kind of right, but he wasn't ready to back down.
I've never seen a fashion blog change someone's life, Lavender. If you think it can, you are deluding yourself.
And if you think magic and aliens do anything more than entertain someone, then you have more in common with a lowly little fashion blogger than you'd like to think. With that, Lavender spun on her heel and marched away from him. He watched until she turned the corner, then looked down at his hands. They still held the cowboy's reluctant mail-order spinster. He stuffed it back on the shelf and crossed his arms on the edge, hanging his head. Why had he even come down this aisle? He knew what Mrs. Rucker had been telling him, and he went anyway, even knowing he and Lavender were more likely to clash than click. There had been a moment, though, when he forgot she was fashion-obsessed. Then she was just a pretty woman with stunning green eyes and a dusting of freckles that made him want to kiss her nose. He groaned. Where had that come from? Kissing her was the last thing he needed. She obviously had no respect for his writing, spent her time thinking and promoting everything that he hated, and worst of all, she read the end of books first. Emmett logged into his messaging app. Usually he didn't use it on his phone, but he needed to refocus. Sending a message to Words and Bloom would remind him what was at stake.
We'll write for tacos. I'm thinking of you today. Don't forget, you are amazing.
Hopefully that would brighten her day. He saw the dots show up that indicated she was typing, and he brightened. There, Lavender Bloom was already forgotten, replaced by his thoughts of the woman he'd been half in love with for months. Words and Bloom. You don't know how badly I needed to hear that. Her words made him frown. Another bad day? If only he could see her face, read the expression in person.
We'll write for tacos. Everything okay?
Words and Bloom. It's fine. Bad morning. I'll cry about it for a second, and then I'll get my act together. The thought of Words and Bloom crying broke his heart. He typed out the quote that sprung to mind so easily. We'll write for tacos.
Heaven knows we need never be ashamed of our tears, for they are rain upon the blinding dust of earth, overlying our hard hearts.
The quote from Great Expectations had always been one of his favorites. It had been especially comforting after he'd left a foster home intent on ridding him of his sensitive side. We'll write for tacos.
It's okay to cry. Sometimes it is the only way to feel better. You can tell me all about it tonight?
Words and Bloom. Or ignore it ever happened? Is that Dickens?
We'll write for tacos. Whichever, as long as it means we get to chat tonight. And yes, that's Dickens.
The thumbs up she sent him brought a grin to his face, and he slid his phone back in his pocket. He wasn't going to spend any more time thinking about Lavender, not when words in bloom was all he needed. Chapter 14. Lavender needed to share her excitement with someone. Donning her boots, she braved the livestock barn looking for Rose. She found her sister cleaning out the chicken coop. That same coop was home to some unpleasant memories, courtesy of one far too protective rooster, and Lavender seriously considered turning back to the house. Her news was bubbling up inside her, and she wanted to share it with the sister she was closest to. Rose was the youngest, and while Lavender was technically closer in age to Daisy and Andy, they had always been a team, with little room for their younger sister to tag along. She skirted the wheelbarrow in the entrance and ducked into the dim space, her nose wrinkling from the acidic smell. Rose's shovel scraped against the floor as she scooped the dirty straw. Lavender anticipated the action a moment before it happened and stepped to the side as a shovelful of chicken droppings narrowly missed her and landed in the wheelbarrow. Lavender's eyes flew to Rose's shocked face, her mouth wide with surprise and threatening a laugh. "Don't even think about it." Rose laughed. "Could have been worse. At least you moved." "Thankfully." "Well, the last thing I expect to see in the coop is you. What are you doing here? Does Mom need eggs? I thought Hawthorne took her some yesterday." "No, I came to find you." Rose glanced around the coop. "I'm almost done. Give me 3 minutes." "I'll just wait outside," Lavender said with a laugh. "Watch out for Severus. He's feeling especially tough today." Lavender blanched and peeked out the door, looking for the proud rooster before walking toward the barn. She walked through the east end of the barn to the stables. Most of the 12 stalls were empty right now, but Cappuccino poked his nose out when Lavender approached. The soft skin of the horse's nose pushed into her hand. "Hey there, sweet boy." She moved her hand to his neck and patted the strong muscles there. "I haven't come to see you in a while, have I?" Cappuccino was her favorite horse. Growing up on the farm, taking part in farm activities was not exactly optional. So while Lavender would never voluntarily clean out the chicken coop, she learned to enjoy certain aspects of the farm, the horses being one of them. Rose loved all the animals. She had always gravitated to this corner of the property, naming sheep and bottle-feeding piglets. Poppy had planted herself in the fields, along with the corn, and never left, at least not until she married Harrison. Lavender loved growing up on the farm. The freedom was unparalleled. Sometimes, as a child, she thought living in a neighborhood where you could ride your bike to the neighbor's house sounded better. But summer bonfires by the creek, baby chickens and kidding goats, or an apple straight off the tree on an autumn day, you couldn't find those in a subdivision. Even if Lavender wasn't baling hay like Hawthorne or harvesting watermelons like Poppy, this farm was as much a part of her as it was them. Which is why she poured her heart and soul into making sure Bloom's farm didn't become a forgotten relic of the past. Marketing techniques changed faster than the seasons, and she was always testing and trying and adjusting. As the farm had grown, being accessible online was increasingly important. Marketing herself, on the other hand, she'd never really done that with her blog. She had always felt herself somewhat secondary to the actual content she was posting. Maybe that was why this recent post had gained so much momentum. In it, Lavender had opened up more than ever before. It had over 200,000 views this week. Usually, she would have 10,000 in a week. Maybe a few more on a popular post, but this? Cappuccino nickered softly. Lavender smiled and grabbed a sugar cube from the sack hung by the door. This article and video were making a real difference. Footsteps grew closer, and then Rose stepped through the opening to the stables, wiping her hands on a classic red handkerchief. "I thought I might find you in here." She nodded toward the light tan horse. "Cap is getting new shoes this morning. Glad you could keep him company while he waits for the farrier." Lavender gave him one last pat and turned to her sister. "I've got big news," she announced excitedly. Rose tucked the handkerchief in her back pocket and flipped a braid over her shoulder with a smile. "Well, do I have to guess?" "After youth group last week, I was really thinking about what the speaker talked about, and I wrote a blog post about it. In 6 days, that post has reached about 20 times as many people as my posts usually do. It's all over social media, and the comments are literally streaming in." Rose's smile broadened. "I'm so happy for you, Lavender. I guess I need to read it." She looked down, suddenly hesitant again. But the entire article was about being proud of who you are and being the same person online and in person. She straightened to meet her sister's eyes. "I would love you to read it." "So, are you liking the youth group?" They walked out of the stables and into the main portion with the livestock pens. "Honestly, I love it. I didn't think I would, but it's really rewarding to talk with my girls and try to encourage them. Sometimes I feel like I don't have the words to say, but somehow something intelligent comes out anyway." Rose laughed. "Yeah, God has a way of using our mouth when we give him the chance." "Exactly. Some of these girls are going through tough stuff, though. It kind of makes me realize how lucky we were to have the family we had, you know?" "Yeah, it's hard to see them walking through their parents' divorce when Mom and Dad were always such a strong team." "I miss Dad," Lavender admitted. "I mean, I know he is still him, and I'm so grateful he is still here with us, but I miss his loud laugh and his endless energy. I miss him coming into my room with a bowl of ice cream before bed." He really had been the best dad. Somehow he'd managed to stay afloat in the sea of estrogen in the Bloom household. Rose stared into the stall. "I didn't know he did that with you, too. He's doing so much better. I don't know if he'll ever really be the same as he was before the stroke, though," Rose said sadly. "Have you told Mom and Dad about your post?" Lavender shook her head. Rose stopped their stroll and turned toward her. "They'll be really proud. You should tell them." Rose was right. Lavender needed to share. Mom would want to celebrate and probably email it to the entirety of Minden Baptist Church. "Thanks for the support, Rose. How are things for you? Do you need more help around here?" Rose stepped her foot on the lowest bar of the metal fence and rested her forearms on the upper railing as they watched the goats. "I'm good. Hawthorne still comes to check on me every day, but I've got this under control. I had been trying to convince Dad for years before the stroke, but he wasn't ready to let go of control, I guess." Rose's smile was gone, her tone serious, and Lavender tried to console her. "I'm sure it had nothing to do with you, Rose. It's hard to hand off something you love, even to someone you trust. Look at Poppy. She's practically babysitting Tate, even though she has a million other things to do." "It seems to be frustrating for him," Rose commented. "Exactly how would you know about Tate's frustration levels?" Lavender raised her eyebrows and looked for any hint of red in Rose's cheeks. "We're friends, Lavender. Don't go getting any ideas. Speaking of frustrations, what's the deal with you and Emmett?" Lavender rolled her eyes. "Don't remind me. His publisher hired me to coach him on social media, which is hard enough because the man can't stand anything about it. Plus, he's got some sort of problem with the fact that I blog about fashion. I keep running into him at the library. It's like I can't escape." Rose scoffed. "That's weird. Josh seems to like the guy. I figured he would be cool. He's been around youth group for a few years." "He's way too old for you," Lavender laughed. "He's not that much older than me, but that's beside the point, because he has that whole dark and brooding video gamer look. It doesn't do much for me. I'm holding out for a cowboy, but I'm afraid they are hard to come by here in Indiana. Well, before you answer some sort of crazy mail-order bride request and move to Montana, let me know. I can buy you some new clothes for the trip." "Ha ha," Rose said dryly. "I'm not going anywhere. This farm is going to have a Bloom running it as long as I have anything to say about it." Lavender wrapped her arm around her sister's shoulder. "You do a great job, Rose. Don't put too much pressure on yourself." "I'm not. This is why I went to school. This is what I've always wanted. And I feel like Dad never wanted to give me a chance to do more than help him. In some ways," she shook her head, "I don't mean this the way it sounds, but in some ways his stroke gave me the opportunity I had been looking for to step up and take on more." She buried her head in her hands. "I'm a terrible daughter." "No, you aren't, Rose. Just because something good comes from something that is otherwise bad doesn't make the good thing any less good." Lavender considered the impact the stroke had had on all of them. Hawthorne had stepped up, and everyone had pitched in. There had been good in the midst of the trial. Rose tripped over her words, and Lavender leaned forward to get a glimpse of Rose's face. "Dad and I fought the morning of the stroke." Rose's words splashed over Lavender like icy well water fresh from the spigot. What? Had she heard correctly? Rose was closer to their father than anyone. They spent so much time together before the stroke. It wasn't surprising she'd been with him that morning. But a fight? "We fought, and it's my fault he had the stroke." The words came from Rose, full of anguish and hurt. Lavender pulled her into a hug. Her sister was carrying so much guilt, and Lavender hadn't even noticed. Now, though, she felt the ache in her gut for her sister's secret sorrow. "Oh, Rosie, no, it's not your fault. It's no one's fault. No matter what you said or thought, Dad's stroke was nothing more than a blood clot that happened to stick at that moment." Rose sobbed, and Lavender rubbed her head. "Shh, it's okay." A few minutes later, when Rose's tears had subsided, Lavender spoke again. "Have you talked to Mom about this? Or Dad, even? He can talk enough now that you need to." They would tell her the same thing Lavender had. There was no one to blame. Rose shook her head. "I don't even know if he remembers that morning. I'm afraid to ask." "Okay, I understand. She looked into her youngest sister's tear-stained eyes. "Don't wait too long. You don't have to let misplaced guilt eat you up." Rose spoke truth into Lavender's life, so often wise beyond her years. Lavender just hoped her sister would listen to her this time. Chapter 15. Lavender rubbed her hands together eagerly. She'd been looking forward to getting Emmett into a clothing store since they had their second client meeting. He'd been in cargo shorts and a baggy t-shirt. There was no reason for him to dress like a slob. Emmett Drake was a good-looking man. She waited for him in the men's section of the department store, flipping through the racks for something that said, E.M. Drake, best-selling author. Of course, it wasn't like he was writing business how-to books or even political thrillers. There was a compromise somewhere between wrinkly shirts and a suit and tie. She pulled a sweater off the rack and held it up for inspection.
"If you make me try that on, you're fired."
Emmett's gruff voice came from behind her, and Lavender smiled at the sweater. It definitely wouldn't do for him, but she responded dryly. You didn't hire me, Trisha did. If anyone is going to fire me, it will be her. She tucked the sweater over her arm just to get a rise out of him before turning around. He rolled his eyes. How old was he? 15? Thanks for meeting me here. We need to talk about your image. Just because we are focusing on social media doesn't mean your clothing and style doesn't make a difference.
Why? No one can see me anyway.
That's about to change. Remember I mentioned a live video? We're doing that later, after we take some new headshots. Emmett groaned and Lavender tugged his arm. She had a pretty good read on him these days, and his protest was half-hearted. He was ready, and she was itching to see him in a pair of jeans that fit. Come on, let's find your style.
I don't have a style.
He said the word with disgust. Not yet, she replied, but you will. She pulled a fabric tape measure from her purse. Stepping close, she pulled it around his waist and mumbled his measurement. He stepped away and gave her an incredulous look.
Whoa, hold your horses.
Oh, calm down. I just need to get your size. What's your inseam? At his blank look, she sighed and dropped to the ground, saying, Hold still. Before she could position the tape measure, he was several steps away.
Nope, was all he said.
Fine, we'll do it your way. With a mostly unwilling client following her, Lavender went through the racks, pulling pants of various lengths and piling them over Emmett's arms. She pointed him to the dressing room. Try the gray ones first and come show me. While he changed, she pulled various shirts and sweaters. Emmett needed a casual style. Even quirky t-shirts would go over well with his audience. But just because it was a t-shirt didn't mean it couldn't fit. Solid colors, nothing too vibrant. She skipped a rack of plaid flannel and pulled a couple casual button-down shirts with subtle striping. Lavender glanced back toward the dressing room. He should be out by now. She knocked on the door of his dressing room. Emmett!
What are you doing? You aren't supposed to be in here.
Lavender smiled at his panicky tone. It's fine, I promise. Do you have those pants on yet?
They're too tight.
Let me see, she insisted.
No way.
Emmett, let me see. With a sigh, Emmett opened the door. His baggy t-shirt made it impossible to see the waist. She waved a finger upward. Hold up your shirt. Then she spun her finger in a circle. Surprisingly, he obeyed, and Lavender focused on the pants, trying to ignore the unexpectedly trim waist and muscled abdomen. She reached in to check the fit of the waistband, giving it a tug with one finger. His skin was soft and warm, and she felt the blush rising in her cheeks. The pants fit well around the waist, though. A shapely rear end had been hiding under those cargo pants, and now drew her eye. She cleared her throat. Those look really good, Emmett. Not too tight, but tight enough. How's the length? They both looked down toward his feet, his ankle socks completely visible.
A bit short, I'd say.
Lavender reached for the tag to check the size and pulled another pair from the hook on the door. Try these instead with this shirt. She handed him a button-down from her other arm and stepped out of the small dressing room. They were getting there. Emmett felt a bit like a Barbie doll, a plaything for Lavender to dress up and down as she chose. The next pair of pants seemed a bit restrictive compared to his usual khaki utility pants. But he was getting used to the feel. He slipped on the shirt and buttoned it. Was he supposed to tuck it in? He looked in the mirror. It didn't look bad to him, but what did he know? He opened the door to the hallway and found Lavender waiting for him. Her smile broadened, and she gave the same command to spin by twirling one finger. "Well, Emmett, I must say I am very good at my job." She laughed at her own joke. "Seriously, this looks great. Let me try something." She stepped into the dressing room and reached for his hand. His heart lurched even as he shook his head at his own foolishness. Lavender expertly tucked and rolled the sleeve until it was firmly set slightly below his elbows. His heart raced when she reached for the other arm to repeat the process. Could she hear it as clearly as he could? She was far too close. The flowery scent of her hair invaded the small dressing room. The annoyingly generic music piped over the speakers, and the fluorescent lights buzzed above them, setting his teeth on edge. Soft fingertips trailed up his forearm as she rolled the sleeve, the silky shirt she wore brushing against his hand. Lavender muttered as she finished, "Women can't resist rolled-up sleeves." He stared at her, unable to respond. Finally, she stepped back to survey her work. Emmett took a deep breath of lavender-free air. He glanced in the mirror, hoping to see what she would see. Standing up taller straightened the extra fabric around his stomach. It would take some getting used to, but the difference wasn't a bad one. He looked professional, successful even. Did he look like a sellout? Lavender made him try on a few more shirts, but he drew the line at the sweater vest she tried handing him. When they rang up the clothes, his heart nearly stopped at the total. $500 for 3 pairs of pants and a half-dozen shirts? Were they made of gold? He coughed to cover his surprise, and Lavender turned to him. "Everything okay?"
"I just didn't expect it to be this much," he admitted quietly, trying not to attract the attention of the cashier. Lavender pulled him away from the counter and asked gently, "How much have you spent on clothes in the last year?" "I don't know, maybe $20.
"And the year before that?"
"Same."
"Okay, you are due for new clothes. You are still dressing like a high school boy, in shirts that don't fit and pants that are ragged. You are a successful author and a grown man. If I didn't see the way you stood up straighter when you saw yourself in the mirror back there, I would tell you to buy 2 shirts and a pair of pants for photo shoot and wear whatever you want the rest of the time. But I think if you think about it and admit it to yourself, you'll see I'm right. You are ready to embrace a new look." He thought about the man in the dressing room mirror, with a button-down shirt and slacks. Was he that guy? He fingered a hole in the hem of his worn-out t-shirt. His clothes were worn out, and he had been wearing some of them since he graduated. Lavender had pegged him pretty solidly. He wasn't 18 anymore, and he wasn't the poor foster kid anymore either.
"Okay, I'm in."
She smiled. "Great. Then give the lady your credit card and let's go meet up with Josh."
"Josh?"
"Yep. Who better to photograph you than your best friend? He's meeting us at Kingdom Coffee in 30 minutes. When they got to the coffee shop, Lavender handed him pants and shirt and told him to change in the bathroom. He felt silly, but he listened. What were they doing at a coffee shop anyway? Josh and Lavender were talking when he got out. Josh let out a wolf whistle as Emmett walked toward them, and Emmett rolled his eyes. He'd done his best to duplicate Lavender's perfectly rolled sleeves. She pulled a tiny container of something and rubbed it on her hands before running her fingers through his hair. It was sticky, and her fingers tugged painfully.
"Hey, knock it off."
He swatted at her arms. "Oh, hush." She ignored him, and he stood there motionless as she finished fussing. He glanced at Josh, who was trying to hold back his laughter. Emmett glared at his friend, and Josh looked down at his camera.
What do you think, Josh? You are good at what you do, Lavender Bloom. Remind me not to let you give me a makeover, though.
She smiled. Like you need one. You've got a style all your own. Emmett felt a flare of jealousy at their banter and pulled the attention back to himself.
What's the plan here?
Sit over here and drink this coffee, Lavender said, handing him an empty cup and ushering him to an empty table against a shiplap wall.
There's no coffee in here, he said dryly.
Lavender glared at him, and he raised his hands in surrender.
Fine, you're the boss.
Josh's camera clicked a few times, and he glanced at the screen.
Perfect. Now, Emmett, look at Lavender and pretend you're listening.
Emmett felt ridiculous, but he tried to follow directions. Looking at Lavender wasn't exactly a hardship.
You look confused. Try again. Lavender, can you tell him a story?
A story? Josh waved a hand at her question, and Lavender started talking. Have I told you about how my sister Daisy fell through the ceiling on the day she met Lance, her boyfriend? Emmett couldn't help but laugh.
What?
Josh circled around him, the camera clicking away. It's true. She was eavesdropping on him from the attic, and then the ceiling gave way. The first thing he ever saw was her leg dangling from a hole above him. Then she tried to kick him when he tried to help.
She sounds like quite a character. Oh, she is, Josh interjected. The Bloom family is full of characters.
He checked his camera again and had Emmett move to another table. They continued like that for an hour. Lavender made him change shirts twice, and she grabbed a different coffee cup and placed a sleek laptop in front of him. She pulled books from a bag and stacked them on the table. His books? Emmett traced his name with his fingers. It never got old. Lavender spoke to Josh. I'd like as many shots as you can get with him in the books, and some with just the books as well.
You're the boss, Josh quipped.
When they were finally finished, Emmett was craving a cup of real coffee. He was tired of smiling. He was tired of attempting to look broody, whatever that meant. When Josh flipped through images on the tiny screen of his camera, Emmett couldn't help but be surprised. He looked like an author. Trisha had badgered him about headshots for years, but he'd snapped one with his phone when he first submitted and had never bothered doing more. These look great, Josh. They'll be perfect to include on his pages.
Happy to help. I'll send over the final files in the next day or two.
Lavender hugged Josh, and Emmett's heart picked up. Would she hug him as well? Was it more or less awkward if she didn't hug him? Their proximity in the dressing room had been one thing, but a hug might do him in. Lavender turned to him, and he braced himself for goodbye, whatever it might look like. But the words that came out of Lavender's mouth filled him with dread. All right, Emmett, are you ready for your first video? Chapter 16. Emmett came home, threw his keys on the counter, and flipped through the mail. A routine he'd perfected years ago and rarely deviated from. A Mountain Dew to keep his eyes open, hopefully for a late-night chat session with Words and Bloom, but a writing session if she wasn't online. He flipped on his computer and went to shower and change while it fired up. Finally, with athletic shorts and a t-shirt on, and hair still slightly damp, he sat down at his computer. The chat window was empty, and the disappointment tugged the corner of his cheek down. He flipped open his browsers. Social media, local news, email. A new email from his agent, Trisha, and Trinity Films. A loud whoop of joy escaped after he skimmed the message. They wanted to option his books for a movie deal. He jumped around the room, laughter bubbling over. He glanced at the chat window again. Where was Words in Bloom? A sleepy-eyed Josh stepped out of his bedroom, rubbing a hand over his hair.
It's late, dude.
Emmett felt a tiny twinge of remorse for waking his friend, but it passed quickly.
I got optioned for a movie.
Josh's smile was slow to come, but no less genuine despite the hour.
That's awesome, Em. Congratulations.
Emmett paused his celebratory dance and accepted the handshake and hug from Josh, who slapped him on the back.
Thanks, Josh. I can hardly believe it. I've actually dreamed of this moment.
Josh held out his arms to the small living room.
Is it everything you imagined?
Emmett laughed.
Well, in my dreams you were prettier and had fewer muscles.
Josh shrugged.
Take what you can get, little one. I can probably find a blonde wig or something. Let's not let this get weird.
There was something missing, though, and Emmett walked back over to his computer to check the chat window. The little green dot next to Words in Bloom was on, and he sat down so fast the chair nearly flipped out from under him. Josh laid a hand on his shoulder.
Tell Lover Girl I said hello.
Emmett waved him away and clicked on her picture, which was the same as it had been since they met, some sort of purple flower. Will write for tacos.
I have the best news ever.
Words in Bloom. I have good news too. Will write for tacos.
You first.
There was no way hers was bigger than his, so he wanted to let her share and not overshadow it. Words in Bloom. One of my blog posts is blowing up, like 100,000 views in a week. It's crazy. Emmett congratulated her with a video clip of a party. He was so glad her inspirational writing was finding an audience. As he waited, his knee bounced under the table, and he tapped his fingers on the keyboard. Finally, it was his turn. Will write for tacos.
My books got optioned for movies.
Words in Bloom. That's amazing. Emmett sat, soaking in the praise and congratulations from Words in Bloom, wondering why the words from this woman he'd never met held so much power. Hearing it from Josh was nice, and he was glad he got to share with someone, but if he hadn't been able to tell Words in Bloom tonight, it would have felt emptier. Soon he would finally get to meet her. His heart thumped in his chest, partly from the impromptu exercise he'd gotten during his celebration, but mostly at the thought of finally meeting the woman he was convinced was the right person for him. Will write for tacos.
Plus, I finished my manuscript in 2.5 weeks.
Will write for tacos.
I guess this means you owe me dinner.
Words in Bloom. I guess it does. Words in Bloom. Tacos? Will write for tacos.
I do love tacos.
They made plans to meet the following Friday night. She thought he lived near Chicago, and he knew she lived in rural Indiana. When he suggested Terre Haute, she seemed fine with it. Hopefully, she wasn't driving too far for this date. This time, it wouldn't be a movie with only a chat room to communicate. A real-life dinner with Words in Bloom sitting across from him. Could this day get any better? Chapter 17. Lavender sat in front of her computer screen with a goofy smile on her face. She was going to meet Will write for tacos. In person. After 8 months of online chatting nearly every day, this was it. She swelled with pride at the accomplishment of her friend. He always encouraged her to put her words out there and even to write a nonfiction book. Maybe she would someday. Her audience seemed to respond when she branched out into more than fashion. Maybe Emmett would like her better if he knew she was more than handbags and hairstyles. She bristled at the thought. So what if she was? Why should it matter to him? People are allowed to like what they like and be who they are. Even Emmett couldn't argue with that. Still, she wanted him to think highly of her, which was an entirely different problem she didn't want to analyze. Emmett was a writer. Surely not every one of his hobbies was deep and thought-provoking. Like Rose said, he probably played video games. She'd seen the controllers on the table. What gave him the right to look down his nose at her for liking clothes? Why was she even thinking about Emmett anyway? She was going on a date with Will Wright for tacos this weekend. In fact, Friday was only a few days away. After a Friday morning session with Emmett covering his email newsletter, Lavender sat on the patio in front of Taqueria 32. Her sister Andy always referred to the upscale taco restaurant as Fancy Taco and complained that every taco came with some sort of fancy coleslaw and sauce. Lavender wore a simple long skirt and a denim button-down shirt. She unwrapped her purple scarf and set it on the table, arranging it on top of a notebook so both would be visible from the street as Will Wright for Tacos entered. It was the signal letting him know who she was. It felt like a scene out of an old romantic novel. How many people actually met someone they'd never seen a picture of these days? She loved the idea that Will Wright for Tacos cared about her for more than just her looks. She took a deep breath and tried to resist the urge to check her phone. Instead, Lavender sipped her water and watched the people. Could it be the well-dressed man in a leather jacket heading this way? She frowned when he got into a red car and pulled out. Lavender watched as an older man holding the hand of a small boy approached the restaurant. Surely that wasn't Will Wright for Tacos. He never said anything about kids, though she wasn't entirely sure she had asked. The minutes ticked by and the waitress refilled her glass. "Can I get you anything while you wait?" "I'm fine, thank you." Through the glass windows from his place on a bar stool, Emmett watched in disbelief as Lavender neatly arranged a purple scarf on top of a notebook. She was words in bloom. It was so obvious now. Lavender Bloom. Words in bloom. Bloom social marketing. The purple flower in her picture was lavender. It made so much sense now. But this was the last thing he had expected. Words in Bloom was artistic and deep. Their conversations had drifted through philosophy and religion and the power of poetry. And yet, she was a fashion blogger? She was stunningly beautiful and perfectly dressed. He would be nothing but a disappointment, or worse, a laughingstock to her. Frozen to his seat, Emmett couldn't decide what to do. But it didn't look like Lavender was going anywhere soon. What if he never showed? Could he let her sit there alone all night? That would be heartless. If she found out he was Will Wright for Tacos, he'd already alienated Lavender. Though their last few meetings hadn't been entirely terrible, it had been increasingly difficult for him to focus on work and Words in Bloom, especially when he was flooded by memories of a tiny dressing room and the electricity of Lavender's fingertips trailing across his arms. With a deep breath, Emmett made his decision, at least the one for this moment. Emmett left some cash for his soda, gathered his things, and headed out the door. Taking the path that would take him right past Lavender's table, he glanced up, back down, then up again. Lavender? As though he didn't already know it was her. This performance was Oscar-worthy. They should cast him for his own book adaptations. He took a few more steps, stopping directly in front of her and the small sidewalk fence separating them. "Oh, Emmett, hi." She glanced past him toward the entrance. "Waiting for someone?" "I was supposed to meet a friend," He should have been here by now. Emmett put on a sympathetic smile.
Maybe he'll be here soon.
She frowned. Maybe. I'm worried about him. I hope nothing happened.
Oof, maybe he should tell her. She really did look worried. The wrinkle between her eyebrows deeper than he'd seen before.
She straightened and turned her attention back to him. What brings you out today?
Just spent some time working inside earlier. They have great chips and salsa, even better than coffee for writing fuel.
Oh, well, I hope you got a lot done. She looked so sad. Emmett felt the pull to confess. Instead, he glanced back, as though looking for her friend.
I could, wait with you, if you'd like.
She shook her head, but Emmett saw something in her expression. He thought she wanted to say yes.
I promise I'll leave when your boyfriend arrives.
He swung a leg over the short wrought iron fence, hoping he didn't look ridiculous. Lavender glanced toward the entrance again. Oh, all right. She fussed with the purple scarf. Just make sure you aren't blocking this. He looked at her with a raised eyebrow.
You lost me.
Lavender gave an embarrassed smile. I don't know what he looks like. He is supposed to look for this scarf and my book.
You agreed to meet a stranger? How did you meet? Dating.com?
Lavender shot him a dirty look. We've been chatting for months, and today we are celebrating.
Oh, what's the occasion?
Actually, he's an author too. He finished a book, and his other books are going to be made into movies. She spoke with such pride and excitement, it made Emmett's heart ache. If only he could tell her who he was. But he needed her to like Emmett before she knew he was Will Write for Tacos.
Wow, good for him. What's his name?
Lavender's cheeks flushed, and she covered them with her hands. I don't know, she admitted.
You don't know his name?
He acted incredulous.
Well, what was his username?
She laughed. I can't believe I'm telling you this. He goes by Will Write for Tacos. Again, his acting skills deserved awards. Emmett blinked at her as though confused, and sent one eyebrow up skeptically.
Will Write for Tacos?
She nodded.
Is he homeless?
Emmett, we met in a writing chat room and discovered we were both from Indiana, and we've been talking ever since.
He's obviously a serial killer, Emmett joked.
Oh, stop it. He is not. But her sadness was gone, replaced with laughter and smiles directed at him. He shrugged.
You don't know. This guy could be anyone. He might not even be from around here. Did you say Terre Haute first, or him?
I never told him I was from Terre Haute. He's from the region, but I said I was from near Bloomington. She referred to the area of Indiana, close to Chicago by the familiar nickname. Emmett had been from the region until he graduated. Lavender had apparently stretched the truth by claiming she lived closer to Bloomington, which was at least an hour southeast. Another reason he'd never assumed Lavender was words in bloom. At least she had been safe.
If you say so.
Lavender looked around him, still trying to find her missing date. He turned, seeing an elderly white-haired man walking down the sidewalk with the help of a cane.
Maybe that's him, he offered.
Who?
Father Time over there, with the yellow wind jacket.
Lavender's laughter bubbled out, and Emmett soaked in the sound. Words in bloom. Lavender. How had he missed it? That's not him.
You don't know. Maybe Elmer likes tacos.
He shrugged and smiled when she giggled at his fictional name.
His wife passed away last year. Suspicious circumstances, I might add. And he started hanging out in chat rooms, wooing young, impressionable women the age of his daughters to make himself feel young again.
Lavender was covering her mouth to hold back the laughter now, and Emmett kept building the story, loving the feeling of making her laugh.
Elmer's son knows about his father's bad habit, but as long as the trust fund checks keep coming, he's not going to do anything about it.
Oh, so Elmer is rich?
You'd think he could afford a new windbreaker, right?
She snickered and took a deep breath. Oh my goodness, Emmett, you are something else. He wasn't sure what that meant.
Something good?
I'm not sure. I'll let you know, she said with a shy smile. The waitress came over. I'm so sorry I didn't see you arrive. What can I get you to drink? And did you want to order now? He glanced at Lavender.
Should we eat? I'm starving, and I'm sure he won't mind if you eat before he gets here.
Lavender glanced at her watch. Yeah, he's already an hour late. I can't sit here all night. They ordered dinner and spent the next 2 hours creating fictional stories for the patrons of the restaurant and the art gallery next door. Lavender jumped in eagerly. Oh, that couple there? That's the McAllisters. She's redoing their living room again, and the Van Gogh print there now just positively will not do. Her snooty accent was spot on, and Emmett nearly spit out his soda.
Did I hear Josh say you live on the farm with your family?
She took a bite of her brisket taco and nodded as she chewed. Yeah, most of my family still lives there. It's a big property and there is a lot to do. Hawthorne will move out after the wedding next month, and Lily already has her own place in town.
Do you ever wish you had your own place?
Sometimes, I guess. I save so much money and I do so much work for the farm. I would be out there all the time anyway.
What kind of work do you do for the farm?
She laughed. Not the kind you are picturing, I promise. I handle the website, social media, reservations, and advertising. They were my first client, but as you know, I take on other clients now too. Poppy said something about running social media for the campaign. She waved a hand like it was no big deal, but Emmett's head was spinning.
Poppy?
Another sister. Her husband is running for governor.
Governor? Of Indiana?
He clarified. She nodded. Yep, Harrison is a Coulter. Emmett's eyes widened and she confirmed. Yeah, those Coulters.
And how many sisters do you have?
5. Realizing exactly how vague Lavender had been with him online was both disappointing and reassuring. She was smart enough not to spill her entire life story to a stranger online, even after months of chatting. They had agreed early on not to share names or anything too personal, and since his webcam was broken, they'd never video chatted. Somehow, it had all culminated in this strange turn of events, where he knew Lavender and Words and Bloom separately. What should he do? Right now, Lavender seemed to be okay with Emmett's presence, but they definitely had gotten off to a rocky start, and Emmett didn't know how he felt about Words and Bloom being the same fashion-obsessed blogger he professed to disdain. For now, he would enjoy being with her. Later, he would figure out what to do and when to come clean. Maybe his illusions about Words and Bloom being his true love were just that, illusions. He couldn't possibly love someone so caught up in outward appearances and clothing, right? Except as Lavender waved her taco through the air, recalling a funny story about 3 of her sisters and a dog named Apollo. He couldn't help but realize how much fun he was having, sitting across from an immaculately dressed fashion blogger. And she hadn't once commented on or even seemed to notice he was wearing the clothes she'd picked out. He leaned back in his chair after finishing his last bite and grabbing his drink. He stirred it with his straw and asked,
"What's the deal with this guy you are supposed to meet? Why is he so special?"
He was probably digging himself a bigger hole. but he couldn't resist the chance to know what Lavender thought about him, unfiltered. He had his own thoughts about Words in Bloom, thoughts that had earned him a lot of teasing from Josh because of Emmett's infatuation. He had to know if the feeling was even remotely mutual. "Oh, he's so funny and smart. He makes me laugh at the silliest things. I feel like I could tell him anything and he would accept me for who I am. Unlike you, who still think my videos and blog are a waste of time."
"I never said that," he protested.
"That's true. I think it was something about there being more important things to write about."
He winced. "Okay, that might have been uncalled for, but that was before I knew you."
"Exactly. And you decided in a split second you didn't want to, until we were forced together at youth group." He wasn't sure how to respond. She was completely right. He'd been a jerk, and now he had to pray she didn't hold it against him. Chapter 18. After Emmett walked her to her car, Lavender sat in the front seat, logging in to see if there were any messages from Will Wright for Tacos. She couldn't believe he hadn't shown up. At least Emmett had been there. The evening hadn't been a complete failure. Nothing to make a girl feel good about herself like being stood up. Maybe he saw the scarf and the book at her table and decided she wasn't pretty enough. She started her car and tapped a quick message. "Words in Bloom. Waited for 3 hours. I hope everything is okay." Then she put her phone in her purse and drove home, praying for a reply. Of all the possible outcomes she'd envisioned for tonight, Will Wright for Tacos not coming had not been one of them. They had such a strong connection, she would have moved heaven and earth to make it tonight. Maybe it was one-sided and he didn't feel the same. But that didn't feel right. He had mentioned multiple times wanting to meet in person. He had been so patient with her insistence they stay strictly online for such a long time. Even though she really wanted to meet him, it never felt like the right timing, and something told her to wait, until now. But he hadn't showed. Lavender felt the sting of unshed tears behind her eyes, and she pressed her fingers to one eye at a time, pushing away the doubts and fears. It was going to be fine. Will Wright for Tacos had probably already responded to her message with an explanation. And if not, it would be okay. Will Wright for Tacos wasn't her only friend. In fact, it seemed more and more like she and Emmett could be friends. Despite his initial rudeness, he was funny and kind. It had been sweet of him to stay with her so she wouldn't have to be alone. Of course, it seemed like he mostly enjoyed teasing her about the blind date, though not about her friend not coming. There had been no cruelty in his jokes, which she appreciated. Even their fictional stories of the people on the busy downtown street had been fun caricatures, not demeaning or unkind. If Will Wright for Tacos was out of the picture, would she be interested in Emmett? Another author. Apparently, she had a type. Daisy would love to overanalyze that little tidbit at girls' night. If she'd met Emmett for the first time at youth group, and he'd gotten to know her before he knew about her blog. Flipping on the radio, she shook her head. It didn't matter. He had been rude and judgmental, even if he was sweet and charming tonight. She frowned, unwilling to entertain the thought. She wasn't ready to write her online companion off completely, and even less willing to imagine dating someone who had judged her so harshly. Emmett went home, pulled the rose he'd brought to the meeting out of his bag, and tossed it in the weeds next to Josh's house. He'd hoped to give Words in Bloom a flower, something small to signify how much he already cared for her, despite it being their first meeting. Instead, he'd spotted Lavender with her purple scarf and anxious eyes as she waited for someone. For him, though she didn't know it. And now, having spent several hours with her enjoying dinner and making fun of his theoretical self, Emmett had enjoyed every minute of Lavender's company. He tossed his keys on the counter, pulled a drink from the fridge, and collapsed in the opposite corner of the sofa, from where Josh was playing video games. He popped the lid of the soda and sighed. Josh pressed pause. "Lover girl stand you up?" Emmett shook his head. "Nope, she was there. And, as far as she knows, Will Wright for Tacos didn't show up." The controller clanged against the table as Josh laid it down heavily. "You chickened out? Are you kidding me?" "Worse than that." At Josh's confused look, he continued. "Words in bloom? It's Lavender." "Lavender Bloom." Josh's eyes moved from confusion to understanding as he spoke her last name. "Words in bloom." He sagged back against the couch. "Whoa, right? So what did you do?" "I acted like I was just running into her. I kept her company while she waited for me, to show up." "Dude," Josh's voice was admonishing. "You didn't tell her?" Emmett shook his head. "How could I? We've been at odds since we met, and now I'm supposed to tell her I'm the guy she's been talking to for months? I don't even know how I feel about it. Words in Bloom was supposed to be the one. And now it's Lavender, the way too pretty social media guru? That's not who I was supposed to end up with." Josh nodded. "Definitely not what you planned." Josh shrugged. "To be fair, your plans usually suck." Emmett tossed a throw pillow at his roommate, and Josh continued. "Remember that time you planned a surprise party for me?" Emmett groaned. "Don't remind me." It had been a total disaster. Almost no one had come, and Josh hadn't been the least bit surprised. "And that time you tried to make a plan for keeping the house clean?" Oh yeah, by the time they realized that cleaning toilets had been left off the chore list, something was growing in the scum that had built up. "What about your 5-year plan to get an accounting degree in case writing didn't work out?" That had been a close call. Emmett had nearly paid the first installment on his tuition when Trisha finally called him. "All I'm saying is, maybe letting things go according to God's plan instead of your own is a better idea." Emmett nodded slowly, absorbing the wisdom of his friend. "Is that what you do?" "I'm really trying." A moment of silence, and he repeated himself. "Really trying." Josh reached forward and grabbed the controller, handing it to Emmett. "Here, you look like you could use a chance to blow up some zombies." Then he pulled a second controller from the basket under the coffee table. "Thanks." Emmett set his soda on the table and flipped through the menu to change the game to multiplayer. After a few minutes of the game, Emmett glanced at Josh. His roommate always seemed so confident and self-assured. But Josh was older. He hadn't dated anyone as far as Emmett knew. Maybe he was blessed with singleness. Like Paul, Emmett could see that. It was hard to picture Josh with anyone. "Do you know what God's plan for you is? How do you find out?" Josh punched a few buttons and turned to him. "I don't know exactly what his plan is for me right now. I know what I want, but I messed that up a long time ago. So now, I just wait." Emmett considered. "Wait for what?" "That's what I keep wondering. But I do have an answer to your second question. To find out, pray and listen. And pray and listen some more. It's easier said than done, but it's the best advice I've got." Emmett ran a hand over his hair. "Yeah, that's probably a good idea." He'd been so sure Words in Bloom was the one for him, He'd never really taken the time to pray about it. And he'd been so sure Lavender Bloom was nothing more than a blip on his radar after finding out what business she was in. Whatever answer Josh was waiting for, Emmett hoped he got it soon. And he'd start asking for his own answers tonight, right after he defended this bunker from the zombie army. The next day, instead of writing, Emmett scrolled through his social media. He wasn't sure what he was looking for, perhaps a clue about Lavender. His contacts were mostly friends from high school or co-workers from the bookstore and coffee shop he'd worked at until writing paid off. A few former foster siblings stayed in touch, but when you didn't have family, Facebook was a bit of a depressing place to be. Too many Happy Mother's Day posts or Happy Birthday to the best husband in the whole world sappiness. News articles and funny pictures flipped past as he thumbed the screen. It was early in the morning, and he didn't have any plans. He hadn't messaged Words and Bloom back yet, still not sure what to say. He had done what he talked about with Josh and stayed up praying last night, pulling out his oft-forgotten prayer journal and picking up a pen. Something about writing down his prayers made them more focused and consistent. He was apt to get distracted if he tried praying mentally, but no answer yet. A picture caught his eye as it scrolled past. Blonde hair and familiar glasses had him backtracking without thinking. A tiny blue, trending flag adorned the post, and he skimmed the headline before clicking the link. Lavender's blog? The website loaded, and Emmett's eyes devoured the page. The sharp design and cool fonts drew him in. Lavender and Lace, Fashion and Womanhood with Lavender Bloom. Perhaps his understanding of Lavender's fashion blog was a bit lacking. He read the article, absorbing every paragraph and seeing both Lavender and Words and Bloom in each sentence. This was Lavender, laid out on the page for everyone to see. And this was Words and Bloom, in a way he'd never seen her before. It was impeccably written, and the comment section was evidence that Lavender had struck a chord with women from all over the world and from all walks of life. He read the comments and filled with pride at the success of his friend, Words and Bloom, and disappointment in himself at his quick judgment of Lavender. He had been a cad, and she had rightfully responded by shutting him out. He kept reading. The articles from further back were also well written. He laughed out loud when he saw the article on matching handbags to your mood. It was posted 3 days after they met at the library. It was funny, and although he couldn't care less about lip gloss or the best bargain brand, it didn't mean her writing was any less valuable than his own. Emmett spent the next hour reading through months of posts, seeing Lavender in the pages and the videos, especially the videos, where he saw her professional smile and inviting nature in a whole new light. Words and Bloom, Lavender and Lace, both were incredible, and Emmett didn't want to let her go. Now the question was how to make her fall for Emmett. In the meantime, though, she needed to hear from Will Wright for tacos. He pulled himself out of bed and went to his computer desk. He and Josh both kept their computers in the living room, a simple accountability step he appreciated. Too much potential to stumble, and it was a great piece of advice he'd often shared with the young men in his group of high schoolers.
Will Wright for tacos. I'm so incredibly sorry about last night. Everything is okay, but I feel terrible for making you worry. Please forgive me.
Surprisingly, a reply came almost immediately. Words and Bloom. What happened? Emmett winced. Even through the screen, he could feel the disappointment. No nonsense from Lavender this morning. His fingers hovered over the keyboard as he tried to figure out how to answer her question. He typed a few responses, testing them out. Will write for tacos. A friend needed me. There, that was true. It was believable, and, he hoped, unselfish enough that Lavender wouldn't hold it against him forever. Will write for tacos. I really am sorry. It could not be avoided. Words in bloom. It's okay. I missed you. Will write for tacos. You really waited 3 hours? Words in bloom. I did, but I had a friend to keep me company. Will write for tacos. I'm glad I didn't ruin your evening. Will write for tacos. It might be a few weeks before I could try to meet again. I've got some things to do for my agent, and my roommate asked for some help with work. Words in bloom. It's fine. I've got plans next weekend. We'll just keep talking here. Will write for tacos. Until I can see your beautiful face in person, that will have to do. Will write for tacos. I really am sorry. Words in bloom. What's past is prologue. Relief flooded Emmett at her quote, and he supplied the source quickly. Will write for tacos. The Tempest, and thank you for saying that. She still wanted to talk to him. He knew he would see Lavender at youth group this week. Operation Friendship was in play. Chapter 19. Lavender hung up the phone and the room spun. She laid back on the bed and closed her eyes. Sarah, the student ministry director, had called Lavender and asked her to speak at youth group this week. It had been less than 2 weeks since she published the post that had spread like wildfire across the internet. It was still surreal. The video that went with the post had been viewed 1 million times. She knew it was funny, but she didn't think that was why it resonated. Sarah wanted her to talk about confidence and identity. The idea of talking in public had Lavender's palms sweaty. She was more than happy to write about it or record another video. She could just hand everyone a copy of the blog post. Would that work? But somehow she found herself agreeing to it. It was like Invasion of the Body Snatchers. She didn't get up in front of people, live, where she couldn't read the script 6 times and take the best segments from each take. There would be no perfect lighting or careful editing, just her, on stage, in front of 200 people. What had she gotten herself into, and who could help her do it? The faces of her sisters flipped through her mind, trying to figure out who to ask for advice. Daisy didn't have a shy bone in her body, and Poppy was universally adored by everyone who met her. Neither of them would understand her hesitation, and both were already way too busy. Andy? Maybe a military-style pep talk was what she needed? She emailed Andy, asking for a one-on-one chat if she had time. Lavender wouldn't hold her breath. Sometimes Andy went days without internet access. One of the perks of the desert, she claimed. Lavender stood up and took the short walk to the room next to hers. Mom? Her mother turned toward the door with a smile already in place. Lovey, is it weird to say I miss you when we live together? She waved her in, and Lavender sat on the cushioned footrest next to the desk. No, it's not strange. I feel the same way. You've been really busy. Good things, I hope? Lavender nodded. Yeah, I'm working on some things for Poppy and Harrison, and the website redesign goes live this week, plus one-on-one social media coaching for another client. But I had sort of a big thing happen for Lavender and Lace. Mom's attention was completely on Lavender, and her eyes were bright and interested. The shadows lurking in them recently were momentarily cleared. Lavender continued. I wrote a blog post after youth group one night, because I felt really convicted by the speaker. I talk all about authenticity and identity and confidence in Christ, and I posted a video to go with it where I shared a ton of blooper footage from my videos over the years. Her mom smiled. That sounds like a wonderful thing to share. It was, and I'm really proud of it. And, well, 1 million people have watched the video. A gasp and a laugh escaped from her mother as her mouth fell open. Oh my, lovey, that's incredible. Actually, there's more, and to me, it's an even bigger deal. Her mom leaned forward, resting her elbows on her knees. Sarah Beasley asked me to speak to the youth group this week. The smile on her mother's face grew even wider, and she pulled Lavender in for a hug. I'm so proud of you, honey. Thanks, Mom. I'm really nervous, though, Lavender replied as the hug ended. Of course you are. That's a big deal. You are going to do an amazing job. I'm going to come. You think they'll let me come watch? Her mother's enthusiasm made Lavender feel 17 again, but so very loved. You don't need to come. It's no big deal. It is a big deal, and I want to come. Maybe your father would... Her smile dimmed as she considered the options. We'll see about him. I know he'll want to come, but it will depend on his energy levels. I love you, Mom. Aw, I can't believe my daughter is a celebrity. Just think, you'll have a governor and an internet star all in the family. Now, if only we could trade Hawthorne in for a pro football player or something. Lavender mused with a teasing smile. Poking fun at her brother was one of her favorite pastimes, though it was far more enjoyable when he was around to hear it. Where is he anyway? I think he went into town to meet Josh and pick up their tuxedos, or something like that anyway. It's hard to believe my little boy is getting married this weekend. Lavender smiled at her mom's nostalgic tone. It was kind of hard to believe, since just a year ago, Hawthorne had been as aimless as a horse without a rider. Avery had inspired him to change, and God had made it possible. It had been a little miracle happening amid her father's stroke. The wedding this weekend marked the first time Storybook Barn would be used for a Bloom family wedding. Poppy and Harrison were planning to host a 1-year anniversary celebration since they eloped. But if anyone had asked Lavender to bet on the first Bloom sibling to get married there, it definitely wouldn't have been Hawthorne. Lily was running around, making everyone miserable in her efforts to make sure it was perfect. Since Avery had sweetly asked all of Hawthorne's sisters to be bridesmaids, everyone but Andy would be there. Hawthorne, on the other hand, had only one groomsman, his best friend Josh. Somehow, Josh had assured them he could still be the photographer and be in the wedding. If nothing else, it would be entertaining to watch him try. Lavender would have her camera as well. She gave her mom another hug and went to the kitchen to grab a snack. Worrying about the wedding could wait. Right now, she had a sermon to write. Lavender patted the small purse, checking for the 100th time to make sure her note cards were still safely tucked inside the zippered pocket. She had the words memorized, practiced them countless times in front of her mirror, even in front of her video camera, where she was infinitely more comfortable. Maybe she could imagine the camera lens if she got nervous. Or weren't you supposed to imagine your audience in their underwear or something?
I had a great time Friday night.
The deep voice from behind her made Lavender jump. She turned with a smile as it registered. Hey, Emmett. Yeah, me too. Thanks again for waiting with me at Taqueria 32.
My pleasure, I assure you.
She felt her cheeks grow warm. She cleared her throat and then asked, have you ever talked in front of the whole group?
His eyes went wide. What, like in front of everyone how Stephen usually does?
She nodded, and he continued.
Nope, they don't pay me enough for that.
She rolled her eyes. They don't pay you at all, Emmett. We volunteer.
That's what you think, he teased. Why do you ask?
Because I'm the speaker tonight, and I'm super nervous about it. His crooked smile and form-fitting t-shirt definitely had her reconsidering the wisdom of the whole imagine them in their underwear advice.
Wow, that's awesome, Lavender. You'll be great. But if you'd like, we can step into the hallway and I can pray for you.
She released a sigh, tension already draining. That would honestly be amazing. Would you?
Of course. Come on.
He led them out the side door of the worship room into a dim hallway. The only light came from the red exit lights illuminated at one end, and the bright lights of the lobby at the other. The door closed behind them, and the chatter of young voices died down. Emmett rested one hand on her shoulder and held his other out to take hers. Lavender squeezed her eyes shut and tried to quiet her pounding heart. Emmett's prayer was short and heartfelt, nothing flowery or overdone. It was the comfortable prayer of someone confident in their right to approach the throne. Lavender took the first deep breath she had taken all day, as stress and anxiety melted away. Her hand in his, and the way they huddled close in the dark hallway, meant her senses were overwhelmed by his warmth and the hints of sandalwood in the soap he used. Emmett ended the prayer by thanking the Lord for her words and their growing friendship. Her heart squeezed again with confused affection for the man who held her hand and made her laugh so hard she thought they would get kicked out of Taqueria 32. Amen, she echoed after he finished. He squeezed her hand before releasing it.
Relax, and trust that God will continue to use you like he already has.
Thank you, was all she could manage. She missed the touch of his hand on hers and nearly stepped closer. The music kicked on behind the closed door, and she turned toward it.
Lavender,
he started, and she turned back to him. Yeah? She whispered, afraid if she spoke louder, it would somehow break the magic of the moment. A few beats of silence passed between them before he nodded.
You'll do great.
She flashed him a tight smile, and then pulled the door open, letting in the blue light and loud music from the worship stage. Lavender stepped left of the door and leaned against the wall. That moment in the hallway with Emmett had been wonderful and sweet. He was so thoughtful to offer prayer, but she wasn't supposed to think he was sweet and wonderful. He was supposed to be condescending and rude and infuriating. It was easier that way. Easier if Will Write for Tacos was the only one making her stomach do flip-flops with his words. But lately, everything was backward. Emmett was making her heart pound and imagine what it would be like to be held by his strong arms. And Will Write for Tacos was distant and less flirtatious than usual. None of it made any sense, especially not the intense desire she'd had to kiss Emmett in the dark hallway of the church. She blew out a shaky breath and pushed herself off the wall. It was time to head closer to the stage and get ready to be introduced by Stephen. Whatever just happened in the hallway, Lavender couldn't afford to think about it right now. Chapter 20. Emmett stayed in the hallway, leaned against the wall, and sank to the floor. He'd been so close, a breath away from telling her. He knew that right before she got on stage to talk was definitely not the right time. Would it ever be the right time? Every interaction he had with Lavender, or with Words in Bloom, only brought him closer to the inescapable truth that he was way over his head. He could still feel the places on his hand where she'd held it. And while his words had been sincere, it had been a privilege and a dangerous undertaking to pray for Lavender so intimately. He knew praying with someone would draw you closer, but praying with Lavender, that was a form of intimacy he didn't think he had ever experienced. He needed to be careful. He had to guard her heart until he could tell her the truth. While the songs played on the other side of the door, Emmett stayed seated on the floor, continuing his prayer for his friend and for himself. He needed wisdom, and he needed to know God's plan in this. When the music quieted, Emmett stood and stepped back into the worship center. Lavender walked up the steps and took the microphone from Stephen. They welcomed her with applause and cheers. "I wanted to start by introducing myself. You might know my sister Rose." More cheers from the girls in the room. "And the odds are good you've at least heard of either Bloom's Farm, raise your hand, or my other world, the Lavender and Lace website." Okay, good. Lavender walked casually around the stage. If she was still nervous, he couldn't tell. "How many of you have seen the video?" A smattering of hands lifted through the crowd. "Okay, well, let's go ahead and give everyone equal footing here. Stephen, can you start that?" Emmett hadn't actually watched the video that went with the blog post, although apparently he should have. He watched a perpetual smile across his face as snippets of Lavender spouting nonsense words, knocking over a mannequin, sneezing, and laughing played in the video. In between blooper segments, the message from the blog post was overlaid. The timing was perfect. The editing was spot on. And Lavender, she was incredible. When the video ended, the students clapped, and Lavender curtsied. "Okay, here's the deal. Lavender and Lace had roughly 100,000 followers. That's Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube combined. I spend a good portion of my work time coming up with ideas for videos or posts, and then making sure they are perfect. Good lighting, perfect angles, a perfectly rehearsed and edited script. And then, only after I know everything is perfect, I press publish, and I wait for the likes and comments to roll in. I spend hours to make a 15-minute video, and when I'm done, it is perfect. But do you know what it isn't?" She paused a beat before answering her own question. "Authentic. I'll spend 20 minutes putting on makeup for a video shoot, and it looks great. But do you know what I'm not? Confident." There was a moment of silence as her words sank in. Emmett was seeing a whole new part of Lavender as she shared her story on stage tonight. There is a reason this particular video went viral, and it isn't because I looked perfect or said the right things. It's because I was real with everyone. 1 million people have now watched me sneeze and spray all over the camera lens. She laughed along with the audience before continuing. That, my friends, is humbling. Humility is all over the place in the Bible, and the best way I've heard to sum it up is to recognize we aren't perfect. No matter how well I can make myself look perfect, I'm not. I'm just me. But the good news is God loves me. Imperfect Lavender with her clumsiness and weird facial expressions, and my tendency for self-indulgence and sarcasm. Lavender took a deep breath. He noticed her twisting her hands around the microphone. While we were still sinners, God loved us. Sometimes I think we try to get everything all polished up and edited before we show up in front of God, almost like doing our makeup or putting gel in our hair before we post a video. But inside, we are still the same messy person. You don't have to give God the edited version of yourself. Believe me, He has seen the whole messy film. She stepped across the stage and looked out toward the doorway where he stood. And we shouldn't give each other the edited version either. Part of being a Christian is admitting our faults and thanking God for His grace every day. What a testimony that is. If we could come to church and admit to each other, I messed up. I'm really struggling. I'm broken. I sinned again. But God, fill in the blank. But God is good. But God is faithful. But God showed up. See, if we don't let people see our broken, messy parts, they don't get to see God do His work in us. So I'm really going to challenge you today in your small groups. Get real. Go deep and messy and let your friends see your sneezes. Emmett smiled at her sense of humor and applauded along with the audience. The video had been punctuated by a theme of sneezing lavender, including one in slow motion which was hilarious and not at all flattering. But it showed him that Lavender wasn't hiding. She stepped off stage, and Stephen jumped back up to dismiss the students into small groups for discussion. Lavender made eye contact with him from across the room as she walked toward the snack tables in the back. He gave her a thumbs up. She smiled and mouthed, "Thank you." Emmett stood up straight and nodded. It felt good to be the one she looked for in a crowded room, a fact he knew since his eyes hadn't left her since the moment he stepped back into the worship center. He took a deep breath and went to find his group of students in their usual corner of the lobby. He said a quick prayer that they would take Lavender's message to heart and open up. There was nothing more challenging than getting a group of men to be vulnerable with each other. He also knew the best way to help encourage them to be real was to be real himself. Time to show them his sneezes. After a few minutes of catching up, Emmett corralled the discussion. "Okay, let's talk about the speaker. What did you guys think about what Lavender said?" "Dude, did you see the snot fly out of her nose on that one sneeze?" Laughter erupted in the circle around him. Finally, one of the guys spoke up. "It was pretty cool of her to share all of that with us." Now they were getting somewhere. The others nodded in response. "Why do you think it was cool of her to share?" "It feels like girls are trying so hard sometimes. Like, we know you're a real person, just be real." "What about guys? Do we put on a front?" The group was quiet for a few beats as they considered. "I think we do. Maybe it's different from girls, but there is still stuff we try not to show people." Emmett nodded and looked around the circle. "I'll be real with you guys. I screwed up big time the other day." The boys' eyes widened and they leaned in. "I was a total jerk to someone I met because I judged them without getting to know them. Later, I found out that they are actually pretty cool, but I'm afraid I already ruined things." "Ouch. What'd you do, man?" "It doesn't matter what I did. It only matters that I was wrong. I let my own insecurities cloud my judgment. What about you? Would anyone be willing to share something real with the group? Maybe something you haven't shared with anyone, or you are afraid will make people see you differently." Slowly, the conversation started as the young men shared. "My parents are getting a divorce," Liam said sadly. Quiet exclamations of sympathy came from the other men. "Dude, that sucks. Mine got divorced when I was little, but it's hard." Emmett tried to hold his tongue as the men discussed, supporting their friend. When they had talked for a while, Emmett spoke up. "I'm really sorry, Liam. If you need anything, it sounds like you have lots of good friends to count on, and you've definitely got me. If you need a place to escape from the drama, give me a call." He looked around the circle. "You all know that goes for you too, right?" They nodded, and he continued. "Okay, does anyone else have something they want to share? A struggle or a secret?" No one spoke, so Emmett knew it was once again time to lead by example.
I haven't told you guys much about myself, but I was a foster kid from the age of 11. My parents had far more important things to worry about than their kid, and I was left to my own devices until a well-meaning teacher called CPS. Turned out my parents really didn't care if they had a kid, and they bailed. No one wanted to adopt a troubled preteen, and eventually I aged out of the foster system. My past isn't bright and shiny, but God showed up and rescued me from the dark pit I was trying to dig for myself. That was the part Lavender said that stuck out to me. Like, if we all act perfect all the time, no one gets to see what God has done.
The conversation flowed from there, the young men opening up about sins in their lives, broken families, or grief they'd experienced. There were even a few tears, which Emmett couldn't have predicted. Lavender's message had touched something in them, and in him. Chapter 21. Emmett grabbed the heavy camera bags and handed one to Josh's friend Sky before hiking up the gravel parking lot toward the rows of white chairs overlooking the green pasture. Bloom's farm was certainly a beautiful place for a wedding, but when you hadn't been invited, it felt a little like party crashing. Josh was the best man, but insisted on being the photographer for the event, so he'd brought in his friend and fellow photographer Sky to assist, plus Emmett to be a lackey for both of them. At least he'd have another chance to see Lavender. Will Wright for Tacos had mostly avoided chatting online, and Emmett missed his friend. Wednesday at youth group had left him with some insight about Lavender he didn't have before, and a desire to know more. As he reached the top of the hill, Emmett paused to take in the view. Storybook Barn was behind them, a small arch and table set up in front of the rows of white wooden chairs. Blue and yellow flowers near the altar and at the front of the aisle added a splash of color to the scenery. It really was a beautiful setting for a wedding. Sky pulled a camera from her bag and added a wide-angle lens, snapping a few shots of the empty chairs and the wide-open landscape. Then she swapped the lens and started taking close-ups of the flowers, grabbing a program from the basket and arranging it in a bouquet. Emmett watched as she worked. Sky had dark hair, and although she had fewer tattoos than Josh, the two of them shared an affinity for self-mutilation that Emmett had never understood. She muttered to herself, "Josh will probably take all these same photos. What's the point of having two photographers?"
"I'm sure yours will be better."
Josh's voice came from close behind them, and Emmett turned to see his roommate in a white dress shirt and gray pants with a cobalt blue vest. His grin was wide, and he wrapped Sky in a hug.
"Thanks for coming today. I couldn't trust Hawthorne's wedding to just anyone. And thanks for picking up Emmett along the way."
"It's fine. I made him carry the heavy stuff," Sky replied.
"Good. He's gotta earn this paycheck."
Emmett snorted. They both knew he wasn't getting paid for this. Josh knew very well he wanted to be here, and Emmett would have helped his friend anyway. Lavender Bloom encounter aside.
"Let me show you guys around."
Josh led them into the barn, and Emmett immediately looked up to the high ceiling, strung with lights and a massive chandelier. The tables were set, and judging by Sky's reaction, it was every woman's dream.
"You can stash camera bags and whatever else you need back here in the sound booth. I've taken a bunch of pictures of the table settings, but feel free to capture whatever you want. Hawthorne, his dad, and Avery's dad are at the bed and breakfast. The girls are at the main house. I haven't been over there yet, but Sky, maybe you could go get some pictures of them getting ready. Emmett, think you could manage a few pictures of me and the guys? I'd like to actually be in a few of the pictures from today, too."
Josh pointed Sky to the main house, and she headed back to her car, while Emmett followed Josh on foot towards the bed and breakfast.
Nice setup here.
Josh nodded.
Yeah, it's a lot different from when I was hanging out here as a kid. They've done a great job. I've been doing a ton of weddings here. It's easy to take good pictures in such a beautiful place. You've known Hawthorne a long time? Since we were little. Our parents were friends, and mine sent me here during the summers to run around with the Bloom kids. We had a blast.
Emmett couldn't help the twinge of envy he felt at Josh's words.
Sounds like fun. You'll like Hawthorne. I'm actually surprised you guys haven't met yet. We lost touch for a while around the time you moved in, and he's been pretty busy with the farm and Avery. Cool. Any friend of yours, right?
Lavender answered the knock on the door and saw the unfamiliar face of a petite woman with dark hair and a wrist tattoo. The woman held up a camera. "Hi, I'm Sky. Josh sent me to take pictures of the ladies." She swung the door open and ushered her in. "Of course. Sorry, I wasn't expecting you. We are a bit spread out right now, but the center of the action is my mom's room. Come on in." Avery was sitting on a chair in a button-down shirt, her hair being curled by Daisy. No one was dressed, and Lavender opened her arms. "Maybe you want to come back?" Sky laughed and held up her camera to look through the viewfinder. "Not a chance. These are going to be some of your favorite pictures." She took a few pictures and then lowered her camera, waiting for Avery to safely turn her head and make eye contact in the mirror. "Hey, Avery. I'm Sky. Congratulations on your big day." Avery smiled warmly. "Thank you. I'm just glad it's finally here." "Finally?" Lily asked. "You just got engaged in March." 6 months is a long time when you are in love." Daisy spoke with a dramatic swoon that devolved into a fit of laughter. Lavender shook her head at her sister's antics. "You want me to pin it up, right?" she asked Avery, who nodded. "I'll just keep snapping some of these candid shots. Where's the mother of the bride?" Lavender pointed back out the door toward the kitchen, where Avery's mother and her own were having coffee and catching up on years of long-distance friendship. Sky disappeared, and Lavender turned to look at Avery in the mirror. "Are you ready?" "Make me beautiful, O wise one," Avery said, with a reverent bow of her head. "You're already beautiful, Aves," Lavender said seriously. "But let's see if we can make Hawthorne cry." Rose chimed in from her spot in the chair in front of her. "If Hawthorne cries, I'm going to cry too. Still, my money is on Josh crying first. He's such a softie, and Hawthorne has been his best friend forever." Lavender laughed and grabbed her bobby pins. Daisy spoke from her spot in their mom's prayer chair. "I'll take that bet. Hawthorne is a total sap when it comes to Avery." "That's how it should be," Lavender replied. Sky walked in, and Lavender pulled her into the conversation. "Don't you think a man should be a sap when it comes to his wife?" "Oh, absolutely. My favorite picture at every wedding is the picture of the groom as his bride comes down the aisle." She sighed dreamily, and Lavender smiled. She liked Sky. From her vantage point in front of the mirror, Lavender saw Lily roll her eyes and get off the bed. She walked into the attached bathroom and shut the door. She hadn't seemed stressed about the wedding so far today, surprisingly enough. Maybe Lily realized she needed to get ready. Lavender finished Avery's simple hairstyle and added enough hairspray to have them all choking on the fumes. Poppy walked in during the dousing and waved a hand in front of her face. "Are you trying to knock us all out before the wedding?" Lavender smiled broadly at her sister. "When you can give me an organic, aerosol-free hairspray alternative that can survive 12 hours of Indiana summer heat and dancing, I'll use it. Until then, close your eyes and don't breathe." She sprayed again. Avery's hair might look loose and casually elegant, but it would not fall out of the carefully constructed sculpture of bobby pins she'd used. Lily walked out of the bathroom, her bridesmaid dress on and makeup touched up. She clapped. "Okay, everyone, it's time to get dressed. Ceremony starts in 90 minutes. Daisy tried to jump up, but ended up tripping and crashing onto the floor as Lavender watched in shock. A laugh bubbled up as Daisy waved an arm. I'm okay. Rose raised an eyebrow. At least she didn't fall through the floor. It was one time, you guys. Lavender stifled a laugh and met Avery's eyes in the mirror again. Ready for makeup? Chapter 22. Emmett's job during the ceremony was to fade into the background and take a few pictures, though his would be nowhere near as good as Sky's. He tried his best to focus on the camera and the photos, but his eyes were continually drawn to Lavender. All afternoon, as the family posed for pictures, as the bride and groom kissed, every time a new song started, his eyes flew back to Lavender's. And the best part? Every now and then he found hers searching for him too. Emmett watched the festivities as Josh took pictures of Avery and Hawthorne cutting the cake, an impressive 3-tier monstrosity covered in flowers. When the bouquet was thrown, it soared through the air and was eagerly caught by Daisy. She promptly dropped it in the lap of Lance Matthews, her boyfriend. While the toasts were given, Emmett snapped photos of Josh raising a glass, making the room roar with laughter and shed more than a few tears. Josh was certainly in his element as the center of attention. The first dance meant handing the camera back to Josh and letting his own mind wander back to the woman he hadn't stopped thinking of all day. Lavender was as beautiful as Emmett had ever seen her, in a knee-length blue dress and her blonde hair pulled back. She stood out to him, even in a long line of women all dressed up. Reluctantly, he pulled his gaze away and turned back to Sky. What had she asked him to get? Batteries? Emmett handed a set of batteries to Sky and tucked the old ones in the pocket of the small camera case he knelt in front of. Need anything else? He asked Sky, without looking as he rifled through the case. I could use a dance partner. He looked up sharply at the words. It wasn't Sky's raspy tone he'd heard. Instead, he found the familiar green eyes of Lavender. Sky was nowhere to be seen. The smile spread across his face and he nodded. It was probably against the rules for the photographer's assistant to dance with a bridesmaid. But what was Josh going to do? Fire him? He stood from his crouching position to look her in the eye. You look beautiful, he said. Her smile widened. Thank you. He looked toward the dance floor. Did you really want to dance? She held out her hand to him and he took it, enjoying the feel of her slim fingers in his. She led them between tables, weaving through the mingling guests. Another slow song started, and when she turned toward him on the dance floor, he wanted to memorize every moment of pulling her into his arms and letting their bodies move together. It felt like the most natural thing in the world, and he could see into the depths of her eyes, close enough to count the tiny freckles on her nose. Have you enjoyed the wedding so far? She glanced toward Hawthorne and Avery, enjoying a slow dance as Sky and Josh both took pictures. It's weird to think of Hawthorne being married, but I'm so happy for him. And the ceremony was beautiful, wasn't it? He hummed his agreement and lifted their hands to let her spin under his arm before pulling close again. Is everything okay with your friend from last weekend? She nodded and gave him a subdued smile. He's okay, but he hasn't been online much. I miss him. His conscience twinged.
Maybe he's just busy. I'm sure he misses you too.
Even though he had seen Lavender the other day at youth group, he found it was true. Last night, he'd been itching to get online, just to see Lavender's avatar and eagerly wait for each message to ding across his screen. He was pathetic. The worst part was that when Lavender found out who Will Write for Tacos was, she would probably hate him anyway. What was he doing, holding her close and pretending they had a future? Still, her hand rested in his, her skin soft and warm and just slightly damp from humidity in the barn. Her cheeks were flushed, and her eyes bright, reflecting the golden glow of the string lights above the dance floor. She glanced up at him. "You think so?" He tried to remember what they'd been talking about.
"If he doesn't miss you, he's a fool."
At his words, she looked down shyly. Using a finger to gently tip her face back up towards his, he studied the sadness in her eyes.
"I mean it."
Lavender studied his face for a moment but didn't respond. Instead, she stepped closer and laid her head on his shoulder. His senses were filled with the flowery scent of her hair and the surge of pleasure at holding her in his arms. How had he been so wrong about Lavender when he met her? He'd assumed she was superficial, caught up in social media opinions and fitting in. But she was everything he'd known about Words in Bloom and more. She was talented and kind and intelligent. He had never heard her say an unkind word, not like the bullies who had targeted him online in school. His aversion to social media had started then, when he spent his spare time creating his profile page to be exactly what he wanted it to be, then had it trashed with nasty comments from the popular kids at school. Now Emmett would rather eat dirt than spend extra time there. Nothing good came from social media, at least not in his experience. Then he thought about Lavender's article. Her honesty and authenticity had touched people, and the message had spread like wildfire because of social media. Wasn't that a good thing? It was a good thing people had read her words, and they were powerful ones. As Words in Bloom, she'd been sharing such insightful writings with him, but he couldn't find them on her blog, not until the sneezing video. Why was she still hiding who she was from the world? Perhaps it was time for Words in Bloom to see what opportunities might arise. He would give Trish a call and see if she had interest or advice for a non-fiction writer. The song ended and an upbeat pop song came on, forcing them apart with awkward smiles.
"Thanks for the dance," he offered. "Don't worry about Taco Boy. He'll be begging for his second chance any day now."
Lavender smiled. "Thank you for that, and for the dance." He tipped an invisible hat, gave a slight bow, and turned to walk away. He would think about that dance for the next several weeks. He desperately needed to figure out how to tell Lavender who he was. Chapter 23. Will Write for Tacos.
"Do you think we've ever met before?"
Words in Bloom. "I'm not sure. I feel like my heart would recognize you, even if my eyes could not. What a strange twist that would be." Lavender typed the response, hesitating. She felt like she had gotten to know Will Write for Tacos over the last 8 months, and no one had ever seemed to match what she knew about him. She didn't recall running into any authors from the Chicago region with a penchant for the classics. Lavender had a connection with Will Write for Tacos that she never had with anyone else. That had been true, but lately it felt more and more like she had a connection with Emmett too, which was crazy considering Emmett's obvious disdain for her at the beginning. But Emmett made her laugh, and sometimes had her stomach doing backflips when he got too close and she could smell his cologne. She pressed her fingers to her temples. Nope, Will Write for Tacos was everything she wanted, and she needed to forget about Emmett. There was no hope for them, and even if there was, she'd put 8 months into this relationship with Will Write for Tacos. She wasn't giving up on them because a brooding author made her crazy. Will Write for Tacos. Life is infinitely stranger than anything which the mind of man could invent. Words in Bloom. I can't place that one. Dickens? She knew he was older and that he was a writer. She knew he was a Christian and went to church, because he mentioned it comfortably and they'd had conversations about faith and purpose in relation to their writing. Beyond that, though, Lavender didn't know his name. She'd never seen a picture of him, though in her mind he was tall, with dark hair and deep, soulful eyes. A message dinged, pulling her from the mental picture of a pair of chocolate brown eyes matching the same description. Will Write for Tacos. Sherlock Holmes. I know what you mean. I've never met anyone like you. Words in Bloom. Are we still going to meet, that is? Will Write for Tacos. ... Will Write for Tacos. I really am sorry about missing our meeting, but yes, let's reschedule. Lavender glanced at her calendar. She had an event to attend with Poppy and Harrison for the campaign next weekend, taking photos for his website and social media. Words in Bloom. Weekend after next? Will Write for Tacos. Same place? Words in Bloom. It's a date. Would he show up this time? The idea of sitting there alone again for an hour was an actual nightmare. The waitress would probably give her the same pitying looks. Should she bring a friend? Maybe Emmett would come with her and they could wait in the car until Will Write for Tacos arrived? She shook her head. No, why would he want to sit with her while she waited for a date? Despite her internal monologue, Lavender pulled out her phone and tapped out a message to Emmett. My blind date is rescheduled. Taco Boy came to his senses. She blushed. Something like that. Would you maybe come with me to wait for him? She could ask one of her sisters, but Lavender knew as soon as Will Write for Tacos was attached to a real name, her secret would be out. He would be invited to any one of the family events that dominated their schedule. It would be kind of nice to know if it was going to go anywhere before subjecting herself to the questions of her siblings. Hawthorne took his role as protective older brother seriously, and would no doubt have questions for Will Write for Tacos, probably asked with Josh standing ominously over one shoulder and a spotlight blinding him for good measure. No, it would be better if she could meet Will Write for Tacos without letting everyone in her family know her plans. Still, she probably shouldn't have agreed to meet someone from the internet alone in the first place, as Emmett had so kindly reminded her. Her phone vibrated in her hand. Tell me when and where, and I'll be there. She sighed with relief at his willingness to come with her. Thank you. Friday night at Taqueria 32. Would you wait in the car with me? Her computer flashed a message. Will Write for Tacos. Can't wait to see you. Then her phone buzzed again. Is it strange that now I am looking forward to your date with Taco Boy? She smiled. She was looking forward to it too, although she didn't want to examine if she was more excited about finally seeing Will Write for Tacos or knowing she would get to sit with Emmett again while waiting. That was a rabbit hole she didn't want to go down. Between the prayer at youth group and the dance at the wedding, she was questioning everything she thought she knew about Emmett. Talking to him was easy in a way she'd never known before, except online with Will Write for Tacos, which was her current dilemma. Guilt weighed heavily on her mind as she simultaneously texted with Emmett and messaged Will Wright for tacos. And while she was excited about finally meeting the man she'd been getting to know for months online, there were all these unexpected feelings developing for Emmett. She didn't want to give up on Will Wright for tacos after all the time they'd spent talking, and any doubts she had were recent, almost entirely due to the appearance of a certain snarky author on her client list. Lavender signed off the computer and powered down her phone. She needed to talk to Jesus tonight, not either of the two men in her life. Chapter 24. Lavender looked on as her brother-in-law shook hands and flashed the smile that had once helped him win the title of Indiana's most eligible bachelor. She lifted the camera from around her neck and snapped photos of Harrison as he worked the room, giving high fives to a young boy and listening intently to an elderly woman with a walker. Poppy stepped next to her and handed Lavender a bottle of water. "Thanks," she said, twisting off the cap. The large tent provided shade, but no relief from the early September heat. Lavender gestured to Harrison. "Is he always like this?" Poppy smiled lovingly as they both watched him squat to speak with a curly-haired toddler in a patriotic dress. "This is really him, if that's what you are asking. He cares about people and loves talking with them. He's the same with me, but different too. Does that make any sense?" "Not really," Lavender admitted. "It's a bit like you online. You are still you, right?" Lavender nodded, although she wasn't entirely sure that was true. "But you are different with people you know in real life." Poppy said it so matter-of-factly, Lavender couldn't disagree. She was different in person. She was quieter, more likely to sit in the background. Was that really the same Lavender who willingly stepped into the spotlight online? "I don't know, Poppy. Sometimes I wonder if I am too different." "Have you ever lied online about your opinions or views?" Lavender thought about her blog posts. Everything she'd ever posted had been true, her own opinions and ideas. It was like an incomplete version of herself, though, until the viral post where she'd laid it on the line and shown people what they hadn't seen before. Was it still the same Lavender? Lavender had been writing a lot, sharing occasionally on her blog, but mostly for herself. God was challenging her assumptions about herself, and the result was words. Lots of words, steeped in lots of scripture. The buried file with countless unposted blogs had come into the light, and she was rewriting and polishing them, though she didn't know why yet. She didn't feel like she was supposed to share them on her blog, at least not yet. Harrison came up and kissed Poppy on the cheek. "Hey, Lavender, how's it going?" She smiled at her brother-in-law. He was just too likable. Lavender had tried to be mad at him when he and Poppy got married in secret, but she couldn't hold it against him. "Going well. I'm going to have some great pictures for you. Neil said he wants to approve all the posts before I set them up. That good with you?"
"Neil's the boss," Harrison confirmed with a smile. "But I'm sure it is mostly a formality." Lavender nodded.
"All right, I'll keep working with him. Do you have any thoughts about what I should share?"
"I think Neil set up a website with all the high points. A lot of that content is good to share. And obviously we need to convince people to vote for me, but we also need people to donate."
Lavender's wheels were turning, and she nodded. "Got it. Will you be able to jump on for live-streamed events like Q&A?" Harrison glanced at Poppy and back at Lavender.
"Is that a thing?"
Lavender nodded. "Definitely. You'll be able to reach a huge audience essentially for free. I'll shoot you some potential dates and topics when I lay out a plan."
"Awesome,"
Harrison replied, slipping out of politician mode and into the small-town boy she saw at Saturday morning brunches. Poppy linked her arm with Harrison's. "We are so glad you are handling this, Lavender. It means a lot to trust the person in charge of your image." Lavender picked up her camera and snapped a picture of her sister and brother-in-law before responding. They looked so happy. "I'm happy to do it." Now, if only her other major client had the same viewpoint. Emmett had fought with her every step of the way, determined he was wasting his time, which made her certain she was wasting her own. They still didn't see eye to eye on the value of social media, but their relationship was becoming more and more complicated. Between the dance, which had kept her awake more than one night this week, and the stolen moments at youth group, Emmett Drake was equally frustrating and enticing. And Will write for tacos? He was still sweet and charming and everything she wanted in a man, except he wasn't there to touch, or pray with her when she was nervous, and he'd never brought her coffee to the table or laughed with her in a bookstore. She was supposed to meet him this weekend, if he actually showed. She would be glad for Emmett's company just in case. He was surprisingly thoughtful for an egotistical author. She'd briefly considered canceling her meeting with Will Wright for tacos. More and more, her heart was drawn to Emmett, and it was too confusing. Should she wait and see if there was more between the two of them? She had no idea if he was even feeling the same as she was. At least she knew where Will Wright for tacos stood. He'd made it very clear he wanted to move their online relationship to the next step, if only she remained as confident. Instead, she was second-guessing her relationship with him and considering the possibilities with Emmett. Her feelings for Emmett were confusing. Their friendship had such a rocky start, but they'd moved past the initial tension. Lavender loved spending time with him, which made her feel horrible for betraying Will Wright for tacos. Until Will Wright for tacos proved otherwise, Lavender had to believe he was the one for her, even if he had been a little flaky lately. It was probably because he was so busy working with his agent on the movie deal and doing important authory things. Would he be disappointed to find out she was a fashion blogger and not the deep-thinking devotional writer she always seemed to portray herself as? When they first started talking, it had been easier to show him that side of her writing, the side she was pretty sure would never really see the light, but that seemed to have more creative value. Emmett certainly hadn't responded well to her chosen blog topic. Would Will Wright for tacos be the same way? Emmett wanted to chuck his computer across the living room. He'd been editing for an hour, but the words had as much emotion as cardboard. It was awful. The entire book was horrible. He hated his characters, which was never a good sign. Wasn't an author supposed to care about them? If he couldn't care about what happened to Valek, why would the reader? There was no emotion in his words, but every time he tried to write Valek as angry, Emmett could only imagine Lavender's anger when she eventually found out. When he tried to write a scene where Valek was worried, he could only focus on his own anxiety and the lies he was tangled in. All of his duplicity meant he couldn't connect with his character, and the book was suffering. He'd rushed through this first draft, eager to finish it so he could set the in-person meeting with Words and Bloom. But then he had, and then he'd found out Lavender was Words and Bloom, and everything had gotten complicated. Only a few more days and he would sit with Lavender at the same restaurant as she waited for another man. But he wouldn't show up, and Lavender would have that same disappointed look as last time. He had to tell her who he was. It wasn't fair for him not to, and the guilt would eat him up. But would she be happy, or would she hate him? Emmett was more and more sure Lavender was the woman he was meant to be with. Was it even possible for her to feel the same way? God wasn't giving him any answers on this one, but he knew honesty was the only way forward, even if it killed him. When Friday rolled around, Emmett posted a fun fact on his social media page, just as instructed. He even replied to a few comments from his teaser on Tuesday. He was an overachiever, shamelessly hoping for a proud smile from a certain blonde social media guru. Then he put on one of the new shirts Lavender had picked out and shaved the few days' scruff from his chin. All the while he sent his pleas heavenward. He needed Lavender to forgive him and give them a chance to be together with no secrets. With a final glance at the mirror and his watch, Emmett went to meet Words in Bloom. They'd agreed to meet a half hour before she planned to meet Taco Boy. He'd started referring to himself by that nickname, as though he could distance himself from his own actions. He parked on the street in front of the restaurant and instinctively looked at the patio at their table, despite the fact that it was raining. A knock at his passenger window made him jump. Lavender waved at him through the glass, and he unlocked the door to let her in. He hurriedly moved the stack of books from the passenger seat to the floorboard of the back. Raindrops rested on her forearms and dotted the silky material of her shirt. When she slid into the seat next to him, his car was flooded with the floral scent of freesia and juniper and fresh rain. The door closed them in, and the spacious sedan suddenly seemed far too small. Immediately, Lavender leaned over and gave him a hug. "I'm so glad you are here." Emmett's heart dropped, and he closed his eyes to soak in the embrace before it ended far too soon.
"Me too."
Lavender sat back in the passenger seat, and he tried to soak in her appearance. No jeans for Taco Boy. She'd dressed up for her online boyfriend, and he felt another twinge of guilt. And was that jealousy? Could you be jealous of yourself? Lavender wore a floral print skirt and a fitted blouse that came to her elbows. She looked effortlessly beautiful, but her smile was muted and she stared at the purse in her lap.
"Are you nervous?" he asked.
"A little. We've been talking for 8 months, but..." She glanced up at him. "I'm not as sure about this as I was last time." His heart leapt. Was it possible that she was conflicted about Will Wright for Tacos because of feelings for Emmett? Or was it just because Will Wright for Tacos had let her down before? Emmett hated the sorrow on her face, hated that he had been the one to put it there.
"He stood you up last time. Of course, that would make you think twice. Did you forgive him?"
She nodded. "Yes," she whispered. He swallowed painfully. His heart lodged in his throat as he prepared to lay his cards on the table.
"Would you forgive me?"
he asked in a whisper to match her own. Her confused look urged him to continue.
"Will Wright for Tacos isn't coming."
The fingers that had been fidgeting with the strap of her bag stilled. "What do you mean?" Emmett gathered his courage.
"I mean, Will Wright for Tacos isn't coming. I'm already here."
Chapter 25. Lavender let Emmett's words sink in. He was already here. Her thoughts were a jumble as she processed his words. Will Wright for Tacos wasn't coming because he was already here, and Lavender was sitting in his car. Emotions rolled over her in waves. It couldn't be true. Emmett was just jealous and didn't want her with someone else. Memories of the last several weeks as she and Emmett had joked about Taco Boy flashed through her mind. Then all the times when she had complained to Will Wright for tacos about her difficult client or a judgmental person, which was Emmett himself. She was flooded with humiliation and betrayal as she considered the implications. She'd been feeling guilty for weeks about her growing feelings for Emmett, worried about how she had betrayed Will Wright for tacos. Yet he had known she was words in bloom and didn't say anything. She squeezed her eyes shut and forced herself to ask through gritted teeth. When?
I didn't know for sure until we were scheduled to meet in person, and I saw you waiting at the table. Lavender, I never meant to.
No, you don't get to say you never meant to hurt me. You don't get to lie to me for weeks and then act like it was an accident. Lavender felt the sting of tears fighting to escape and started to reach for the door handle. She needed to get out of here. It was too much to sit here with him knowing that he had lied to her and misled her for so long. Lavender didn't want to look into his soulful brown eyes for one more second. It would only make her wish it had been different. You hated me. His words stopped her and she shook her head. What are you talking about?
Before we sat that night while you waited for Taco Boy, we'd barely had a civil conversation. His voice cracked as he continued. I didn't want to lose Words in Bloom because of the mistakes I'd made as Emmett Drake. She lost the fight and the tears started to flow. Her mascara would run, but she couldn't seem to care. I never hated you, Emmett, until now. Lavender's own heart shattered with the words she snapped over her shoulder. She heard his sharp intake of breath, and she pressed her eyes shut. Lavender pushed the door open, desperate to create distance between them, and stepped into the rain. She'd been so foolish to think Emmett could be the man for her. Instead, he had wheedled his way into her life and heart and then lied to her about who he was. The drops felt cold on her skin, stinging with each impact, but it didn't hurt nearly as much as the squeezing sensation in her chest. Lavender, wait. She cut off his words by slamming the car door. Her car was down the block, and by the time she made it, she was soaked to the bone from the now pouring rain. Her hair fell flat and her silky shirt hung shapelessly over her shoulders. She climbed into her car, shutting the door and letting the thrum of pouring rain on the windshield drown out her tears. A few times she'd even hoped for the impossibility that Will Wright for tacos was Emmett. Then she'd laughed off the notion, convincing herself Emmett was all wrong for her, reminding herself that he'd judged her interests so severely and would never be more than a client. But somehow, he'd become her best friend. He'd been lying to her the entire time, manipulating her. She could never trust him again. The pressure in her chest gradually subsided, and Lavender dried her eyes on the purple scarf she was supposed to use as a signal for Will Wright for tacos. For Emmett, she corrected. Lavender needed a friend, but somehow she had lost both of her best friends. Unfortunately, they happened to be the same person. She started the car and drove back to Bloom's farm. She didn't need a friend right now. She needed a sister. She pulled through the familiar gate of Bloom's farm and vineyard and continued down the gravel drive. Storybook Barn sat off to her left, and dim lights shined through the windows. It was Friday night, which meant there was a wedding tomorrow. Lily would be working late, making sure everything was picture perfect. Lavender parked in front of the barn next to Lily's Jeep,
and walked inside to find her oldest sister. Lily was rearranging chairs around the round tables. When Lavender stepped inside, her oldest sister looked up and pulled her earbuds out. Lavender stepped closer, out of the shadows, and Lily's eyes widened. "Lovey, what on earth happened?" Lavender's sister rushed toward her and put an arm around her shoulder to lead her to a chair. "Are you okay?" Lavender's teeth chattered, and she rubbed her damp arms with her hands. "I'm fine, just got caught in the rain a bit. It's storming pretty good over in Terre Haute." Lily looked her over skeptically. "What were you doing in town?" She held up a finger. "Wait, don't tell me. I'll be right back." Lavender sat still as ice as her sister ducked into a hidden doorway and returned with a towel. She placed it over Lavender's shoulders. "Okay, now spill." "I've been chatting with a guy online." "Oh, lovey." Lily's voice was full of disapproval, and Lavender shook her head. "No, it was nothing like that. I was safe and went with a friend, but..." She choked on the words. "Do you know Josh's friend Emmett?" Lily narrowed her eyes. "The one who helped at the wedding? An author or something?" Lavender nodded. "Yeah, that's him. I was hired to help him with social media, and we see each other at youth group, and we sort of hit it off. But it turns out he's the one I've been talking to online for months, and he knew but didn't tell me." "That little weasel," she said sharply. Lily paced behind Lavender's chair and continued to mutter under her breath before asking, "What can I do, sis?" "I'm okay, really. I was just a little shaken up." Lily relaxed and sat in the chair next to her. "You really liked this guy, huh?" Lavender nodded. "Yeah, I did." "Which one? The online guy or the real one?" Lavender felt the familiar sting of more tears. "I don't know. Both?" Lily pulled her in for a hug, and Lavender buried her head in her sister's shoulder. She sobbed. "I feel like such an idiot, you know?" "I know, sweetie. It's going to be okay. You don't need him anyway." Her attempt at comforting words only made Lavender cry harder. She might not need Will Wright for Tacos or Emmett Drake, but she was still working with him. She still had to face her computer every day and resist the temptation to open a chat with Will Wright for Tacos, something that had become as habitual as breathing. She might not need him, but she was afraid she still wanted him. Her next and final meeting with Emmett was scheduled for Monday. Should she cancel it? No, she wouldn't back down. This was her business, and she was a professional. She would get through the final meeting, and she would say goodbye to Emmett Drake, once and for all. Emmett slammed cupboard doors, and dishes clanked loudly as he unloaded the dishwasher. He had been foolish to think Lavender would react well to the announcement. This wasn't some cheesy movie. This was real life, and he had misled her for weeks. Wasn't there anything he could do?
"Save the pieces, dude."
Josh's tone was joking, but Emmett stilled. He rested his hands on the counter and leaned over it, his head hanging.
"You all right?"
Emmett shook his head.
"You were right. I screwed up, and I don't think Lavender will ever forgive me." "Oh, man, I'm sorry. She found out you were Taco Boy?" "Yeah, I told her tonight."
Emmett pounded a fist on the counter and turned to face his friend.
"I don't know what to do, Josh. I love her."
The truth of his statement hit Emmett like a shot to the gut. He was in love with Lavender Bloom, and he'd hurt her more deeply than he ever wanted to. Josh nodded slowly.
"Then you've got to let her go."
Emmett shut his eyes at the painful thought. The last thing he wanted to do was give up.
I know it sucks, but maybe the best thing for her isn't you."
Emmett looked back at his friend, but Josh's gaze was locked on the photo of the girl in the field.
"Is that the story with her?" he asked sharply. "Because I'm not you, you know."
Josh looked back at him and raised his hands in surrender.
"Don't worry about me. It's not the same, I get that. Just don't be selfish."
Emmett stormed out of the kitchen, the dishes unfinished, and retreated to his room. He laid back on the bed and stared at the ceiling. Why had God brought Lavender into his life? What was the point of all of this? If he and Lavender weren't supposed to be together, he wasn't ready to give up. After the initial shock wore off, maybe Lavender would reconsider. Emmett wouldn't force the issue, but he wouldn't stop praying it would work out. Chapter 26. Saturday morning brought the usual comforting chaos of family brunch, and Lavender tried her best to act normal. Her normal was pretty quiet, which helped. Her father led the prayer, his voice steadier and more confident each day. After everyone had a full plate, Keith cleared his throat and the conversation died down.
"I have an announcement. Your mother and I have been talking, and we'd like to make a few changes around the farm. Hawthorne, I see the way you have poured yourself into this farm over the last year. I understand you and Avery are newlyweds, and your plans may change. But if your plans for the foreseeable future include managing Bloom's farm, we'd like to offer you a place to call your own."
He stumbled over his words a few times, but it was the longest speech they'd heard him make since before the stroke. He looked around the table.
"The offer stands for each of you. We've officially divided 50 acres on the east side into 7 plats of land. We've transferred ownership of 1 to each of you. Hawthorne and Avery, we thought it might be a wonderful place for you to build a home of your own. When you are ready, of course."
Keith smiled at Hawthorne, who had grabbed Avery's hand. "Thank you, Keith," Avery said, stunned.
"That's amazing, Dad," Hawthorne agreed.
Rose chimed in with a teasing tone. "Are you trying to kick us all out of the house?" Laughter filled the bright dining room, and Lavender found herself smiling as well. Her mother spoke up. "Of course not, but we recognize you are all adults and might not like living with your parents." Lily coughed. "Some of us, anyway." Lily had moved to an apartment in Terre Haute years ago.
"Of course, if you'd rather not use the land for a home, you are welcome to sell it, lease it, or whatever you choose."
Keith turned to Poppy.
"Poppy, your land also includes the vineyard. We thought it only appropriate you decide how to use it."
Poppy smiled broadly and turned to Harrison. "I think we can figure something out." Harrison nodded.
"Sounds like the perfect place to keep as a getaway from the craziness of the city."
"And the perfect place to raise a family," Poppy added, "since we'll have another Coulter in about 7 months." She glanced to her husband, whose stunned face made Lavender laugh.
"You're pregnant?"
he asked in awe, and Poppy nodded through a burst of laughter. Squeals erupted around the table as Poppy was overwhelmed with hugs and questions. Lavender remained quiet, filled with excitement for her sister, as well as a hint of jealousy and sorrow for her own solitary status. She'd put far too much hope for her future in the hands of Will Wright for tacos. Between the announcement of the acreages and the baby, Lavender easily faded into the background during the rest of brunch. She skipped church Sunday morning, claiming a headache and opting for the online service. Lily texted her to check in, but she ignored it. Tomorrow she had to go to Emmett's house for the last time and give him everything he needed to maintain a successful online presence. After that, she would handle anything that came up via email, like she did with her other clients. The sharp knock on Emmett's door Monday morning surprised him. He'd expected a polite email from Lavender, bowing out of the remainder of their contract.
"You going to get that, Em?" Josh called from his room. "I'm not home," he replied dryly, though he left his computer and walked toward the door. He was emotionally spent after a weekend spent regretting his decisions. But the idea of seeing Lavender carried a small glimmer of hope that she'd give him another chance. Emmett sent a prayer heavenward and opened the door. Lavender was back to business slacks and a pale blue blazer, the very picture of detached and professional. But the dark circles under her eyes mirrored the ones Emmett knew rested under his own. It had been a painfully long weekend. "Hey," he said lamely.
"Hello," she responded curtly.
"Lavender, can we—"
"Let's stick with Miss Bloom, shall we, Mr. Drake?" The ice in her voice slashed any hopes that he might get to apologize. With a sigh, Emmett stepped aside to let her in. She sat up at the table again. "Let's get down to business." 40 minutes later, Emmett had a pounding headache and was more frustrated than ever. Lavender wasn't giving an inch. The laughter and fun they'd shared in other meetings was completely absent, and every time Emmett tried to make a joke or even try to veer a tiny bit off topic, Lavender shut him down with a cool efficiency he'd never seen before. Before long, she was packing her laptop, and she handed him a small binder. "Here is everything you need, your posting schedule and guidelines, a foolproof plan to increase your engagement on social media. You have all the tools. If you put in the time and recognize the value, it will be painless."
"Thanks for this. I know Silver Fountain Press will appreciate it."
He walked her to the door, pausing with his hand on the doorknob.
"I really am sorry, Lavender. I just want you to know that."
Lavender's eyes met his, and he saw the pain hidden behind carefully applied mascara and eyeshadow. She opened her mouth as if to say something, but closed it and gave a single nod instead. As much as he wanted to hold her hostage here until she forgave him, Emmett knew he couldn't. He opened the door.
"I'll be here if you ever want to talk."
But she slipped quickly past him without a word. Just like that, she was gone. Moments later, once she was safely in her car, Lavender let the tears fall. She'd nearly given in to Emmett's pleas at the door, but she had made it over an hour without letting her professional persona slip, and she wouldn't let him wear her down. She focused on the lies and pushed away the desire to turn back into the arms she desperately wanted to be wrapped in. The desire was there, but so was the anger. The way he'd looked at her during the meeting, pleading with his honey-toned eyes. Lavender focused on her pen and picked at her fingernails. Anything to distract herself from the earthy clean fragrance of his cologne and the way his eyes beckoned. More than once, he'd tried to turn the conversation away from business, and Lavender had shut it down. Even the thought of having the conversation had her throat seizing up. It was crazy because they hadn't really been more than friends, but somehow she felt like she was walking away from her future. But who wanted a future built on a foundation of deceit? She deserved better. Lavender was determined to listen to the words she'd been writing in her devotional blogs about her value and God's plan, even if she didn't feel like God's plan made much sense right now. Chapter 27. Like he had done 100 times in the last 3 months, Emmett smacked his keyboard in frustration. This story was not cooperating, no matter what he did. There was still something missing. He thought the problem was that he couldn't connect to his character, but Valek's emotions weren't the problem anymore. Valek seemed to just be surviving, reacting to his circumstances instead of taking action and driving the story. Maybe that was the problem. He scrolled up and reread the previous chapter. Emmett erased the internal narrative of his character, a few paragraphs bemoaning his situation and wondering what to do. Valek had to decide to change the course he was on. He wasn't going to make the same mistake Emmett had. The excuses he'd made about why he couldn't tell Lavender were just that, excuses. Maybe things would have been different if he'd been honest from the beginning. Pushing thoughts of his own mistakes away, Emmett focused on correcting the mistakes of his character instead. The delete button was impossible to find in real life. With determination, Emmett finished rewriting the scene, then went back another chapter and made similar changes. A few hours later, Emmett leaned back from his keyboard, stretching the tight muscles in his back. The story had taken a drastic turn in this revision, but it was so much better. Finally, this installment in the Arkindian series was turning into something he could be proud of. But Emmett couldn't feel the pride and excitement he was used to. The satisfaction of a story coming together was absent. He stood up and walked to the kitchen, retrieving a Mountain Dew from the refrigerator. He knew until he sorted things out with Lavender, life wouldn't be the same. He slipped his cell phone from his pocket, hoping to see a text message from her. Then he stepped back to his computer, opening the chat application he'd been avoiding. Maybe she had sent a message. But when he clicked on her name, nothing showed except their previous conversation, before she knew he was Will Wright for tacos. Emmett pulled open his manuscript again. If he were one of his characters, what would he have them do? Then he shook his head at his own stupidity. This wasn't a movie. In real life, some stories didn't have happy endings. He should know that. There was no heroic battle to win to save the world and the girl. With a sigh, Emmett sat back down and tried to lose himself in the words again. He could give Valek a happy ending, even if he couldn't give himself one. Trisha Park's number flashed on her phone, and she answered with her typical business greeting. "This is Bloom Social Marketing, Lavender speaking." Trisha probably wanted to follow up now that Lavender had finished her month-long consulting gig with Emmett. "Hey, Lavender, Trisha Parks, how are you?" "I'm doing well, Trisha. Wrapped up with Emmett the other day. I think he is all set to carry on without me." The pang of sadness hit her as she spoke the words. Of course, Emmett would move on without her, and not just with social media. "How about you?" Good. The reason I was calling wasn't actually about Emmett, though I'm glad to hear he's all set. I was even more relieved to hear he finished his edits. I was calling to talk about you." "About me?" Lavender asked. "I understand you have more God-focused content looking for a place to be shared." "Oh, well, I published the one blog post, but I don't really know if I'll keep—" "Emmett mentioned devotionals?" Lavender leaned back in her chair and looked up at the ceiling. "Well, yeah, I've been sort of writing them for a long time, but they never really fit my blog." "Until now. Lavender, you reached millions of people with your blog post. You can continue sharing that kind of content, mixed in with your usual Lavender and Lace stuff, and you will be a role model for young Christian women everywhere. I've already got people interested in publishing a devotional book by the successful businesswoman and blogger behind Lavender and Lace." "Really?" "Yep, I think you really struck a chord. There was an authenticity in your post that really spoke to people. And if your devotionals have any of the same power, You could really encourage people. Wow, this is unexpected. I'm sure it is, Lavender. Tell you what, I'll send over some documents for you to look at. Obviously, I'd love to represent you as your agent, but I want you to be on board as well. Pray about it, take a look, and get back to me next week sometime. Sound good? Yeah, that sounds great. I'll talk to you soon. Take care. Oh, and tell Emmett I said hello. You two must have really hit it off. I've never heard him talk that much about anyone. Trisha hung up, leaving a stunned Lavender behind. Twirling around in her desk chair, Lavender tossed her phone on the bed and gave a loud squeal of celebration. Moments later, her dad came through the door with a concerned look on his face.
Well, what's going on, lovey?
Mom, come in here. Her mom came from the office next door, and Lavender told them about Trisha's offer and the possibility of a book of devotionals. Her mother was the first to embrace her. Wow, Lavender, that's amazing. When her parents left, Lavender reached for her phone. In 3 seconds, her thumb hovered over Emmett's contact before she even realized what she was doing. She couldn't call him. She glanced at her computer. The desire to message Will Wright for tacos was just as strong. He had always been so encouraging of her writing. He had told her more than once that she should pursue an agent, but Lavender had never done it. Had Emmett really said something to Trisha? If this was a ploy to get back in her good graces, it wouldn't work. Eager to revisit the devotional blogs she'd written, considering a new destination for them in a book, she pulled up her files. She opened one, but when she tried to scroll, the computer froze. The words on the screen stared back at her. It was a blog she'd written after Poppy had secretly gotten married. Lavender had struggled to forgive her sister, and working through it had led to this post. Now her own words mocked her. Forgiveness isn't about the person you are forgiving. A bitterness takes root inside you, ruining the soil for all the other fruit that needs to grow. Very nice, God, and not subtle at all. I get it. She needed to forgive Emmett. She couldn't hold on to the anger forever, or she would miss out on the joy and blessings. Like the manuscript in front of her, she should be more excited about the future of her words, more prayerful for the hearts of women who would eventually read them. But she was too caught up in her own hurt to move past it. Lavender grabbed her Bible and her journal and began to pour it out. Giving the anger over to God, she asked for help to forgive Emmett. And once she'd done that, she asked for help with the loneliness. She missed Emmett, and if God had a plan that helped her move on from him, or even brought them back together, she wanted to be open to that. Could she be open to being with Emmett again? They were never really together to begin with. Was she mourning what could have been? Or what was? Maybe both. There in her bedroom, Lavender poured her frustration onto the pages. Old school. Paper and pen. No keyboard. No worries about grammar or font. No thoughts about how her audience would respond. Just her and God and a desperate plea for strength to forgive and move on. A request for strength to be bold with the words she'd resisted sharing for so long. If God wanted her to share them, then she would. But she couldn't until she had forgiven Emmett. That was the problem, because she still hurt so badly. She needed to talk to him. Part of her was itching to leave the farm and track him down. The other wanted to change churches and preferably move across the country so there was no chance of seeing him again. Chapter 28. Youth group was a bonfire on Saturday night instead of the usual weekly meeting. Lavender didn't want to go. Emmett would be there, and the thought was equal parts exciting and terrifying. She'd been so stubborn. Now she needed to forgive him and see if they could be friends. That wasn't a conversation she was ready to have yet. She didn't have much choice, though. Bloom's farm was hosting the bonfire, so it would be especially noticeable if she decided not to show. Hawthorne tended the fire along with Josh as teenagers mingled in small groups, some seated on the large logs surrounding the fire pit, others gathered around coolers of soda and water. The humidity of the day had disappeared as the sky began to darken, and upbeat Christian hip-hop played from the sound system. Lavender stared into the fire, watching the wood crack and burn. She felt someone step next to her, and she glanced slightly to see Emmett's profile, shadowed in the flickering light of the fire. He looked every bit the broody author she knew, his baggy shirts replaced with a casual polo. It wasn't quite fair how the sleeves hugged his biceps as he crossed his arms. An author had no right to be that fit.
"Nice night for a fire," he mused.
She turned to him and raised an eyebrow, before looking around again at the gathering and the darkening sky. "Yeah, it really is." Emmett cleared his throat.
"You look amazing."
Lavender tried to settle the butterflies in her stomach. She bit back a giggle at the quote that came to mind. "I'd rather take coffee than compliments just now." Emmett raised his own eyebrow this time and responded.
"Little Women?"
She nodded sadly. Their online game was a painful reminder of the relationship they'd built so carefully, over the months, and lost so suddenly. "Trisha said you finished your edits?" Emmett nodded.
"Yeah, the book is done. I'm happy with it. You're talking to Trisha?"
"I assume you had something to do with her reaching out about my devotionals." He shrugged.
"Maybe, but she rarely listens to me, so I wasn't sure if it would go anywhere. It was a while ago."
"Before or after the night everything fell apart?" "Well, thank you."
"Any time."
His gaze locked on hers.
"Seriously, Lavender, I'm here if you ever need anything, even..."
He cleared his throat.
"Someone to sit with when you agree to meet a stranger from the internet."
Lavender laughed. "I think my internet dating days are over. Turns out there are plenty of places for me to meet men. Church, work," she looked at him. "The library."
"Lavender."
Emmett exhaled the word on a long breath, and her breath caught at the tortured way his voice caressed her name. His hands came to his side, wavering like he wanted to reach for her before he tucked them in his pockets. He paused, and his eyes searched her own.
"Do you think we will ever be okay?"
All it took was one question, and Lavender felt the burning of tears behind her eyes. She shook her head, and since her throat was raw with unshed tears, she whispered, "I don't know." Emmett's jaw tightened, and he nodded. Lavender swallowed heavily. "I lost my best friend." Her voice cracked when she continued. "Both of them." His hand grazed her upper arm, and she reveled in the warmth.
"I'm so sorry, Lavender. I keep praying you'll forgive me, but I know I don't deserve it. I'd like to start over."
Lavender saw the sincerity in his gaze and felt the conviction deep inside. None of us deserve forgiveness, yet God offers it over and over. Was she ready to forgive Emmett? She knew the words she'd written were true. It wasn't about Emmett, though the desire to unburden him was nearly overwhelming. Lavender couldn't carry around the bitterness from the betrayal either. His eyes hadn't left her, and she broke the eye contact, turning back to the fire, hoping to find the courage to say what she needed to. "I forgive you," she whispered. Then she turned back to him and said it stronger. I forgive you." His eyes were wide, and the hint of a smile played on his lips.
"You do?"
She nodded. "Well, I'm trying to. It's still a bit hard to believe we've known each other for so long online. I wish you hadn't lied, but I hope we can move past it."
Emmett stepped closer. "I wish I hadn't lied either. Lavender, I'm so sorry I wasn't honest from the beginning. I was so surprised when I found out, and then I was too busy learning about who you were instead of who I had judged you to be. Before I knew it, I'd gone and fallen in love with you all over again. Once as Words in Bloom, and then again as Lavender."
Lavender's heart lurched. "Love?" Emmett nodded. There was no point in hiding it.
"I love you, Lavender Bloom."
Lavender dropped her gaze to the floor. "You know, I hoped he was you." She looked up at him with watery eyes. "Until I was convinced it couldn't be. I wanted him to be you because then I wouldn't have to choose." Her words sent a jolt of electricity through him. If there was even a chance her feelings could survive the mistakes he'd made, they could be okay.
"Everything changed when I saw you waiting with your purple scarf. Everything suddenly fell into place. All the feelings for Lavender I'd been denying because she wasn't Words in Bloom. It was overwhelming."
"I know the feeling," she said, with a hint of a smile. "I almost canceled my date with you so I could spend more time with, well, you." Emmett groaned at her words. He'd been so caught up in his own conflicted feelings, he hadn't even considered how Lavender had been feeling. The desire to hold her flooded his entire body, each muscle straining to pull her close.
"I lied again," he said with a crooked smile. "I don't want to start over. I'd much rather pick up where we left off."
Slowly, Emmett reached around her waist with one arm, pulling her close, waiting for any sign of hesitation. Instead, Lavender leaned into his embrace and tipped her head up to look at him. He studied her eyes, his gaze dropping to her lips and then back again. Should he? Could he? He leaned in slightly, a silent request for permission. She leaned closer, her eyes drifting shut, and he closed the distance between them, pressing his lips against hers. Her lips were soft and sweet against his, and the large bonfire 20 yards away paled in comparison to the fire burning inside him. His entire body was electrified, and every nerve ending celebrated the long-awaited kiss. His other arm gently caressed her temple, and he soaked in every sensation of this moment. Too soon, Emmett broke the kiss. Emmett's heart thundered in his ears, and he barely registered the sound of whistles and catcalls from the teenagers nearby. Though mostly hidden in the shadows outside the light of the fire, their kiss had not gone unnoticed. Lavender's eyes opened slowly, and her lips parted slightly as she touched them lightly with her fingertips. He brushed the wispy hairs from her temple, tucking them gently behind her ear.
"Will you go out to dinner with me?"
he asked. It was far past time for them to have a real date, with all the cards on the table. Lavender simply nodded, slightly dazed, and he chuckled.
"I'll call you tomorrow."
He tugged her hand, and they walked back toward the bonfire together. Lavender tucked herself against his arm, ducking her face as teenagers teased them with whistles, and other leaders gave them knowing smiles. After weeks of resisting his feelings for Lavender because of his own prejudices, followed by weeks of walking on the eggshells of his own omissions, Emmett reveled in the feeling of everything finally falling into place. He'd never had something feel so right as holding Lavender close. He led them to Josh and Hawthorne near the fire, and Josh looked up with a wide grin.
"Hey, Em. Hey, Lavender."
Emmett saw Lavender's brother look them up and down. his eyes narrowing at their joined hands and the way Lavender's other hand clung to his bicep. Emmett held out his hand to Hawthorne.
"Hey, Hawthorne. Good to see you again. How's newlywed life?"
Hawthorne shook his hand, his grip tighter than strictly necessary, but Emmett got the message loud and clear.
"It's great. How long has this,"
he waved a finger between Emmett and Lavender,
"been going on?"
Emmett looked at the woman on his arm and saw her glare at her brother. "None of your business, Hawthorne."
"Just asking. Josh, did you know about this?"
Josh held up his hands in surrender.
"No comment, except to say Emmett is a good guy. I even tried to hook him up with Mandy a few years back. You know, if I'd trust him with my sister, you've got nothing to worry about."
Hawthorne relaxed at the words of his old friend, and Emmett felt himself relax as well. He'd almost forgotten about Josh's sister. They'd met at family dinners and the like, but there was no spark. Nothing like how he felt even the first time he met Lavender. Even though they'd just shared their first kiss and were nowhere close to a forever, Emmett knew beyond a shadow of a doubt that Lavender was it for him. The whole deal, family, kids, forever. When he imagined a future for himself, she was in it. Now he would work every day to make sure she had no reason to doubt him ever again, starting with a first date she would never forget. Chapter 29. Emmett racked his brain for the perfect first date for Lavender. They already knew each other so well, it seemed important for him to prove he'd been paying attention. And he wanted her to feel special. Tuesday night might not be a typical date night, but neither of them wanted to wait longer than necessary. Despite her insistence that she would meet him somewhere, Emmett drove to Bloom's farm. He'd been to Storybook Barn, and he'd driven the dirt path back beyond the tree line to the bonfire circle. But today he turned right past the bed and breakfast and pulled up to the main house. He wiped his sweaty palms on his dark jeans and stepped lightly up the front steps. It was foolish to be so nervous. This was Lavender. This was Words in Bloom. He knocked on the door and then glanced around, studying the fall decorations on the porch. It was homey and welcoming. The door swung open, and he was greeted by an older woman with ashy blonde hair and a motherly smile. Her warm welcome had Emmett wondering what it would have been like to grow up with someone like this, waiting at home after school each day. "Welcome, welcome. You must be Emmett."
"Yes, ma'am."
"I'm Laura. Lavender is almost ready, I think." She called over her shoulder. "Lovey, Emmett is here. Better hurry, or I'll convince him to take Rose instead." Emmett smiled at the mischievous grin Mrs. Bloom gave him, and she ushered him towards the living room. "Mom!" Lavender's chagrined voice came from the hallway. Emmett turned toward it just in time to see Lavender come around the corner, the sight stopping him in his tracks.
"Wow."
He breathed the word and then cleared his throat.
"I mean, you look incredible."
He'd gotten used to Lavender in jeans and a ponytail. He'd almost forgotten how the soft waves of her long blonde hair made his fingers itch to touch them, or how her green eyes beckoned him from across the room. She was always beautiful, but tonight, dressed up for him, she was stunning. The color rose in her cheeks, and she glanced toward the floor with a hint of shyness. "Thanks. You clean up pretty good yourself."
"Thanks. I hear girls can't resist rolled-up sleeves."
He winked at her and watched the pink in her cheeks darken. He held out his arm and asked,
Shall we?"
As they walked toward the door, Emmett caught a glimpse of Lavender's sister Rose on the steps to the basement. He stifled a laugh as Lavender tried to wave her away, but Rose flashed him a thumbs up.
"I think your sister approves,"
he whispered as he opened the front door. Lavender rolled her eyes. "We are probably lucky there isn't an entire receiving line to send us on our way." While Emmett drove them back toward the city, they chatted about the week. Emmett was outlining his next book while waiting to hear back from the editor about the draft he'd submitted. Lavender was still polishing up her devotional manuscript. He parked on a busy street, lined with shops and restaurants. He couldn't resist the glance down the road to Taqueria 32, where he'd first discovered Lavender and Words in Bloom were one and the same. But that wasn't where they were heading. Instead, he led Lavender into a tiny Thai restaurant.
"I hope you are in the mood for Thai food,"
he said as they entered. "How did you know I like—" "Oh, it's going to take some getting used to, remembering what I've already told you." Lavender's smile had dimmed, and Emmett reached for her hand.
"Hey, don't be sad. You told me months ago that you love Thai food, but today I finally get to eat it with you."
She nodded, and he squeezed her hand.
"Let's grab a table, and you can tell me what to order."
She giggled, and the sound made his spirit soar. He hadn't really been joking. Emmett was more of a mac and cheese or a burger and fries kind of guy. Takeout wasn't in the budget until recently, and he got tired of eating out with Josh. The dude had friends everywhere, which meant they could never eat in a restaurant without half a dozen people stopping by to chat with him. When the waitress asked them if they'd like an appetizer, he deferred to Lavender, who ordered spring rolls.
"I'm really grateful you are giving me a second chance,"
he said once the waitress left. He twisted the roll of silverware between his fingers and looked into her eyes. "I am too. I missed my friend."
"So, spring rolls to start. What should I get to eat?"
Lavender steered him toward pad thai, a noodle dish. When the waitress asked, "How spicy, 1 to 5?" he looked toward Lavender with wide eyes. "Do you like spicy food?" she asked.
I guess. Kind of."
"He'll take a 1. Emmett leaned back.
"A 1? Didn't she say it went to 5?
Lavender nodded. "Yes, but trust me, 1 is plenty of heat." He deepened his voice and said,
"Beware, for I am fearless, and therefore dangerous."
The waitress gave him a confused look, but Lavender laughed, which had been the goal. There were too many good memories between them to simply pretend they didn't already share such a strong connection. She waved a hand through the air. "Do what you want, Frankenstein's monster, but don't say I didn't warn you." He didn't want to be some stubborn macho man, so he nodded and trusted Lavender.
"1 is good, thanks."
Lavender ordered her own, also with a 1 heat level, which made him feel a little better. When the food came, the 1 turned out to be just right. Spicy but not overwhelming, and the flavor of the pad thai had him eating far more than he usually would. Lavender dished some of her basil fried rice on a plate and pushed it across the table toward him. "Here, this is my favorite dish. Thai basil has amazing flavor." After tasting it, he had to agree. He took another drink of his water, grateful he hadn't insisted on ordering even a level 2. Though it might be kind of fun to take Josh here and see if he would take the bait. He could probably goad Josh into at least a 3. After dinner, they walked a block down the road, Lavender's hand slipping gently into his as they walked. She raised her eyebrows at him when he led them to the door of the book nook. The coffee shop was one of Emmett's favorite hidden spots. It was far enough away from the campus that it wasn't always packed, but the unique bookshop and cafe atmosphere was the perfect place for a cozy conversation or a marathon writing session. Tonight, he had something else planned. "A date at the bookstore?" she asked.
"Yep. Can I buy you a cup of coffee before we look around?"
Each with coffee in hand, and the other linked between them, Emmett led Lavender past the walls of bookshelves on the main floor and took the spiral staircase up to the second floor. In this loft, rows of bookshelves surrounded small seating areas. "I can't believe I've never been in here before," Lavender said as she looked around.
"I used to work here, years ago. I still love it."
"We should have done your photo shoot here. I really thought this was just a bookstore." He smiled.
"Well, it is, but their coffee is also outstanding, and the books are mostly used."
Lavender trailed her fingers over the spines as she browsed. "I love it."
"I thought you might. I wanted to come here and spend the evening with you. No pressure, no lies, just two writers surrounded by books."
"Sounds perfect." He set his coffee on an empty shelf and tugged on her hand to pull her close. She tipped her head up to him and leaned his lips close to her ear.
"I've got another quote for you," he whispered.
"Oh, yeah?"
"You should be kissed, and often, by someone who knows how."
Lavender sighed. "Gone with the wind."
"Right again, Miss Bloom," he said, before capturing her lips with his. He could definitely get behind that particular quote. Lavender tasted like coffee and chocolate from the mocha she ordered, and Emmett couldn't think of anything he wanted to do more than spend an eternity holding her close. When they broke the kiss, Lavender pushed on her tiptoes for one more light press of her mouth against his cheek. "I have a quote of my own," she said, as they walked toward a small sofa backed against the railing of the loft. "Didn't you like mine?"
Emmett asked, with a wiggle of his eyebrows. A giggle escaped, and she gave him a playful push. "No comment." They sat. He slung an arm around her shoulder, and she nestled into the spot that seemed made for her. Lavender grabbed his other hand, enjoying the feel of his strong fingers in hers. She looked up at him. "I have found the one who my soul loves," she quoted. Warring emotions played on his face, and he finally grinned.
"I have no idea what book that is from, but if you truly mean it, I can't seem to mind my ignorance."
She played with the hair at the nape of his neck. "I mean it. I love you, Emmett Drake." She watched his eyes, looking for a reaction, and was surprised to see him blinking back tears.
"Ugh,"
he said, pinching the bridge of his nose.
"I promise, I'm tougher than this."
He inhaled deeply and blew out the breath.
"Okay, I love you too. So much. I never thought I would have a family. Part of me is still sort of convinced I don't deserve one. But I can't imagine life without you, Lavender. You invaded my space 6 weeks ago, but you invaded my heart more than 6 months ago. I thought God was playing a cruel joke when you showed up at my door to coach me on social media, but it turns out he had a better story in mind than I could ever write."
With those words, it was Lavender's turn to fight tears. For years, she'd watched her friends and sisters fall in love with godly men, but had been too afraid to put herself out there. Like she'd been too afraid to share her faith-focused writing. But she wasn't going to be afraid anymore. Lavender was going to embrace the blessings God had given her. Though she might be quiet, more apt to stand on the fringes of a family dinner than to seek the spotlight, she wasn't scared. For months before they met in person, Emmett was encouraging her to be bold and brave in her writing. He was supportive and present, despite only using words on a screen to speak to her heart. There was no question in her mind he was the one whom her soul loved, and she knew God had orchestrated it. "Song of Solomon," she whispered, her forehead resting against his. The quote was from Song of Solomon.
"Definitely my new favorite book,"
Emmett replied, before he pressed his lips against her once more. Around her, the bookshop ceased to exist, the hum of the espresso machine downstairs, overwhelmed by the beat of her own heart as his lips slanted against hers. Her fingers moved from his neck and pressed up into the strands of his hair. The arm around her shoulder pulled her closer, and she hummed her approval. They broke the kiss, and Emmett gave a satisfied smile, reaching for his coffee before settling back next to her.
"I could get used to dates like this," he said.
"Forever is composed of nows," she quoted.
"Emily Dickinson," he supplied. "How about this one? When I fall in love, it will be forever."
She raised her eyebrows at the Jane Austen quote and felt the heat in her cheeks. Was he saying what she thought he was? As though he could read her thoughts, he replied,
"We'll go slow. Take our time. Since I know you like to read the last page first, I thought I should let you know something ahead of time. Lavender Bloom, I'm in this for the happy ending."
"I do like a happily ever after," she said with a satisfied sigh as she nestled back into the embrace of her own forever. Epilogue. The candle stood slightly crooked, propped in a pumpkin pie. It had been 1 year since the stroke that changed everything for Laura Bloom. Since then, her only son had gotten married. Hawthorne now stood proudly next to his wife Avery. Poppy was also married, and she and Harrison would bless her with her first grandchild in just 6 months. Laura smiled at the way Poppy cradled her tiny baby bump and snuggled close to Harrison's side.
"For he's a jolly good fellow,"
Hawthorne belted out, clapping a hand on his father's shoulder. Rose reached up and clapped a hand over her brother's mouth. "No one needs to hear that," she teased as Hawthorne attempted to talk through her hand. Rose stood behind Keith, always close and concerned, watching for any sign of instability. Laura felt a pull of sympathy for her youngest daughter, shouldering such responsibility. Laura did the same, studying her husband's speech and movement, unwilling to relax fully. Daisy called out from across the table, "Blow it out, Dad. Make a wish." Daisy and Lance were engaged, with a spring wedding scheduled, but nowhere close to planned. Typical Daisy. "It's not a birthday, Days," Lily said from the bar stool. "Then why is there a birthday candle?" Daisy pointed out. Laura tucked her arm around Lavender. Emmett stood to the other side of her daughter. This was the first family event he'd come to, but Laura could see the love in his eyes for Lavender. Lavender was more confident than Laura had seen her in years, and Laura suspected she had the handsome young man to thank for it. Keith blew out the candle and the group cheered. Laura turned to her newest potential son-in-law. "Emmett, would you help me get some plates from the kitchen?"
"Yes, ma'am," he replied politely.
When they were away from the table, she handed him a stack of plates. "I'm so glad you're here, Emmett."
"Me too, ma'am. I never had a big family like this."
He glanced back toward the group.
"It can be a bit..."
"Overwhelming," she supplied. He laughed.
Yes, exactly.
Well, if you ever need a bit of quiet, I highly recommend a horseback ride. Lavender can take you.
Huh, I learn something new about her every day.
Laura smiled and they walked back to the table. Keith looked up at her with a wink and her heart warmed. Yes, if you married the right person, you would continue learning and growing together for a very long time. Laura prayed that for Lavender and Emmett. As he took his place back at her daughter's side and gently kissed her temple, Laura felt a peace about their future. "Any cherry pie?" Lily asked, ducking under Hawthorne's extended arm as he handed a small plate of pumpkin pie to Laura. Laura shook her head and grabbed a fork from the table. Lily was another story. While her oldest daughter was capable, talented, and entirely self-sufficient, Lily was far from filled with peace or joy. Was she simply too driven towards success to stop and enjoy the ride? Or was there something preventing Lily from starting a life with someone? A knock sounded at the door, and Lavender ducked into the living room to answer it. When she returned, she was followed by a jovial man in a black leather jacket. Laura heard a sharp intake of air from Lily behind her, as she greeted the man who'd been like a second son to her. "Josh, it's so good to see you." The end. You've been listening to Lavender and Lace by Tara Grace Ericson, narrated by Lorena Hoops. For information about the next book in the series, please visit www.taragraceericson.com/audio.